Chen, my parents are coming over tonight. Come home for dinner. All right, I understand, President Li. After hanging up on Li Qingyao, he suddenly realized he had not returned to her villa for an entire week and had been living all this time in the storage room of Huimin Hall Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. They had been married for almost 2 years, and their agreement would expire in just over 2 months. Soon this awkward semblance of married life would finally come to an end. Chen Luo had been an orphan until one day Master Tianji Daoren took him deep into the mountains, declaring that he possessed the rare Longyang Constitution, a ancien millennium talent in the cultivation world. From childhood, he cultivated the 9 Yang Tyrant body art and had already reached the initial stage of the goal. 2 years ago, however, Tianxian Daoren suddenly sealed all of Chen Luo's meridians and urged him to hurry down the mountain to live among ordinary people, warning him never to expose his identity as a cultivator. He tossed Chen Luo a ring and told him to carry it at all times. If the seal were ever lifted, Chen Luo was to examine it with his spiritual sense, his master's keepsake left behind for him. With his meridians sealed, Chen Luo's body was suddenly unable to adapt. He became weak and powerless. Even walking down the mountain, he stumbled and fell again and again until at last he could no longer move and collapsed beside a narrow mountain path. That day, as Li Qingyao was returning from an inspection at a factory on the outskirts, she discovered Chen Luo lying by the roadside. Her product development had just gone smoothly, and in a sudden surge of compassion, she took Chen Luo back to Linen City and sent him to the hospital for treatment. In the end, Chen Luo was found to suffer only superficial injuries and was otherwise fine. Through their conversations, she learned that Chen Luo was an orphan with no background, fitting perfectly into her plan. She brought him to her villa to recuperate, and after a few days they registered their marriage and signed an agreement stipulating that they were a contractual couple who would divorce after 2 years. At that time, with his meridian sealed, Chen Luo was even less capable than an ordinary person and completely unable to live on his own, so he had no choice but to agree. Chen Luo learned that Li Qingyao had long been under pressure from her family to marry, yet her heart already belonged to someone. She vowed to wed no one but her university senior Lin Junxin. Although Lin Junxin came from an ordinary family, his academic performance was outstanding, and he had been recommended by the university to continue his studies at Stanford University in Malay Country for a 3-year program. Later, as Chen Luo's body slowly adapted, Li Qingyao introduced him to work as an apprentice at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic run by her close friend Zhao Linyun's grandfather Zhao Durong. With his cultivation sealed and unwilling to reveal his true strength, he could only sort herbs and prepare prescriptions, earning 3,000 a month. Later, Zhao Durong cleared out a storage room for Chen Luo to rest in. Chen Luo simply moved into the clinic, usually only returning to Li Qingyao's house when his parents-in-law visited. He rarely saw Li Qingyao, only at family gatherings or high society banquets would Chen Luo occasionally have a chat. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, as the clinic was about to close, Chen Luo returned to the storage room to change his clothes when he suddenly sensed something unusual in his body. What's happening? Within his body, spiritual energy was faintly surging. Chen Luo immediately shut the door, sat cross-legged on the bed, and silently circulated the 9 Yang Tyrant body art. After completing one full cycle, the spiritual energy in his body suddenly struck through his 8 extraordinary meridians. Break. The seal was lifted. Chen Luo leaped excitedly from the bed, feeling power coursing through his body. He was no longer the sickly figure he had been. The seal was undone. His master's restriction had finally been broken, and he could cultivate once more. Master, I will definitely find you. If you have truly met with misfortune, I will avenge you. I will never betray the grace of your 20 years of care and guidance. Yes, the ring. Chen Luo released his divine sense into the ring on his hand, discovering it was a storage ring with an interior space of about 200 to 300 square meters. There were dozens of books, medical arts, alchemy, swordsmanship, boxing techniques, mental cultivation methods, and more. The 9 Yang dominant body art. Isn't that the mental cultivation method my master taught me? There were also the 13 yin yang needles and the sky-grieving palm technique, all techniques previously taught by his master. Should I pick a few more to practice? Chen Luo carefully selected several more manuals and began to browse through them. One was the Heaven-Slaying 9 Swords of Swordsmanship art. Its name was extremely domineering. Flipping through it casually, he saw that the Heaven-Slaying 9 swords comprised 9 forms, 1 sword per form. When all 9 swords were unleashed together, they could shatter a star. Chen Luo thought to himself, that's a bit terrifying. One was the Heaven-Earth Binding art, a mystical technique. Depending on one's cultivation realm, it could pull people within a certain range into a virtual space. Those pulled in who were of lower cultivation would have their entire cultivation bound and be rendered immobile. For those whose cultivation was higher, it would forcibly strip the excess cultivation and bring them to the same realm as the caster. The range and duration of control depended on the caster's realm and the spiritual energy stored in their body. Isn't this a bit heaven-defying? Such a technique exists. If he used this art, even encountering someone stronger than himself wouldn't be a cause for fear. One was the 4 symbols, 8 desolations, fist of boxing technique. This boxing art encompassed all principles merging the strengths of various boxing methods from the cultivation world into a more profound martial skill with a total of 8 forms. The last one was a footwork technique called phantom step. It could be used for pursuit or escape. When activated, it created countless phantom afterimages, making it impossible to guard against and impossible to track. For now, I'll just learn these 4. Anymore, and I won't be able to master them. Compared to the basic boxing and swordsmanship Master taught before, these are worlds apart. I don't know how long it will take to finish studying them. Master must know all these techniques. With Master being so powerful, how could he still encounter danger? That person must be even stronger than Master. Suddenly Chen Luo felt a deep sense of crisis. No wonder Master had driven him away and sealed his strength. It must have been to avoid implicating him. An ordinary person would not arouse others' suspicion. Master was protecting him. Withdrawing his divine sense, he saw the time was already 5:30. He needed to leave quickly. Changing into a proper set of clothes, he left the clinic, hailed a taxi, and headed toward Li Qingjiu's villa. Li Qingjiu's villa was located in the Eastern District's economic development zone, called the Grand View Garden. The housing price was around 2,000 per square meter. It was very close to Li Qingjiu's company, about a 15-minute drive. It took Chen Luo 20 minutes by taxi from the clinic. Opening the villa's front door, Wu Ma greeted him. "Young Master, you're back. The Master and Mistress are in the living room. The young lady will be back soon. Please go in and sit for a while. A dinner will be ready shortly." "Thank you, Wu Ma," Chen Luo replied with a smile. He changed into slippers and walked toward the living room. Wu Ma was a nanny hired by Li Qingyao to take care of her daily needs. She was usually very friendly to Chen Luo and was one of the few who knew about Li Qingyao and Chen Luo's contractual marriage. "Dad, Mom, you're here. Xiao Luo, come sit down. Now, I haven't seen you for days. I feel like you've changed," said Li Qingjiu's mother Wang Huixian. Meanwhile, Li Mingshan simply grunted in acknowledgement, reading a magazine about antiques. "Mom, my body has fully recovered. This is what I normally look like." "Alright, it's good that you have recovered. This way I can hold my grandchild soon," Wang Huixian expressed with delight. She was actually quite satisfied with Chen Luo, believing that although he was an orphan, he was honest, had a good temper, and stood tall at 185 centimeters, making him worthy of her daughter. Coming from an ordinary family herself, she felt a special sympathy for Chen Luo, who also had a difficult background. Previously, Wang Huixian had been urging Li Qingyao and Chen Luo to hurry up and have a child, but Li Qingyao had always deferred, citing Chen Luo's recovery as a reason. However, Li Mingshan was not quite satisfied with Chen Luo, believing that he was not worthy of his daughter. He had always wanted to arrange a marriage with a wealthy family, but Li Qingyao firmly disagreed, and ultimately he had no choice but to accept Chen Luo. Lacking business acumen, the family business assigned to him had shrunk from a market value of 150 million to just 50 million, nearly going bankrupt. It was only after Li Qingyao took over post-graduation that the losses were turned around, restoring the company's value to 100 million in 2 years, and it was currently developing quite well. Meanwhile, he spent his days researching and dabbling in antiques and calligraphy, having no idea how many times he had been scammed, constantly asking Li Qingyao for money. If it weren't for this, Li Mingshan would never have agreed to the relationship between Li Qingyao and Chen Luo. At that moment, the main gate of the villa opened and a 23-year-old woman entered with long hair cascading down her shoulders, dressed in a professional black suit and a form-fitting skirt complemented by black stockings and high heels. She was the dream goddess of many young men in Linen City and also the nominal wife of Chen Luo, Li Qingyao. "Qingyao, you're back. Are you tired from work today?" Chen Luo hurriedly greeted her, picking up a pair of slippers from the floor and bending down to place them beside Li Qingjiu's high heels. In front of the in-laws, he had to maintain a good appearance. After changing into slippers, Li Qingyao put down her bag and glanced at Chen Luo, sensing the changes in his body. Without overthinking, her expression remained cold, but she still replied, "It's all right. Qingyao is back. Come quickly, sit down and eat. I'll ask Aunt Wu to bring the dishes," Wang Huixian said, stepping forward to take Li Qingjiu's hands and lead her towards the dining area. The family of 4 began their dinner. After a few casual chats, Wang Huixian said, "Qingyao, now that Chen Luo has recovered, shouldn't it be time to have a child? Mom, I'm swamped at work right now. The new product development is in its final stages, and we need to release and promote it soon. By the end of the month, I have to prepare the half-year performance report and plan for next month's mid-year family meeting. How can I get pregnant at this time?" Mentioning having children, Li Qingyao felt a bit annoyed, not knowing whether it was directed at Wang Huixian or Chen Luo. In that case, getting pregnant now does seem a bit inappropriate. "Well, how about this? After your new product is launched and you hand over your work to the team, take a good rest for a few days to recuperate, and then you can prepare for pregnancy. Regardless, you must be pregnant before the end of the year." "Mom, I'm only 23. How can you say that? 23 is not young. When I was 23, you were already running around the yard. Li Qingyao was momentarily speechless at her mother's words. Wait by the end of the year. It's only early June now, and in more than 2 months Junshin will be back. At that time I can divorce Chen Luo and marry Junshin. Getting pregnant by the end of the year shouldn't be a problem. I promise you next year you'll be able to hold your grandchild. Are you satisfied now? That's more like it. Wait, grandson or granddaughter? It should be son or daughter. Chen Luo married into our family. The child must bear the Li surname. Fine, whatever you say. Li Qingyao said somewhat impatiently, setting down her chopsticks and heading upstairs to her bedroom. This girl's temper grows sharper by the day. Surely it's only for the sake of continuing the Li family's ancestral line. Are you retreating to your room now, just because you find me tedious? Mom, please don't scold Qingyao. It's likely she's been under heavy work pressure lately. I'll go up and talk with her. Hearing Li Qingyao's words, Chen Luo understood her meaning. Lin Junshin was soon returning home. Chen Luo ascended to the second floor and knocked twice on the door. Receiving no reply, he pushed it open. A silent understanding between them. Silence meant permission to enter. Li Qingyao's bedroom was spacious, featuring an ensuite bathroom, a large bed, a row of wardrobes, and a small balcony outside. When her parents stayed overnight, this balcony became Chen Luo's makeshift sleeping quarters. Beside the bed stood a desk with a computer. Li Qingyao often reviewed documents and files there after work. She sat quietly leafing through paperwork brought home from the office. When Chen Luo entered, she didn't turn around. Even a glance was withheld, as though they were strangers. Director Li, please don't blame your mother for being talkative. She only speaks out of concern for your family. Our family affairs require no interference from you. Just focus on your own responsibilities. I have a document to finalize. I'll come downstairs shortly. Li Qingyao remained turned away from Chen Luo, eyes fixed on the file in her hands. Chen Luo said nothing further and returned downstairs. Wu Ma had already brewed a pot of tea, and he settled into an idle chat with Wang Hui, whose conversation inevitably circled back to having children. Helpless Chen Luo could only nod along repeatedly. Soon Li Qingyao descended from upstairs, having evidently bathed, and wore a white nightgown reaching just below her knees. The 4 family members exchanged light domestic banter. Wang Hui refrained from mentioning children again, and before long all retired to their rooms for rest. After washing up, Chen Luo retrieved bedding and a cooling mat from the bedside cabinet and laid them out on the balcony, his only option while her parents visited. Ordinarily, he wouldn't even be permitted to step foot inside Li Qingyao's bedroom. As he cultivated his martial arts, Chen Luo waited until Li Qingyao fell deeply asleep, then slipped out through the balcony window. By the time he reached the villa's quiet park, it was already midnight, deserted, and perfectly suited for cultivation. After a night of rigorous practice, he had refined the phantom step technique to a proficient level. Gazing at the irregular footprints scattered across the grass, he nodded in quiet satisfaction. The phantom step truly was a supreme martial art, enabling effortless evasion even amid dense, relentless assaults. He had also mastered one form of the 4 symbols and 8 desolations fist, shattering mountains and rivers. A single punch cleaved the air with a thunderous crack, its impact akin to being struck heat by a speeding train, a technique embodying absolute ferocity and unyielding power. Glancing at the time, he saw it was already 5 o'clock. He had no chance to practice anything else. Hastily, Chen Luo returned to the villa and leapt back onto the balcony. Just past 6, 2 soft knocks sounded on the balcony door. Li Qingyao signaled that she had risen and was preparing to leave her room. Chen Luo swiftly folded his bedding and stowed it back in the cabinet, washed up, and descended the stairs moments after her. Her parents were nowhere to be seen, still asleep most likely. Wu Ma had already prepared breakfast. They ate in silence and departed separately, exchanging not a single word of farewell. Not far from the medical clinic, Chen Luo saw a group of young thugs blocking the entrance, making a commotion and talking about something he couldn't quite catch. Chen Luo got out of the car early and approached the group of youths. Hurry up and pay. My brother just had a fever and took your medicine, and now he's in a coma. If you don't give me 100,000, you might as well close your clinic. That's right, quack doctors harm people. Not only should you pay, but you should also shut down this clinic. The thugs' voices rose and fell, sounding as if they were fighting for the sake of brotherhood. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo immediately understood that this group was here to extort money. Nonsense. I, Zhao Durong, have run the Huimin traditional Chinese medicine clinic for decades and have never prescribed the wrong medicine. You people are simply slandering me. I will call the city government and report this. Zhao Durong's face flushed with anger, his beard trembling. Old fool, you're asking for death. Brothers, go and snatch his phone and smash the clinic, said a young man with red hair and a scar on his face. All right, Scarface. With that, the group brandished their clubs ready to smash the clinic. Stop right there. Chen Luo shouted loudly. Kid, who are you to meddle in the affairs of our tiger gang? Are you one of the people from this clinic? Scarface turned to Chen Luo upon hearing his shout. Yes, I am part of this clinic. Put down your clubs and leave now. If you don't cause us any more trouble, I will pretend nothing happened here. Chen Luo narrowed his eyes and said with a hint of anger. After all, this was a place he had worked for 2 years and had developed some feelings for it. Moreover, Zhao Durong had taken great care of him, even helping him obtain his medical license through connections not long ago. Out of gratitude for these favors, Chen Luo could not allow Zhao Lao and the clinic to be harmed. Kid, I see you are asking for death. Let me show you the consequences of provoking our tiger gang. Brothers, go and break both his hands. Xiao Luo, run quickly. You can't afford to mess with them. I have some reputation in Linen City. They wouldn't dare do anything to me. Zhao Durong hurriedly stood in front of Chen Luo looking worried. Zhao Lao, it's fine. You go inside first and leave this to me. Don't worry, I will handle it. Chen Luo pushed Zhao Lao into the building. Turning back, he grabbed the wooden stick aimed at him by one of the thugs and kicked towards the thug's left leg, the sound of a bone breaking echoing. The man flew directly towards the throng of thugs that were rushing forward. Chen Luo activated his phantom steps, transforming into a series of afterimages. In just a few seconds, over a dozen thugs lay on the ground moaning in pain with broken hands or feet, leaving only the one known as Scarface. Zhao Durong and the onlookers around were dumbfounded. Was Chen Luo even human? His skills were astonishing. They hadn't even seen him move before he had severely injured more than a dozen thugs in the blink of an eye. Whoa, who are you? Don't make a move. I am a member of the Tiger Gang. If you harm me, our leader won't let you off. At that moment, Scarface stuttered, his clothes soaked with sweat. He had never encountered someone with such terrifying skills. This person was undoubtedly a martial artist comparable to the two elders beside their gang leader. Chen Luo patted Scarface on the shoulder and said, "Don't be nervous. I won't hurt you. Now take your people and get lost. If you come back to trouble our clinic again, I won't hesitate to make your Tiger Gang disappear from Linen City. Get lost." As the crowd dispersed, the clinic returned to tranquility. Chen Luo continued sorting herbs as if nothing extraordinary had occurred. Xiao Luo, I never imagined your martial prowess was so formidable. I'd always taken you for a frail youth. Still, you've now crossed paths with the Tiger Fong Gang. This matter may not end quietly. I've heard of the Tiger Fong Gang. They're the most powerful underworld syndicate in our East District, commanding hundreds of members. You bested a dozen men, but can you truly contend with hundreds? What if they possess firearms? Perhaps you should leave Linen for a time and lie low. Master Zhao, rest assured, I'll remain here for now. They hold no power over me. My martial skill is sound. My master imparted to me both profound martial arts and medical knowledge. For certain reasons, I refrained from demonstrating them before, but now that I've fully recovered, such trivial matters pose no concern. And what if they come after you once I'm gone? I'm but an old man, bones brittle, spirit unthreatening. Besides, I retain connections with several venerable friends. Their intercession would likely resolve the matter without incident. Yet I fear they'll seek retribution against you. Master Zhao, have no worries. I wield considerable ability. Not to boast, but the Tiger Fong Gang dares not provoke me. I pray it remains so. By the way, Xiao Luo, you mentioned studying medicine. May I ask who your master was and how refined your art has become? My master is a reclusive sage. His name would mean little to you. He dwells perpetually upon the mountain, never descending to the mortal realm. Regarding medicine, I speak no idle boast. So long as life lingers, recovery remains possible. It hinges only on whether the requisite herbs are at hand, for some ailments demand exceptionally rare or potent botanicals. Xiao Luo, is this truly so? As I said earlier, certain constraints prevented me from practicing before. My master expressly forbade me from revealing any of my abilities until my body had fully healed. Thereafter, the two immersed themselves in discourse, debating medical theory, analyzing case studies, and devising treatment protocols. Chen Luo answered each query with precision and insight, leaving Zhao Durong profoundly awestruck. He invited Chen Luo to join him in daily clinical practice, and Chen Luo graciously accepted. Oh, and Xiao Luo, my granddaughter Linshan will soon begin summer vacation. Might you tutor her in medicine during that time? She's clung to me since childhood, forever fiddling with my medicinal herbs. Now grown, she's devoted herself to traditional Chinese medicine, recently topping all candidates at South China University of Traditional Medicine. A faint pride softened Master Zhao's voice as he spoke of his granddaughter Zhao Linshan, the younger sister of Li Qingyao's close friend Zhao Linyun. She favored high ponytails brimming with vitality and restless energy. Always calling him Brother Luo, she frequently shared her snacks with Chen Luo, and he in turn cherished her deeply. Chen Luo nodded in agreement. After all, Master Zhao and his granddaughter Linshan had cared for him steadfastly these past 2 years. With his divorce from Li Qingyao imminent, just 2 months away, and his eventual departure from this place, he resolved to guide Linshan thoroughly during these remaining weeks. Her future beyond that would be shaped by her own destiny. In the days that followed, Chen Luo began seeing patients by day and cultivating his cultivation practice by night. Most visitors were local neighbors seeking relief from minor ailments. Trivial for Chen Luo. Occasionally, elderly patients suffering from rheumatic joint pain experienced immediate dramatic improvement after just a few acupuncture needles, prompting widespread praise for his exceptional medical art. Old Zhao's clinic had a modest income, just enough to make ends meet. With decades of experience in medicine, he was indifferent to fame and fortune approachable, and his patients were mostly locals and acquaintances who came through referrals. He even offered free consultations and medications to those in particular need. Prominent families and city leaders often invited him for home visits, providing generous compensation, yet he modestly accepted only a small portion. Consequently, his reputation was high, and he befriended many influential figures in the area. One day, Zhao Zhirong received a call from Kong Shanghai, the head of the Kong family, one of the three major families in Linan City, requesting him to see his ailing father to assess if there was any hope. Kong Shanghai's father, Kong Yolong, had participated in the National Protection War. During a surprise attack by hostile forces abroad, all his meridians were severed. After treatment at a national hospital, his condition improved, but his meridians could not be restored, leading him to return to Linan to start a business. Currently, several large shopping malls in Linan City were under the Kong family's ownership, along with 3 five-star hotels and cinemas. Due to Kong Yulong's connections and relations with the official military, several of his descendants served in various military divisions, and his youngest son, Kong Xinjia, was a major general in the southeast military region, making the Kong family quite powerful and wealthy. At this moment, Kong Yulong lay quietly on the bed, connected to an oxygen machine and intravenous fluids, his complexion pale, devoid of vitality. Old Zhao, how is my father? Is there still hope? Kong Shanghai appeared haggard with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not rested well lately. The aftereffects of Kong Yulong's injuries have worsened with age. His body can no longer absorb any medicinal potency. Alas, I am powerless now. It is likely just a matter of days. Old Zhao, you have practiced medicine for decades. Surely you can do something. Even if it means allowing the old man to live a few more years, or even just a few more months, I still want to fulfill my filial duties. I cannot bear to see him leave us so soon. As soon as Kong Shanghai finished speaking, the room filled with the sounds of weeping from Kong Yulong's descendants. Kong Yulong was a symbol of the Kong family in Linan City. Once he was gone, it would undoubtedly weaken the family's influence. Shanghai, do not be anxious. I just thought of someone from my clinic, a former apprentice who recently revealed that he is a disciple of a reclusive master. His name is Chun Luo, and his medical skills far surpass mine. Perhaps he can help. Old Zhao, are you serious? At this point, you need not comfort me. Absolutely true. I will call him right away to come over. No need for that. I will personally arrange for someone to invite him. Xiaodia, please go to Old Zhao's Huimin Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic and fetch this divine doctor named Chen Luo. Remember to be sincere in your attitude, Kong. Shanghai hurriedly instructed his daughter Kong Kaidai. Okay, Dad, I will go now. Kong Katie, Kong Shanghai's eldest daughter, was 25 years old and served as the general manager of a shopping mall under the Kong family. She held a degree in business management and had 3 years of study abroad experience, making her a formidable businesswoman. In just a few short years, she had propelled her shopping mall to the top-ranking position in the city, demonstrating a sharp business acumen and beauty, earning her the title of one of the 4 great beauties of Linan City. Kong Shanghai was preparing to entrust all the shopping malls under his name to her for unified management. The Ferrari of Kong Kaidai swiftly came to a halt in front of the Huimin Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. Is this Dr. Chun? Sitting inside the clinic, Chen Luo looked up at the incoming Kong Kaidai. Her face was stunningly beautiful, adorned in a white dress, with her long black hair cascading down to her waist, revealing a pair of slender legs and silver high heels that exuded an air of elegance, unmistakably a young lady from a wealthy family. In terms of appearance and figure, she was already on par with Li Qingyao. Chen Luo couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Realizing he was losing his composure, he pretended to cough lightly. It's me. You can call me Chen Luo, he replied. Kong Kaidai also noticed Chen Luo's gaze upon her, recognizing the clarity and admiration in his eyes devoid of any greed. At first glance, she felt this person was quite upright and somewhat different, unlike the way other men looked at her. I am Kong Kaidai from the Kong family. My father wishes to invite you to examine my grandfather and grandfather. Zhao should have contacted you by phone. I wonder if it would be convenient for you. Yes, old Zhao mentioned it to me. Please take me there, Chen Luo said as he took a pack of silver needles from the counter, exited the clinic, closed the door, and hung up the sign indicating he was out on a house call before getting into Kong Kaidai's red Ferrari. Throughout the journey, neither of them spoke. Kong Kaidai focused on driving, while Chen Luo kept gazing out of the window. Chen Luo sensed that Kong Kaidai was somewhat different from the typical children of affluent families. She did not possess that haughty demeanor and was quite approachable, suggesting that the Kong family's upbringing was commendable. Upon arriving at the Kong family's estate, they entered a villa where a crowd of anxious family members awaited. Chen Luo, you are here. Let me introduce you. This is the head of the Kong family, Kong Shanghai. The patient is Shanghai's father, Kong Yulong. Hello, head of the Kong family. I am Chen Luo, Chen Luo said with a smile and a nod. Dr. Chen, greetings. Old Zhao mentioned you have a way to treat my father. I am willing to accept any remuneration as long as you can ensure my father's survival. Kong Shanghai sincerely addressed Chen Luo. Please just call me Chen Luo. Let's first take a look at your esteemed father, Chen Luo replied. This way, Dr. Chen, Kong Shanghai said, leading Chen Luo to Kong Yulong's bedside. Chen Luo released his divine sense to scan, discovering that his meridians were completely damaged and suffering from various ailments leading to heart failure, with only a faint heartbeat remaining. Life was about to slip away. The meridians are completely damaged and heart failure. The situation is quite dire. The crowd was astonished, for Kong Yulong's condition was not known to outsiders, and the Kong family had enforced a confidentiality order. They only knew that Kong Yulong had suffered injuries in his youth, and his condition wasn't great. Earlier, Zhao Durong had not informed Chen Luo of the illness over the phone, yet Chen Luo could discern it with just a glance. Dr. Chen is truly remarkable, able to determine my father's condition at a glance. I wonder if there is still a chance for recovery. After pondering for a moment, Chen Luo nodded slightly. There is indeed a method for treatment, but you will need to prepare some medicinal herbs, a few of which must be over 100 years old. I wonder if the Kong family can procure them. Please, Dr. Chen, do tell. My Kong family does have some means. For my father, I will do everything possible to gather the herbs you require. Chen Luo moved to a nearby desk, took up a pen, and swiftly wrote down more than 10 types of herbs, marking the required ages and quantities before handing it to Kong Shanghai. Head of the Kong family, I will first ensure your esteemed father's life for 3 days. If you can gather the herbs within that time, he can be saved. After 3 days, even a deity cannot help. Alright, I'll arrange it immediately. Shall I take a photo and send it to the family group? Everyone in the Kong family will search for the above herbs, paying attention to the year and quantity. Once you find one, report it in the group and send it directly to the Kong family mansion. You all should also go out to search, said Kong Shanghai to Kong Kai-Dai and the other members of the Kong family. Okay, Dad. Yes, head of the family. Chen Luo watched as the once crowded hall suddenly emptied. It seemed that Kong Shanghai's prestige and way of doing things were quite impressive. Chen Luo once again approached Kong Yulong, taking out a silver needle and casually pricking it a few times. He placed his right palm on Kong Yulong's chest, and streams of spiritual energy flowed through his palm towards Kong Yulong's heart, forming a protective circle around it. For injuries to the meridians and heart failure, silver needles actually have no effect. It was merely a facade to prevent others from discovering Chen Luo's true methods. After a minute, Chen Luo withdrew his hand and pulled out the silver needles from Kong Yulong, stepping back to Alright, there will be no issues within 3 days. At this moment, Kong Shanghai took out a bank card and handed it to Chen Luo. Thank you for your great kindness, Dr. Chen. This card contains 10 million, and the password is the last 6 digits on the back. Once my father recovers, there will be further rewards. Truly, being from one of the 3 prominent families, 10 million can be handed over so casually, and there will be more rewards. Chen Luo hurriedly declined. I can't accept this. My father hasn't been cured yet, and besides, I need so much. No, this must be accepted. You have found a way to cure my father and extended his life for 3 days. This is a great kindness. I, Kong Shanghai, am a person who knows how to be grateful, and am also a businessman, so I can only repay your kindness with this material gift. In the end, Chen Luo could not refuse, and had to reluctantly accept it. Afterwards, Chen Luo and Zhao Durong left the Kong family mansion and returned to the clinic. Chen Luo initially intended to give the card to Zhao Durong, as the money earned from treating patients should rightfully belong to the clinic. However, Zhao Durong outright refused, saying that this was earned by Chen Luo's own abilities and that he was too old to need so much money. In the end, the two discussed and decided to take out 2 million to renovate the clinic, as it had been around for some time and the furniture and equipment were aging. Additionally, there was an abandoned backyard that could be renovated for use. The yard could be used to dry herbs, and there were 2 rooms in the backyard, allowing Chen Luo to live more comfortably. In the evening, after the clinic closed, Chen Luo checked the time and saw it was still early. He planned to stroll through a nearby antique street to see if he could find an alchemy furnace, as the herbs prepared by Kong Shanghai today were meant for refining Peiyuan pills. Peiyuan pills can replenish blood, dissolve bruises, heal internal and external injuries, strengthen the body, and prolong life. For someone like Kong Yulong, usually 2 to 3 pills would be enough for a complete recovery. As for heart failure, it could be repaired with spiritual energy. After healing, Kong Yulong could live another 10 or 8 years without issue, or even longer. After visiting several antique shops, he found mostly paintings, copper coins, and porcelain, which were mostly replicas. The genuine items were at most from the late Qing dynasty and had little collectible value. As he passed by a shop named Tianya Pavilion, Chen Luo faintly sensed a fluctuation of spiritual energy. He entered the shop and searched for the source of the spiritual energy. Indeed, in an inconspicuous corner, he saw an iron furnace covered in rust and mixed with dirt continuously, emitting a faint stream of spiritual energy. Chen Luo did not rush to check it out. Instead, he walked over and picked up a nearby copper mirror, pretending to study it back and forth. The shop assistant had already noticed Chen Luo entering the store, but upon seeing his ordinary attire, it was clear he was just an average person with little money. However, when Chen Luo picked up a copper mirror to examine it, the shop assistant still had to step forward to assist. Sir, hello. This copper mirror was once used by a princess from the Ming dynasty and holds certain collectible value. The price is 30,000. Chen Luo set down the copper mirror, thinking to himself that this shop was indeed full of nonsense, claiming an ordinary copper mirror from the Republic of China as a Ming princess item and asking for 30,000 was quite a scam. This thing was worth at most a few hundred. Chen Luo casually picked up a few other items, inquiring about their prices before putting them down. The assistant either quoted several thousand or tens of thousands. Finally, Chen Luo pointed to an iron furnace placed in the corner. How much for that furnace? It looks a bit old and resembles an antique. It should be acceptable to gift to an elder, right? Upon hearing this, the assistant realized that this young man intended to buy a gift for an elder while trying not to spend too much. He truly was a miser. The iron furnace was purchased by the owner from an old man for 200, and it had come along with a pair of silver hairpins. The furnace was actually included as an afterthought. That iron furnace was used by the Imperial Medical Institute during the Qing dynasty. Our owner acquired it from an old man for 2,000. I can let it go for 2,500. 2,500 is too expensive. Just 2,000. If it weren't for the rust, which gives it a nice antique look, I wouldn't even want it for 200. We bought it for 2,000. You expect us to make no profit at all? If we're not making a profit, why are we even running a shop? Alright, I'll add 200. How about 2,002? Fine, I'll take it for 2,002 cash or card. The assistant casually grabbed a bag and packed the iron furnace, handing it to Chen Luo. Chen Luo pulled 2,002 from his pocket and handed it to the assistant, taking the bag and turning to leave the shop. Chen Luo planned to return to the hospital to clean the iron furnace and research it further. At that moment, a commotion came from a nearby shop. A familiar voice caught his attention. It turned out he had run into his cheap father-in-law arguing with the shopkeeper over a counterfeit item. I say, old Kong, I've spent several million in your shop by now. Are you seriously trying to pass off this imitation painting as an authentic work by Wu Daozi? That's $1 million. No matter what, you must refund me today. Li Mingshan, don't come to me with that. I told you it was suspected to be an authentic work by Wu Daozi, just for your reference. You insisted it was real. I paid 500,000 for this painting plus a Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain piece to get it. That blue and white porcelain was worth 500,000. I didn't even profit from you, and you still have the nerve to complain. Kongshan, don't think I don't know. The person who sold you the painting is your friend, claiming it's from a wealthy family in Yanjing and was stolen from his father's study. You guys colluded to scam me, didn't you? Li Mingshan, you're talking nonsense. Yes, he is my friend, but how was I to know this was a counterfeit? You didn't realize it was fake until you consulted someone from the Painters Association. I've never seen Wu Daozi's authentic works, and if you hadn't bought it, wouldn't I have lost $1 million for nothing? The two continued their heated argument. One wanted a refund while the other had discovered the item was fake and was unwilling to refund. After all, it was $1 million. At this moment, Chen Luo approached. Dad, let's not return this painting. You made the decision to buy it, so you can't blame the shopkeeper. Chen Luo, are you still my son-in-law? How dare you speak for outsiders? Li Mingshan's eyes reddened with rage upon seeing Chen Luo arrive. Look, your own son-in-law understands reason better than you do. Father, please hear me out. This painting is unquestionably worth 1 million yuan. Buying it is pure profit. What do you know? Have you even laid eyes on antiques? The president of the Artists Association has already authenticated it as a mere copy. Do you claim greater discernment than he? A barrage of sharp questions left Chen Luo speechless. In truth, he had long since scanned the painting in Li Mingshan's hands with his divine sense, and discovered that each scroll rod concealed another painting, both of considerable age. Father, how about this? I'll give you 1 million yuan, and you transfer ownership of the painting to me. Where on earth did you get 1 million? Did Qingyao give it to you? No, it wasn't from Qingyao. I've been practicing medicine regularly lately, and earned quite a sum. Very well. Hand over 1 million, and the painting is yours. Chen Luo turned to Kongshan. Owner, do you have a card reader? I'll swipe 1 million here, then you can wire it directly to my father-in-law. Certainly. No problem, Kongshan replied coolly. Chen Luo produced the bank card given to him by Kongshan Hai and swiped 1 million yuan. Kongshan immediately transferred the amount to Li Mingshan. Li Mingshan tossed the painting at Chen Luo with a snort and turned to leave. Father, wait a moment. I'd like to present you with a gift. Li Mingshan halted, pivoting back. What now? You're still here? What do you intend to do? It's late. Does Qingyao know you're still out? Father, please wait just a moment. This painting conceals a secret. I'll reveal it to you right now. Owner, do you have an X-Acto knife? Yes. Kong Shan handed one over. He too was eager to uncover the mystery. Chen Luo carefully slit open one end of the scroll rod, and indeed hidden within lay another painting. He then delicately cut open the top of the opposite rod, withdrew its concealed artwork, and placed both pieces side by side on the counter, slowly unfurling them. Gasps rose from the crowd. 2 additional paintings secreted within the rods. As the canvases unfolded, their imagery emerged in full clarity. At the top, bold characters proclaimed Shi Song Xing Rin Tu, the travelers by the creek and pine. Several figures strolled along a twilight stream, each rendered with distinct posture and grace. Distant pine trees stood vivid and lifelike. A seal in the lower left corner bore the inscription Wu Dao Ziyin. The 2 scrolls formed a single masterpiece, divided into upper and lower volumes. Spectators surged forward, several pulling out magnifying glasses for closer inspection. An authentic work, Wu Daozi's genuine hand. Ancient records confirm Shi Song Xing Rin Tu existed precisely as a 2-volume set once treasured in the private collection of a Tang dynasty chancellor. How could such a treasure be concealed within a mere copy? Astonishment mingled with exhilaration. The chance to behold Wu Daozi's original brushwork up close was nothing short of serendipity for these connoisseurs of antiquities. Chen Luo rolled up the paintings, reinserted them into their rods, and presented them to Li Mingshan. "Father, this is a gift for you." Li Mingshan, still dazed with elation, stammered, You're giving it to me?" "Indeed, it's yours. You've always cherished ancient artworks and calligraphy, whereas I hold no particular interest in them." Li Mingshan remained bewildered. When several bystanders stepped forward, one called out, "Brotherly, would you consider selling it? I'll offer 3 million. Please, Wu Daozi's Shi Song Xing Rin Tu is worth far more. I bid 5 million. 6 million. 7 million. Li Mingshan snapped, fully awake. "Not for sale. No price would sway me. It's a gift from my son-in-law." "Ha ha, what an extraordinary son-in-law I have. Chen Luo, I'm heading home now. Tomorrow bring Qingyao for dinner at my place." With that, he cradled the scroll and hurried off, his mind already racing toward the quiet joy of studying Shi Song Xing Rin Tu in solitude, certain he'd lie awake all night. Chen Luo secretly chuckled, realizing at this moment that his son-in-law was actually fine despite having always looked down on him. Chen Luo turned and left, preparing to return to the clinic. At that moment, the phone rang. The caller ID showed Li Zong. It was already past 8 o'clock. What could Li Qingyao want with him at this hour? A woman's voice came from the phone asking, "Are you Chen Luo, Li Zong's husband?" It sounded like Wang Xiaoxiao, Li Qinjiao's assistant. "Yes, what's wrong? Where is Qingyao?" "You need to hurry to the Shengshi Houting Bar on Tianyi Road. Li Zong has been drunk, and the 3rd young master of the Qian family intends to harm her. I'm calling you from her phone in the restroom. You need to come quickly. In room 308 on the 3rd floor. Okay, try to stall them as much as possible. They'll be there soon." Shengshi Houting was not far from here. It would take just over 10 minutes by car. Chen Luo couldn't wait for a taxi, so he tossed the iron stove into his ring and immediately activated the phantom step. Chen Luo had already practiced the phantom step to a minor completion level, turning a journey that normally took over 10 minutes into less than 5. Shengshi Houting was a bar where everyone was welcomed. The security guard at the entrance did not stop Chen Luo, who quickly made his way to the 3rd floor, where he saw 2 bodyguards standing at the entrance of room 308. "Stop! You can't enter this room. Our young master has booked it. Get lost." Chen Luo slammed his palms towards the 2 men who hadn't reacted in time before they collapsed. Chen Luo tried to push the door open, but found it locked from the inside. He gathered his strength and punched through the door. Which bastard is disturbing this young master's good time?" As the door flew open, a man's voice shouted from inside. Through the dim light, Chen Luo saw Li Qingyao unconscious on the sofa, and Wang Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the floor. In front of the sofa stood a man likely around 23 or 24, wearing only his underwear and holding a pill, preparing to take it. "Who are you, kid? Where are my bodyguards?" "I'm Chen Luo, and Li Qingyao is my wife. Your bodyguards have already been taken down by me. You are that son-in-law of Li Qingyao." Hearing that his bodyguards had been defeated, he suddenly felt a twinge of fear. He knew his 2 bodyguards were elite special forces who had been recruited for a hefty sum. He was aware of their skills. Usually they could handle several opponents without issue, yet this son-in-law had taken them down alone. "Let me tell you, I am the 3rd young master of the Qian family in linen. If you dare to lay a hand on me, our Qian family will not let you go, including your wife's Qingyan Cosmetics Company, which will also go under. Just so you know, your wife also came to me for a loan today. I haven't touched your wife yet. If you let me go, I promise not to trouble you or your wife again." Chen Luo remained silent, pondering for a moment. Although he did not fear the Qian family, he was about to divorce Li Qingyao and intended to leave this place, not wanting to bring trouble to her. "This time I'll let you go. If there's a next time, don't think that being the 3rd young master of the Qian family will save you. I'll wipe out your entire Qian family. Get lost." Chen Luo released a wave of pressure, causing Qian Maosheng to struggle to breathe and break into a cold sweat. Once the pressure dissipated, Qian Maosheng collapsed to the ground. Trembling, he grabbed his discarded clothing and stumbled out of the room, forgetting about his fallen bodyguards. Chen Luo approached the sofa to check on Li Qingyao. How despicable! She had been drugged with an aphrodisiac, who, judging by the situation, it was about to take effect. Chen Luo pressed several acupoints on her body to delay the drug's onset. He needed to find a place quickly to cleanse her body of the drug. After checking Wang Xiaoxiao on the floor, he was relieved to find that she had only been drunk and was not severely harmed. Chen Luo assisted one person while walking towards the hotel next to the Shengshi housing. He booked 2 rooms, one for Li Qingyao and one for Wang Xiaoxiao. Chen Luo helped Li Qingyao into the bathroom, placing her in the bathtub, propping her head up with a few towels, and began rinsing her body with cold water. At this moment, Li Qingyao was already feeling a surge of heat within her. After rinsing, Chen Luo removed all of Li Qingyao's clothes, dried her body, and carried her to the bed. Seeing Li Qingyao's body for the first time, he was mesmerized by her exquisite figure with curves in all the right places and skin as smooth as water. Suppressing his inner turmoil, Chen Luo took out silver needles and began to pierce the acupoints on Li Qingyao's body, helping her expel the effects of the aphrodisiac. As the effects of the drug were expelled, Chen Luo placed his right hand on Li Qingyao's forehead, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to put her into a deep sleep. He then wiped her body with a towel before covering her with a blanket. Returning to the bathroom, he washed Li Qingyao's clothes, used the hotel dryer to dry them, and placed them on the nightstand before closing the bedroom door and sitting down on the living room sofa. As the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window in the morning, Chen Luo was still meditating and training when a sudden scream came from the bedroom. He hurriedly jumped off the sofa and pushed the bedroom door open. There Li Qingyao was sitting on the bed wrapped in a blanket. Upon seeing Chen Luo enter, she exclaimed, "Chen Luo, why are you here? Your assistant called me last night saying you were in danger and needed me to come find you. When I arrived, you and your assistant were already passed out, and that Qian San Shao from the Qian family didn't have time to do anything to you before I chased him away. That beast Qian Maosheng." Li Qingyao said through gritted teeth, "I remember, he brought 2 bodyguards. Didn't anything happen between? No, when he saw me arrive and realized I was your husband, he left." Li Qingyao was somewhat puzzled. It shouldn't have been that easy for Qian Maosheng to leave with bodyguards. "Did you take off my clothes?" Li Qingyao said coldly to Chen Luo. "Missly, you were under the effects of an aphrodisiac from that Qian Shao. I had no choice but to help you take a shower, and taking off your clothes was necessary to use silver needles to dispel the drug's effects. I didn't do anything else to you. You should know that aside from using the silver needles to detoxify you, the only other way is through intimate relations." Chen Luo's words were somewhat disjointed, but it was the truth. Li Qingyao understood, and upon waking up and finding her body exposed, she checked herself and found no abnormalities below. However, she was still very angry that Chen Luo had seen her body. She wanted to reserve her first time for Lin Junqing, even if only to be seen it should be by him. "You know medicine. I didn't know that. Weren't you just doing chores at Grandpa Zhao's?" Li Qingyao looked puzzled. "My master taught me, I learned it from a young age. I just couldn't practice it due to my health issues. A few days ago my health recovered, and am still working at old Zhao's clinic. By the way, where's Xiao Xiao? Where did she go?" "Oh, I booked 2 rooms. She's right next door. She's fine, just a bit drunk." Li Qingyao didn't ask further and instructed Chen Luo to close the door and leave as she needed to get dressed and freshen up. After half an hour, Li Qingyao emerged from the bedroom, her face clearly showing signs of having cried. "About what happened last night, I hope you won't tell anyone, especially not my parents." "Don't worry, I won't say a word. That young master of the Qian family wouldn't be foolish enough to talk about this and ruin his own reputation. Besides, we will be divorcing in 2 months, and I will leave this place after that, so you can rest assured." "Leave here? Where are you going?" "I'm not sure. I'll just wander for a while. I need to strengthen my cultivation and find my master. He may have fallen into peril. His enemies must be formidable, so staying by your side puts you in danger." "What kind of strength do you mean to cultivate?" "You know martial arts?" "Yes, master taught me since childhood." "Enough about that. Tell me about you. I heard Qian Shao say yesterday you sought a loan from him. What's wrong? Has something happened to your company?" "Yes. Recently our company has suffered severe liquidity constraints. Our newly developed cosmetics line is nearing completion, but we're short 5 million yuan in RD funding. I applied to the Li Group headquarters for working capital only to be refused by my uncle. I tried securing loans from banks, but none would approve one. Then Qian Maosheng approached me offering a loan and asked me to meet him last night at Shengshi housing to discuss terms. Who could have imagined he'd stoop so low and attempt such vile acts?" "I see. Someone is deliberately targeting your company, or perhaps targeting you personally. My guess, it's Qian Maosheng. He's almost certainly behind it all. His ultimate aim was to lure you out, drug you, and violate you." Li Qingyao reflected quietly and realized it was true. Qian Maosheng had long harbored feelings for her, having pursued her repeatedly. As one of Linen City's 3 great clans, the Qian family wielded immense influence. By pressuring banks to deny her loans would have been effortless. Directly, this card holds 7 million yuan. The pin is the last 6 digits of the card. 7 million. Where did you get so much money? Aren't your monthly salary only 3,000 yuan? I've been seeing patients lately and treated a wealthy client who insisted on giving me this sum. I had no choice but to accept. I'll take it for now and repay you once our funds recover. No need to repay it. Compared to saving my life years ago and taking me in as family, this sum is insignificant. One matter is one matter. You've shielded me from countless troubles. Consider it a loan. I'll repay you in full. Very well, have it your way. But remember, until our divorce is finalized, I remain your husband in name and duty. Should anything arise, you may tell me without hesitation. I will spare no effort to resolve every difficulty and protect you always. I'll head back to the clinic now. By the way, it's undergoing renovation these days. Should wrap up by month's end. I'll stay at your villa until then. Please let Mama know. With that, Chen Luo left the hotel and headed to the clinic to pack his belongings. Li Qingyao stood motionless where she was silent for a long time, her mind echoing Chen Luo's words, I will spare no effort to resolve every difficulty and protect you always. Had she not met Lin Junxian first, perhaps Chen Luo might have been a fine man after all. At that moment, an inexplicable tenderness stirred within Li Qingyao, though she herself remained unaware of it. Chen Luo returned to the clinic where Zhao Durong was negotiating renovation details with the contractors. Generous compensation secured a swift agreement on the design. Construction would begin that afternoon and conclude by month's end. After greeting Zhao Durong, Chen Luo packed a few personal items and hailed a taxi toward Li Qingyao's villa. Just stepping out of the clinic gate, he spotted 2 business sedans parked nearby. As he emerged, several men in sharp suits stepped out. Mr. Chen, we're here on behalf of Brother Hu. Tiger Master, are you from the Tiger Gang? Indeed, you've struck one of our Tiger Gang members. Tiger Master invites you to discuss this matter. Fine, I will go with you. With that, he climbed into one of the luxury vehicles. Throughout the journey, Chen Luo kept his eyes closed, remaining silent. Several men in suits kept glancing at Chen Luo, thinking to themselves that this kid had quite a nerve. Being summoned by Tiger Master would surely lead to a beating, yet he remained so calm. The vehicle stopped at an entertainment club called Century Gala. The men brought Chen Luo to the entrance of what appeared to be an office on the 5th floor. Go in, Tiger Master is waiting for you inside. Upon pushing open the door, they entered a room of nearly 100 square meters, luxuriously decorated. A middle-aged man in his 40s sat in a boss chair flanked by 2 elderly men in tang suits. Chen Luo walked directly to the sofa near the desk, picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a sip. Good tea. Now tell me, what do you want from me? Young man, you have quite the nerve remaining so calm in front of me, the Tiger of Maishan. I didn't come here to hear your praises. Hurry up and say what you want, I still need to get home. How dare you speak to Tiger Master like that? An elderly man in a tang suit shouted loudly. Kid, you broke the hands and legs of over a dozen of my subordinates who are still lying in the hospital. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? They were extorting and blackmailing me, trying to smash my medical clinic and harm the elderly there. I think the punishment I've given them is not too harsh. Chen Luo leisurely sipped his tea and spoke unhurriedly. It's true that they went looking for trouble with that old man Zhao Durong without my permission, but my subordinates made mistakes, and it's not for you to teach them a lesson. 12 of them will probably need 2 or 3 months to recuperate. Here's the deal, you give me 2 million, and we'll consider this matter settled. 2 million. What? Do you think that's too much? Although I, the Tiger of Maishan, am not highly educated, I do value brotherhood. Once they fully recover, the hospital will cost at least 1 million. They won't be able to work for me for the next few months, and I still have to pay them monthly salaries plus their nutritional expenses. Do you think that's excessive? Chen Luo was somewhat surprised. Although the Tiger of Maishan was a leader of an underground force, he actually had principles and treated his subordinates fairly well. What if I refuse to pay? If you refuse, it's simple. My 12 subordinates either have broken legs or broken arms, and I'll break yours 12 times as well. Today I'll start by breaking both your hands, leaving your legs intact for the hospital. Once your hands are healed, I'll break your legs. 6 times, yes, just repeating it 6 times. Just hope you can actually do it. Kid still being stubborn at this moment. Old Wang, go and break his hands. As soon as the words of the Tiger of Maishan fell, Old Wang stepped forward, causing the floor to tremble. Old Wang was a latest-stage master, more than enough to deal with a cocky kid. Chen Luo said nothing. He picked up the teapot with his right hand and slowly poured more tea while his left hand gently flicked the dripping tea water. Several drops of tea flew towards the Tiger of Maishan and the 2 elderly men, brushing past their faces and flying towards the back wall, where the wall directly formed several half-meter deep, small holes. The 3 were stunned. The ability to penetrate stone with water, this kid was a master. One of them was at the peak of the bright mirror stage 1, was in the late stage, while the tiger of Maishan was only in the mid-stage. They actually dared to lay hands on a master. They were simply like an old man on his last legs tired of living. Do I need to explain further? Chen Luo lifted his teacup and spoke indifferently. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I was joking. Please let me off this time as you are magnanimous. A misunderstanding. Spare you. Did you not intend to cripple my hands? Mei Shan, who knelt down directly. Master Chen, this time it was my fault for underestimating you. However, one must bear the consequences of their actions. I was the one who ordered for you to be invited here, and I am the one seeking an explanation. You may decide whether to kill or punish me, but please spare my old friend Wang and my brothers. By the way, money. They'll give you money and all my properties. You can take whatever you want, consider it the price for my brothers' lives. Chen Luo looked at the kneeling Mei Shan, who, thinking that this so-called figure in the underground world indeed had some resolve, taking full responsibility to avoid implicating his subordinates. Given that you are not entirely bad, I will let this matter slide this time. I hope you will properly discipline your subordinates and refrain from oppressing the good and being a lackey for the wicked. Otherwise, if I encounter such behavior again, I will not hold back. Transfer 5 million to this card as the price for your hands. Chen Luo took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Mei Shan, who. Master Chen, rest assured there won't be a next time. I will definitely discipline them well. If anything similar happens again, you won't need to act. I will directly throw them into the Qiantang River to feed the fish. Mei Shan, who said while transferring 5 million to Chen Luo. Chen Luo suddenly remembered what had happened last night. Li Qingjiu's company was also in the East District. Perhaps he could use the Menghu gang to keep an eye on her company. He casually asked, how is the influence of your Menghu gang? Influence. Our Menghu gang's territory is in the East District. I would say I am the boss of the underground world there. In the underground world of Linen City, there are 4 big bosses, each overseeing a district, and our influences are about the same. The entertainment venues, KTVs, and bars in the East District are basically my properties. Even a few that are not under my name are managed by me, along with a few restaurants. My subordinates number around 200, and they help me manage and oversee these businesses. How does your Menghu gang compare to the Qian family of the 3 major families? The Qian family. The Qian family is in the West District, and I have no dealings with them. They have 100 years of heritage with involvement in real estate, hotels, shopping malls, and even participation in urban infrastructure projects. We Menghu gang cannot compare to them. I see. It seems that the Qian family is quite strong. How do they compare to the Kong family? The Kong family of the 3 major families. As they are both part of the 3 major families, their strengths are naturally similar. However, they rely on different backgrounds. The Kong family has military connections, while the Qian family is backed by an ancient martial arts sect. Oh, an ancient martial arts sect. Master Chen hasn't heard of the ancient martial arts sect. Mei Shan, who was somewhat surprised, thinking that Chen Luo was also a disciple of some ancient martial arts sect. This is the first time I've heard of it. Please tell me more. I also heard this from Elder Yin and Elder Wang. They were originally disciples of an ancient martial arts sect, but they left because they couldn't obtain cultivation resources. Coincidentally, I had helped them before, so they followed me. Ancient martial arts sects generally do not engage in worldly affairs, they focus on cultivation. Their only connections to the secular world are through certain wealthy families like the Qian family. The Qian family provides financial resources, medicinal herbs, and other necessities for the sect, while the ancient martial arts sect offers protection to the Qian family, helping them resolve business or other troubles. I heard the Qian family supports 2 members of the sect. The boss of the West District, Wang Donglai, has close ties with the Qian family. They seem to be plotting something. It is said that 3 years ago the boss of the South District, Xiao Zhengnan, died at the hands of the Qian family and Wang Donglai. There's no need to say anything irrelevant. Chen Luo interrupted Mei Shanhu. Yes, understood, Master Chen. I don't know much, this is all I can tell you. So, I need you to do me a favor. There's a company called Qingyan Cosmetics in the East District, and their president is Li Qingyao, my wife. Please discreetly arrange for a few people to keep an eye on whether anyone is causing trouble for their company, especially Qian Maoxing, the 3rd young master of the Qian family. Notify me immediately if he appears. However, try not to let your people show themselves. I don't want her to know about our connection. Just keep me informed. Of course, I won't have you help me for free. If you encounter any difficulties you can't resolve, feel free to come to me, and I'll help you. Next time I have time, I'll give you some pointers. Your strength is a bit too weak. Okay, thank you, Master Chen. I will arrange for a few sharp-witted people now. Chen Luo and Mei Shanhu exchanged phone numbers, and then Chen Luo left. At this moment, Mei Shanhu and the others were extremely excited. With a master overseeing them, the rise of the mighty Tiger Gang was imminent. One must understand that the strength of a transformation master is unfathomable. They can establish sects. The guidance he mentioned will surely present a significant opportunity, perhaps enabling Old Yin and old Wang to break through to the dark realm, thereby elevating the mighty Tiger Gang's strength to a whole new level. Chen Luo took a taxi back to Li Qingjiu's villa, where he saw Aunt Wu cleaning. Son-in-law, why are you back? Have you eaten lunch? Last night the young lady didn't come home, and the dinner I made was untouched. Should I heat it up for you? All right, Aunt Wu. I will be staying here for the next half month. I'll go upstairs to tidy up my room first. No need for that, son-in-law. I clean the room every day, just lay the bed at night. You can sit on the sofa for a while I'll go heat the food. Soon the dishes were heated and placed on the dining table. Aunt Wu, since no one else is home, let's eat together. Okay, son-in-law. Please don't be polite with me, Aunt Wu. You know my relationship with Qing Yao. I'm just your junior. Sigh, Aunt Wu sighed. Xiao Luo, Aunt Wu asked you, are you going to divorce the young lady? The agreement still has more than 2 months, right? Xiao Luo, don't you have any feelings for the young lady? She is considered a great beauty in Linen City. Do you not feel the slightest stir in your heart? Aunt Wu, I understand your meaning. Indeed, during the initial period after our marriage, I did have such thoughts. To marry someone as beautiful as President Li is a stroke of luck in my lifetime. However, you know that President Li already has someone she likes. She loves him dearly and is willing to wait for him for 3 years. She has no romantic feelings for me, and it's impossible for us. Through these 2 years of interactions, I've found that Xiao Luo is not only honest and kind with a good temper, but also tall and handsome. Although I haven't seen that man, I believe you are definitely not inferior to him. In fact, I've always hoped that you and the young lady would be a couple. It's just a pity that the young lady... Aunt Wu, we can't say that. You must know that President Li's standards are not low. Would she be interested in an ordinary man? He must also be a gifted individual. Rest assured, President Li will definitely be happy. I hope so. Sigh, what a pity for you, such a good child. Aunt Wu didn't say much more. After finishing lunch, Chen Luo went to his room, put the clothes he brought back into the wardrobe, and intended to take a nap, since he hadn't rested well last night. Just as he was about to make the bed, he received a call from Kong Kai-dai. Dr. Chen Luo, this is Kong Saidi. Hello, Miss Kong. The medicinal materials you needed are ready. When will you have time to come and take a look? So soon. They'll head over right now. Chen Luo thought to himself that the strength of the 3 major families was indeed remarkable, managing to gather so many medicinal materials in just one day, including several that were 100 years old. Where are you? They'll drive to pick you up. Kong Kaida's voice on the phone sounded a bit anxious, indicating that the Kong family was indeed very worried about Kong Yulong's illness. No need, I'll take a taxi over myself. All right, then I'll wait for you at the Kong family estate. After hanging up the phone, Chen Luo took a taxi to the Kong family estate. Half an hour later, Chen Luo walked into the Kong family estate, where the Kong family members were already waiting in the hall. Dr. Chen, you're here? The medicinal materials are ready. Please take a look to see if they are suitable. There's no need to be so polite, just call me Xiao Chun. Having received your consultation fee, I will certainly do my utmost. Chen Luo approached the table where the medicinal materials were placed and inspected them carefully. They are fine, no problem, and their age is adequate. Master Kong, may I borrow your kitchen for a moment? I need to refine the medicinal materials. Chen Luo picked up the medicinal materials and followed Kong Shanghai into the kitchen. Dr. Chen, Xiao Chun, do you need any help? No need, I can manage alone. No one should disturb me during the refining process. All right, then I will leave you to it. After locking the kitchen door, Chen Luo took out the iron furnace from the storage room and began cleaning it. It turned out to be a bronze alchemy furnace with faint patterns still visible, likely over 1,000 years old, and used by ancient practitioners for alchemy. Igniting the fire, Chen Luo heated the alchemy furnace, poured in an appropriate amount of water, and then systematically placed the medicinal materials inside. Gradually, a fragrant medicinal aroma began to fill the kitchen. While controlling the fire, Chen Luo placed his palm on one side of the furnace lid, occasionally inserting wisps of spiritual energy into the furnace. The pills infused with spiritual energy would allow for better absorption and enhance their efficacy. An hour later, with a hum from the furnace, the Peiyuan pill was complete. Chen Luo opened the furnace lid and a rich scent of the pills wafted out. Not bad, there were 15 pills and their quality was considered high tier. Chen Luo found a preservation bag to store the pills and tossed the alchemy furnace into his storage ring. Stepping out of the kitchen, he said to Kong Shanghai, I've finished refining, please take me to see your father. Upon reaching Kong Yulong's bedside, Chen Luo removed the oxygen mask and foredrip, then placed a Peiyuan pill into Kong Yulong's mouth. The pill melted instantly upon entry, and the medicinal liquid flowed down his throat, beginning to repair the damaged meridians. Chen Luo placed his right hand on Kong Yulong's chest, enveloping his heart with streams of pure spiritual energy. After 5 minutes, Kong Yulong's facial skin began to regain color, his heartbeat normalized, and his bodily functions rejuvenated by at least 10 years. Chen Luo withdrew his hand and turned to sit down to rest, as the process of refining and healing had consumed a significant amount of his spiritual energy, leaving him slightly weak. Are you all right, Brother Chen? How is the treatment? How is my father now? I'm fine, just need a moment to rest. Your father will wake up shortly. Keep these 2 pills, take 1 each day for the next 2 days, and he will recover in 3 days, and should have another 10 or even 20 years ahead of him without issue. Chen Luo took out 2 Peiyuan pills and handed them to Kong Shanghai. I can't thank you enough, Brother Chen. You are a benefactor to the Kong family, and if there is ever a need, we will not hesitate to help. Shall I give this card to Brother Chen? There's 100 million in it as a token of gratitude for saving my father. If it's not enough, the Kong family will provide additional assets. Although the Kong family is known as one of the 3 major families with assets exceeding 1 billion, their wealth is scattered across various industries, and their liquid capital is limited, always needed for circulation. To take out 100 million at once is already quite impressive. Master Kong, you are being too serious. Treating the sick and saving lives is the doctor's duty. One cannot exploit a patient just because they are wealthy. I cannot accept this money. I have already received the consultation fee, and this matter ends here. Well, since Brother Chen has said so, it would be too much to insist further. The Kong family owes you a favor. In the future, if there is anything we can assist with, please feel free to ask. Alright, Master Kong is being too polite. Not long after, Kong Yulong opened his eyes, breathing steadily, showing no signs of having just recovered from a serious illness. Shanghai, which divine doctor saved my old self. Dad, let me introduce you to Brother Chen here. His medical skills are superb. First, he used silver needles to preserve your life for 3 days, and then he concocted a miraculous pill to cure you. You can live for another 20 years. Kong Yulong could already feel the recovery of his meridians. His whole body felt strong, as if he had returned to the state of a man in his 40s. Young friend, it's clear you are no ordinary person. At such a young age, you possess miraculous medical skills. I assume your martial arts cultivation is not low as well. Being able to refine pills is not something an ordinary doctor can achieve. Moreover, Kong Yulong felt the comfort in his heart, indicating that unusual methods were certainly employed. Master Kong indeed has great insight. Yes, I have been learning medicine and martial arts from my master since childhood. My master is a recluse with profound skills. Over the past 20 years, I have only scratched the surface, hardly worth mentioning. Young friend, you are being modest. I feel you will surely become a dragon among men in the future. Your prospects are immeasurable. Master Kong, you flatter me. It is getting late, I should take my leave. You have just recovered, so you must avoid strenuous activities and stick to a light diet. After saying this, Chen Luo was about to get up and leave. Brother Chen, since it's getting late, why not have some tea and stay for dinner? Kong Shanghai quickly stopped Chen Luo. At that moment, Chen Luo's phone rang. Seeing that it was Li Qingyao calling, he picked up the phone to hear her voice. Chen Luo, where are you? My parents asked us to come over for dinner tonight. My dad specifically insisted that you must come. His tone sounded a bit strange. Did something happen between you two? Chen Luo recalled that Li Mingshan had mentioned going to dinner yesterday evening at the antique street, thinking he was just casually saying it, but today, he really invited him. I'm out on a house call, just finishing up and getting ready to leave. I ran into Uncle Li at the antique street yesterday, and luckily helped him score a valuable painting, so he probably wants to thank me. Then I'll take a taxi to Uncle Li's place. No need come to my company. Contact me when you arrive, and I'll drive you back together. Alright then, I'll head to your company now. After saying this, Chen Luo hung up the phone. I apologize, Master Kong, my family elders are calling me for dinner, so. No worries, there will be plenty of opportunities to dine together next time. Shall you see off, Brother Chen? Chen Luo followed Kong Kai-dai out of the Kong family courtyard, heading towards the parking lot. Shanghai, this young friend is not simple. We must befriend him well and absolutely must not offend him. If the Kong family wishes to preserve its heritage or even advance further, we must rely on him. Father, I also feel that Chen Luo is no ordinary person. That's why I had Xiao Dai get closer to him. I wonder if he has a family. Xiao Dai is also a well-known beauty in Linen City. If he can become the son-in-law of our Kong family, it would be perfect. Tell Xiao Dai to communicate normally. Being too deliberate will backfire. Understood, Father. You rest first, I'll get busy. Sitting in the passenger seat of the red Ferrari, Chen Luo said to Kong, Katie, Miss Kong, let's go to the Qingyan Cosmetics Company on Wanhang Road. Who are you looking for at Qingyan Cosmetics? My wife, Li Qingyao. What? Li Qingyao is your wife? You are the sickly son-in-law that Li Qingyao found. Oh, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant. Hee, it's fine, I was indeed a sickly person before, but I have recovered now. By the way, do you know my wife? I know her, but we're not particularly close. I've seen her several times. I just didn't expect you to be Li Qingyou's husband. Is there something wrong? Is she famous? She's well known as the Ice Mountain Beauty of Linen City, one of the 4 beauties of linen. As her husband, you don't know this. I don't pay attention to that. Alright, straightforward. Do you know who the other 3 of the 4 beauties are? I don't know, and I have no interest in knowing, Chen Luo replied. True, you already have Li Qingyao. Kong Kai-dai felt a bit exasperated as she just wanted to boast that she was one of them as well. With her figure and looks, she was no less than Li Qingyao. He doesn't even glance at me during the ride. Is he really that virtuous, or does Li Qingyao occupy too much space in his heart, making him indifferent to other women? Just drop me off in front of the bank ahead. Oh, I can walk from there. Thank you. If it's just because he's worried about being seen by Li Qingyao. Does he think I care? If it weren't for him saving my grandfather, would I even acknowledge him? After Chen Luo got out of the car, Kong Kai-dai suddenly pressed the accelerator and sped away, leaving Chen Luo in a cloud of exhaust. Chen Luo smiled lightly. This young lady from the Kong family was somewhat interesting. He called Li Qingyao to inform her that he had arrived at the parking lot in front of the company. Soon the sound of clicking high heels approached, and Li Qingyao walked out of the company's main door still dressed in a black professional outfit, which could hardly conceal her wonderful figure. She handed the car keys to Chen Luo and took the passenger seat in the BMW. The two remained silent throughout the journey. Chen Luo occasionally glanced over and noticed that Li Qingyou's expression was somewhat unpleasant, likely due to some issue at the company. He did not ask. After more than 20 minutes, they arrived at a hillside at the boundary between the east and south districts where the Li family's villa area was located. There were several buildings home to one of Li Qingyou's uncles and two aunts, as well as the elder of the Li family. Chen Luo had never met the old man who had passed away several years ago. Arriving at the doorstep of Li Mingshan's villa, the two got out of the car and walked inside. Xiao Luo, Qingyao is here. Sit for a while, dinner will be ready soon. Wang Huixian greeted them. Hearing Wang Huixian's voice, Li Mingshan hurried over. Xiao Luo, come accompany Dad to the study. Dad brewed some freshly bought pre-rain Longjing tea, and let's appreciate that painting of the creek and pines. You might not understand this, but Dad will explain it to you, he said as he pulled Chen Luo toward the study, displaying a deep father-son bond. Li Qingyao was taken aback, staring in the direction the two had gone until Chen Luo entered the study. Mom, when did those two become so close? Your dad has been going on about how Chen Luo is his good son-in-law since he got home last night, she replied, recounting the events from the antique street in detail. Qingyao, did you know that the painting was appraised by the Artists Association and is worth 10 million? I told you that Chen Luo is a good kid, he even knows about antiques. Your dad was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night. The longer I know this child, the more I discover his merits. He is truly worthy of my Qingyao. If only he could give us a grandchild sooner. Mom, you're here again. Didn't I already promise you? Alright, I still have some work to finish. Call me for dinner later. With that, Li Qingyao picked up her bag and walked towards her old bedroom on the second floor. She pondered that this Chen Luo seemed increasingly inscrutable lately, skilled in medicine, martial arts, and antique appraisal. What couldn't he do? After half an hour, the butler prepared dinner, and the family of four began their meal. At the dining table, Li Mingshan continued to chat with Chen Luo about antiques and calligraphy, saying he would take him to an auction to broaden his horizons. Chen Luo could only agree. Qingyao, what's wrong? You seem downcast. Is something happening at the company? Wang Huixian noticed Li Qingyou's unusual expression. It's nothing. You don't need to worry. What do you mean nothing? Whenever something bad happens, your expression gives it away. Just tell us, and we can think of a solution together. It's better than shouldering it all alone. Now that Chen Luo has some skills to, your dad may have some ideas, even if he's not very capable anymore. Wang Huixian put down her chopsticks, sounding somewhat anxious. Fine, I'll say it, but you won't be able to help. Our company is facing difficulties. Today, several beauty salons and stores called to terminate their contracts. When I asked why, they said they found a cheaper alternative with the same effects. In an instant, we lost a third of our business. The new product is still in the critical stage of development. If we can't expand new business soon, the company might be reclaimed by Uncle during next month's mid-year meeting. How could this happen? Is it competition from peers? This is outrageous. Wang Huixian exclaimed angrily, slamming her hand on the table. Chen Luo sensed something was amiss. This was definitely not competition, as someone was deliberately targeting them. Qian Maoxing, it had to be him. His plan failed last night, so now he was resorting to business tactics to undermine Li Qingyou's company. At this moment, Li Mingshan spoke up. I suggested you find a large shopping mall to establish a presence. These small stores and beauty salons can close down at any time, and they can cancel contracts whenever they want. Large shopping malls have formal contracts, so these issues wouldn't arise. It's easy for you to say now. Didn't you negotiate when you were the president? Did you secure the Kong family's shopping mall? You didn't manage to secure any. Moreover, the entrance fees and rental costs are so high. Our products are aimed at low-end customers. Can we even make a profit? If we hadn't expanded into small stores and beauty salons, Qingyan Cosmetics Company would have gone bankrupt long ago. Li Mingshan opened his mouth, but couldn't respond. Indeed, as Li Qingyao said, if he had continued at that time, the company would have gone under in just a few months. Kong family. Are you referring to the Kong family among the three prominent families in Linen City? Are they in the shopping mall business? At this moment, Chen Luo interjected with a question. You know the Kong family. Their hypermarkets are one of their main businesses. They have 8 shopping malls in the city and many smaller ones in nearby counties and cities. The annual sales of our entire Li family group likely don't match half of what those 8 shopping malls generate. And that's just one aspect of the Kong family's business. Li Qingyao said coldly to Chen Luo. So if Qinjian's products can enter the Kong family shopping malls, then the current problems can be resolved. Exactly. Do you know the Kong family's eldest daughter Kong Katie, or the head of the family Kong Shanghai? Just a word from you could suffice. Qingyao, how can you speak to Xiao Luo like that? Xiao Luo is also trying to help you, isn't he? Wang Huixian expressed some dissatisfaction with her daughter's attitude. Mother, wasn't I telling the truth? Even if Chun Luo knows people in the Kong family who could get our products into the venue, our company still cannot afford the entrance and stall fees. Qingyao, listen to me. I truly know Kong Kai Dai and Kong Shanghai, even Kong Yulong. Today I even saved Kong Yulong's life. It was Kong Kai Dai who drove me to the doorstep of your company. What? You saved Kong Yulong? Wasn't it rumored that Kong Yulong was beyond help? So much so that even the national hospital's doctors could do nothing, and you cured him. Li Mingshan's hand trembled, and the bowl in his grip nearly crashed onto the table. Li Qingyao and Wang Huixian were equally stunned. That is correct. My medical skill is actually profound. I have studied under my master since childhood. My master is a reclusive sage. I told Qingyao before that now my body has recovered, and I can once again employ the techniques I learned. My goodness, Chen Luo, I never imagined you would be such a treasure. Qingyao, your mother is overjoyed that you found a husband like Chen Luo. It seems heaven itself favors our family. Here, Chen Luo, eat first. Have more of the braised spare ribs you love. We'll discuss the company's affairs later. Wang Huixian picked up several pieces and placed them into Chen Luo's bowl. Li Qinjiao's expression was peculiar and her thoughts unsettled. The man she had rescued and brought home had become somewhat extraordinary. During work today, she found herself unexpectedly thinking of Chen Luo. Could she be developing feeling? No, this cannot happen. I cannot betray Lin Junxing. It is Lin Junxing I love. I must never allow such thoughts, no matter how remarkable Chen Luo becomes. Mother, I will find a way to handle my company's affairs myself. There is no need to trouble Chen Luo. What are you saying? Isn't Chen Luo your husband? If he has the ability to help you, is that not only natural? Is he an outsider? Wang Huixian's face suddenly hardened as she spoke. Exactly. Chen Luo is our son-in-law, like a son to me. How could you think otherwise? Li Mingshan was somewhat angry as well. Li Qingyao was astonished by her parents' attitude. She felt as though Chen Luo were their son, and she had become their daughter-in-law. Qingyao, we are one family. Isn't your matter also mine? Remember, you once saved my life. He'll make a call to the head of the Kong family. Seeing her entire family take that stance, Li Qingyao could not refuse and had no choice but to let Chen Luo try. Chen Luo opened his phone to check the contacts. He did not have Kong Shanghai's number saved, so he dialed Kong Kai Dai's. To reassure Li Qingyao and her parents, Chen Luo put the call on speaker. The call connected. Miss Kong, this is Chen Luo. Is your father there? I have something to discuss with him. Dad, it's Chen Luo calling for you. Kong Kai Dai's voice answered from the other end. Little Chen, is there anything you need me to do? Kong Shanghai asked with a smile. Uncle Kong, there is a matter I'd like to trouble you with. There's no trouble at all. Just tell me what you need. The thing is, my wife runs a cosmetics company and has recently run into some difficulties. Several small malls and beauty salons have pulled her products. Your family runs a shopping plaza, doesn't it? I wondered whether you could arrange a counter in your plaza for my wife's brand. Your wife, Foy. Chen Luo is already married. Kong Shanghai felt a twinge of disappointment, but said, Little Chen, you must be joking. Isn't it just a dedicated counter? Is that really something to worry about? Hey Race, what well do give me your wife's company address, and he'll have Xiao Dai personally go to her company tomorrow to sign the contract. Xiao Dai now manages the plaza's operations. The entrance fees and counter fees will be waived. All sales revenue will belong to you, and there will be no commission deducted. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? Chen Luo felt somewhat puzzled, not understanding the business and what it represented. However, Li Qingyao and her parents were well aware that this was like giving them money for free. There's nothing inappropriate about it, it's just like this. Otherwise you would be looking down on Uncle Kong. Compared to my father's life-saving grace, this little matter is simply trivial. Uncle Kong, there's no need to trouble Miss Kong. My wife and I will visit Miss Kang's company tomorrow. We can also take a look at the sales venue. I don't understand the specific process, so let my wife discuss it with Miss Kong directly. Please have Miss Kong send me the address. Alright, you can discuss the specifics with Xiao Dai. Just follow my instructions. Xiao Dia, send the location to Xiao Chun. He and his wife will discuss the product entry with you tomorrow, and the contract will be signed, as I just mentioned. Okay, Dad. Kong Saidi replied, and sent her office address to Chen Luo. After listening to the conversation between Chen Luo and the Kong family, everyone was astonished. Kong Shanghai's attitude towards Chen Luo was nowhere near that of the head of a prominent family. Rather, it was more like he was trying to curry favor with Chen Luo. On the way back to Li Qinjiao's villa after dinner, Li Qingyao glanced at Chen Luo, who was driving silently. Chen Luo, what is your relationship with Kong Saidi? There's nothing between us, we just met yesterday. Chen Luo replied casually. Is she pretty? Quite beautiful, and she's a nice person too, without the airs of a typical young lady from a big family. Are you interested in her? Huh. What are you talking about? No way. I've only just met her. Besides, how could the young lady from one of the three major families be interested in me? Moreover, after divorcing you, I have to look for news about my master, and won't be considering romantic matters for now. Kong Saidi is one of the four beauties of linen. Do you really have no feelings for her at all? The four beauties of linen. Miss Kong mentioned that today, saying you are also one of the four beauties. Humph. Li Qingjiao's expression turned cold, and she stopped speaking. Chen Luo felt somewhat confused, glancing at Li Qingyao and noticing that she was different from usual today, suddenly talking to him so much and all about another woman. Could it be that Li Qingyao was jealous? Impossible. She likes Lin Junshin, and only when talking or messaging with him does she show a blissful smile. But Li Qingyao has never smiled at me, always maintaining a cold demeanor. After that, the two of them fell silent. Upon arriving at the villa, they each returned to their rooms. Aunt Wu had already prepared the bedding, and Chen Luo began his cultivation. Chen Luo was already at the early stage of golden core, but due to the thin spiritual energy in the city and the lack of pill assistance, he couldn't improve his realm for now, and could only cultivate other aspects. He had already mastered the earth-binding technique to a minor success, able to control approximately a dozen square meters around him. The four symbols, 8 Desolation's fist, could also be trained to the second form Dragon Shadow Howl. Gathering the spiritual energy within his body, he threw a punch into the void. The punch's force transformed into a dragon shadow flying towards the target, causing anyone hit to have their meridians severed and become crippled or even die instantly. Taking advantage of the deep night, Chen Luo returned to the park outside the villa to practice Dragon Shadow Howl. Accompanied by a series of dragon roars, the surrounding trees had their branches and leaves broken, while the water in the artificial lake churned continuously. Concerned that the noise was too loud and might attract others' attention, Chen Luo withdrew his punch and stopped practicing. It seems I need to find a suitable place to cultivate in peace. He'll wait a bit longer, and once the divorce is finalized, I'll find a place with spiritual energy to cultivate properly. Early the next morning, Chen Luo and Li Qingyao finished breakfast and headed directly to the address sent by Kong Kaidai. The address was located on Xingming Road in the Eastern District at the Kongjia Shopping Plaza, Xingming Road branch. Upon hearing that it was Chen Luo and Li Qingyao, the security guard led them to the office where they found Kong Kaidai just finishing brewing tea. Chen Luo, Mr. Li, you've arrived. Please sit down and have some tea. Miss Kong, you're too polite. Mr. Li, let's not be so formal, that we've known each other for quite a while. You can call me Katie, and I'll call you Qingyao. How about that? Otherwise it might seem a bit distant, especially since we will be working together long-term in the future. Moreover, Chen Luo is also a benefactor of our family. All right, Kaidai. Then let's discuss the specific details of our cooperation. Qingyao, I've already printed the contract. It's all set according to what my father said earlier. There are 8 shopping plazas in Linen City, and we can enter in 2 days. In the lower county and neighboring cities, there are a total of 12 slightly smaller ones which we can enter in 3 days. They are all prime locations, and we have already notified them to start clearing space. Li Qingyao took the contract astonished. She had initially thought it was just for a single store's entrance booth, but it turned out to be for a total of 20. After glancing at the contract details, she was even more incredulous. The entrance fee was completely waived, the booth fee was waived, and there were no deductions. All prime locations plus complimentary advertisement space at the entrance and wall posters. Katie, this contract. What's wrong, Qingyao? If you're not satisfied, you can bring it up, and I can have it modified and reprinted. No, this contract is practically giving money to our company. Oh, I can't accept it. Although our company can't afford the entrance fee and booth fee at the moment, we will make it up once the company improves. As for the location, just give us a regular one, and we still need to have the standard sales deductions. Otherwise, I'd rather not cooperate than let you incur losses for no reason. What? Li Qingyao's words left Kong Kaidai bewildered. How about this? We'll cover the entrance fee and booth fee later when we start making money, but we still need to have the sales deductions. We can compromise on the location. Oh, it doesn't have to be too good, just acceptable, Chen Luo interjected. No way. Both women said simultaneously, but their meanings were quite the opposite. Then let's do this. We'll base the sales deductions on the actual product sales data. How about increasing the deduction to cover the entrance fee and booth fee? Chen Luo continued. Qingyao, what do you think? Originally the deduction was set at 5%. Can we change it to 10% while keeping everything else the same? Li Qingyao pondered for a moment and replied, no, 10% is too little. It's not fair to you. Let's go with 20%. If you agree, we'll sign the contract immediately. Let's stick with 10%. Otherwise, how will I justify this to my father when I go back? The two ultimately negotiated and agreed to raise the deduction to 15% while keeping the other terms unchanged. They quickly reprinted the contract and both signed it. In fact, this contract didn't offer significant benefits to either party. It should be noted that Li Qingyao's company specializes in low-end products which typically have a gross profit margin of only 30 to 40%. After deducting 15%, there's not much profit left, but it's beneficial for future development and brand equity. For Kong Katie, even if the sales of loin products were high, the profit from a 15% fee would not amount to much. However, the Kong family knew that tying themselves to Chen Luo would yield the greatest benefit for them. What the Kong family didn't anticipate was that this 15% deduction would bring them an unexpectedly enormous fortune. By the way, Miss Kong, I wanted to ask about your relationship with the Qian family. Chen Luo suddenly recalled something. The Qian family, known as one of the 3 prominent families alongside ours. Yes. The Qian family has no business ties with us. They only have a few medium-sized stores, and there is hardly any competition. The relationship between the 2 families is not very good. The Qian family members are unscrupulous, relying on their powerful backing to threaten and coerce some competitors, resorting to extortion. Our Kong family looks down on associating with such people. We only greet each other at commercial gatherings, nothing more. Is there a conflict between you and the Qian family? Yes, I suspect that the troubles faced by Qingyao Company are orchestrated by the Qian family. If we enter your marketplace, it won't affect you, right? You can rest assured about this. The Qian family still dares not provoke us, not to mention that our cooperation is legitimate, and they have no excuse to cause trouble. That's good. We need to get going. Qingyao still has work to attend to. Thank you, Miss Kong. Kaidai, thank you for this time. I'll treat you to a meal another day. Let's not be so formal in the future. Qingyao, keep in touch. The Kong Shopping Center awaits the arrival of your company's products. After saying goodbye to Kong Kaidai, the 2 left the office. Chen Luo, how did you know it was the Qian family that targeted me? Li Qingyao asked, puzzled. I guessed, but it's likely them. No one else has such strength and means. Li Qingyao fell silent for a moment, seemingly agreeing with Chen Luo's suspicion. Once again, Chen Luo had helped her immensely. Reflecting on her previous attitude towards him, she felt a twinge. This man had always treated her without complaint. Recently, he had been helping her out of difficult situations, while she had merely been using him, planning to dismiss him once the time came. President Li, I'll go check on the renovation of the medical clinic. If you have any matters, you can head back to the company first. You should be quite busy in the coming days, so I won't disturb you. Chen Luo's words interrupted Li Qingjiao's thoughts. All right, then I'll head back to the company. See you tonight. Li Qingyao suppressed her emotions and drove. The renovation of the clinic was overseen by Zhao Durong, so Chen Luo had little to do with it. He was merely using it as an excuse to leave. Firstly, he didn't want to delay Li Qingyao's work, and secondly, Chen Luo wanted to wander around and find a place rich in spiritual energy for his future cultivation. Chen Luo hailed a cab, planning to have the driver take him to the natural scenic area. Suddenly, he thought that taking cabs was quite inconvenient and decided to buy a car. After all, he wasn't short on money, having received 500,000 from the Meishan Tiger, and instructed the driver to go to the nearest car dealership. Chen Luo had no specific brand requirements as long as it could drive. He chose a Volkswagen Passat, paid in full, and drove off with a temporary license plate. In the following days, both Chen Luo and Li Qingyao were busy, with Chen Luo darting around the city, searching for places with spiritual energy, while Li Qingyao focused on product entry advertisements and store posters. Li Qingyao didn't ask a single question about Chen Luo's new car. Finally, Chen Luo discovered a spot rich in spiritual energy at the intersection of the southern and western districts. There was a mountain called Niumang Mountain, and at the foot of the mountain, Chen Luo sensed a strong wave of spiritual energy emanating from it. Just as Chen Luo was about to head up the mountain, 2 young men in suits emerged from the nearby forest and "Brother, hurry and leave. You cannot ascend this mountain." "Why not? I'm just here to enjoy the scenery." "Is this mountain your family's property?" "Indeed, Niulong Mountain belongs to us. The municipal government granted us the ownership certificate 2 years ago, and we hold it for 50 years. Lingyun Pavilion. Aren't you from Linen City? We've never heard of Lingyun Pavilion in the Southern District. I live in the Eastern District and came here today to hike and enjoy myself. We at Lingyun Pavilion are the largest underground faction in the Southern District. If you don't want trouble, you should leave quickly. What if I insist on going up today?" Chen Luo, although reluctant to cause trouble, was very curious about the source of the fluctuations of spiritual. "Since you won't listen to advice, let's give you a taste of our strength. Go teach him a lesson, but don't take his life," said the man in a suit to his companion. Chen Luo activated the phantom step, flashing directly behind the 2 men. Each received a swift strike to the neck and collapsed to the ground. Chen Luo muttered, "Why bother?" He dusted off his hands, which were free of dirt, and swaggered up the mountain. The closer he got to the peak, the denser the spiritual energy became. What could be producing such intense spiritual energy? Suddenly, a hissing sound reached his ears, and Chen Luo immediately sensed a dangerous aura. To his shock, he spotted a nearly 9-foot-long giant python coiled around a nearby rock, flicking its tongue at him. Chen Luo was filled with dread, cold sweat pouring down his face. It was his first time encountering such a massive python. Could this creature be absorbing the mountain's spiritual energy? Chen Luo sent out his divine sense towards the giant python. A golden core. This python had actually condensed into a golden core. Its cultivation was already at the golden core stage, which was utterly astonishing. The giant python sensed Chen Luo's intrusion of divine sense and opened its mouth, lunging toward. Chen Luo quickly activated the phantom step to evade the attack, but the python was fast as well. Just as he hid behind a rock, the python's tail struck, crushing several hundred pounds of stone to dust. Before Chen Luo could regain his composure, another attack from the python's tail came. This time he failed to dodge and was sent flying several meters away. Even though the nine-yang dominance technique he practiced formed a defensive chi, when under attack he still coughed up a mouthful of blood from the force of the blow. This won't do, I can't just keep dodging, I need to take the initiative. With the 4 symbols, 8 desolations fist, mountain river break, Chen Luo gathered spiritual energy in his right hand, executed the phantom step, and threw a punch towards the python's head. A shadow of a fist shot out, accompanied by gusts of wind, causing the leaves on the mountain to swirl as a mark of the fist's impact was left behind. The giant python seemed to sense danger and immediately coiled up a tree above. With a missed punch, Chen Luo again unleashed a punch to break the mountain and river, shattering trees into pieces while the python coiled around a large rock. How could this giant python be so agile? Chen Luo was somewhat surprised the speed of this giant python could rival his phantom step. The python seemed to grow irritated, opening its mouth to spray a mysterious liquid at Chen Luo. What the hell is this? It can spray liquid. Chen Luo left a shadow behind and dodged to the side. The place where the liquid fell turned black, causing the grass and trees to wither instantly, emitting wisps of black smoke. Poisonous. This python must be mutated, it actually has poison. This won't do, I must quickly deal with this creature. Chen Luo noticed that the giant python was also expending a significant amount of spiritual energy, so he immediately pointed a finger skyward and chanted a mantra, drawing a circle in the void. As the space shifted, both Chen Luo and the giant python were simultaneously pulled into a realm of stars. The giant python sensed something amiss and let out a hissing sound. Seizing the moment while the giant python was distracted, Chen Luo gathered the remaining spiritual energy within him, unleashing the dragon shadow of the 4 symbols and 8 directions fist with a roar, striking into the giant python's body. The giant python let out a deafening roar and collapsed to the ground, its breath gradually weakening. With a wave of his hand, Chen Luo released the binding of heaven and earth and also collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, while simultaneously operating the 9-yang overbearing body technique to absorb the rich spiritual energy from the mountain. After half an hour, Chen Luo had recovered 30% of his spiritual energy. He slowly approached the giant python and struck its golden core, once more extinguishing its life force. Chen Luo extracted the golden core, which was a valuable item that could elevate his cultivation by at least 1 minor realm after refining. He then extended his divine sense to scan the surroundings, seeking the source of the intense spiritual energy. Qingling fruit. In a cave. His divine sense discovered a cave behind a massive boulder where several qingling fruits were growing at the entrance, one of which was almost ripe. The qingling fruit contains a large amount of spiritual energy and is the main ingredient for refining recovery pills. Consuming these pills can quickly restore and replenish one's internal spiritual energy and can also aid in cultivation. Chen Luo jumped onto the boulder and slowly climbed down the cliff using tree branches and protruding rocks. When he was less than 5 meters from the cave entrance, he leaped and landed steadily at the cave's mouth. Indeed, there were 5 qingling fruits, 4 of which still needed time to mature. If he refined all of them into recovery pills, he estimated he could produce over 100. Chen Luo was filled with excitement. What lies within the cave? Just moments ago, Chen Luo's divine sense couldn't probe into the cave, but he could clearly feel that this was the area with the densest spiritual energy. Chen Luo opened his phone. There was no signal here. Without further thought, he activated the flashlight feature and directed it into the cave to inspect the situation inside. A skeleton. A dark longsword was embedded next to the skeleton. Was it an ancient warrior or a cultivator? As Chen Luo entered the cave, the intense spiritual energy instantly rejuvenated him. A gathering spirit formation. There was actually a small gathering spirit formation set up here along with the qingling fruits at the entrance. No wonder the spiritual energy was so rich. Chen Luo hurriedly sat down, operating the 9-yang overbearing body technique to begin his cultivation while simultaneously swallowing the giant python's golden core to refine it. After 2 full days and nights of cultivation and refining, Chen Luo's cultivation had directly advanced from the mid-stage of golden core to the peak of golden core, just a step away from entering the Dao realm. Chen Luo opened his eyes. The surrounding spiritual energy had been completely absorbed by him, and it was estimated that it would take about 10 days to half a month for it to recover. Chen Luo stood up and approached the pile of bones, pulling out the sword embedded in the ground. The blade bore 3 large characters, Fushi sword. Could this sword belong to Fuxi, one of the three sovereigns of ancient times? Could this pile of bones be Fuxi? That seems unlikely. He must have received Fux's inheritance. Huh. One of the finger bones of the skeleton was adorned with a ring. Could it also be a storage ring? Chen Luo took off the ring and scanned it with his divine sense. Indeed, it was a storage ring containing 2 books, the Emperor's Canon and the Fuxi Sword Manual. Chen Luo casually flipped through the book. This imperial scripture was indeed a top-tier cultivation technique, not much inferior to his own 9-yang tyrant body art. The Fuxi Sword Manual was equally impressive, considered a treasure in the realm of cultivation. However, having already cultivated the 9-yang tyrant body art and the slaughtering heaven 9 swords, he decided to temporarily set this aside and see if he could encounter a fated person to gift it to in the future. The Fuxi sword was quite good and could be used for practicing the slaughtering heaven 9 swords, perfectly filling the gap for a suitable weapon. Chen Luo stepped out of the cave, reached the entrance, and began to practice the first sword of the slaughtering heaven 9 swords, sword breaking the firmament. An hour later, Chen Luo mastered the first sword and struck at a rock several meters away. After a loud explosion, a crack over 10 meters long appeared on the rock. This sword technique was indeed domineering. If he were to encounter the giant python again, Chen Luo was confident that he could slay it with a single sword strike. 2 days had passed, and Chen Luo pondered whether Li Qingyao and Zhao Laolu were worried about him, deciding it was time to leave this place. He would return here after a while when the spiritual energy had recovered. Perhaps he might even break into the Dao realm and check on the situation with the Qingling fruit. Chen Luo picked the already ripe Qingling fruit and leaped into the air. Due to his enhanced cultivation, he directly landed on the stone he had descended from earlier. The weather in mid-June was already getting a bit hot. The body of the dead giant python began to decay and had likely been gnawed upon by insects, birds, or other animals on the mountain. Chen Luo thought to himself that this harvest was simply too great, and he excitedly hummed a tune as he walked. Meanwhile, dozens of people had gathered at the foot of the mountain. It turned out that the man in a suit who had been knocked unconscious by Chen Luo had woken up and immediately called to inform the leader of Lingyun Pavilion, Xiao Linger, who had brought a group of subordinates to Niumang Mountain. "Miss, do you think that kid has left? He didn't even go up the mountain," one subordinate inquired. "Impossible. Didn't you say that car was driven by him?" "If he had left, he would definitely have taken the car with him." Xiao Linger shook her head. "Then he must have been swallowed by that giant python. Otherwise, it's been 2 days. How come he hasn't come down? It's probably like that. Let's just head back. I'll leave 2 people to keep watch." "Miss, look, it seems that kid is coming down." Chen Luo was already close to the foot of the mountain when his phone vibrated. He took it out and saw that the signal had been restored. There were 2 missed calls. One was from the dealership, likely asking him to come pick up his license plate, and the other was from Zhao Durong, probably to discuss the decoration of the clinic. He did not see any missed calls from Li Qingyao, not even a single message. She was probably too busy lately. Chen Luo consoled himself with a bitter smile. Chen Luo also noticed more than 10 people at the foot of the mountain, likely from Lingyun Pavilion, as it was normal for them to call for backup after he had knocked out their subordinate. "Little brother, what is your surname?" "I am Xiao Linger, the leader of Lingyun Pavilion in the southern district. This Niumang Mountain is our territory, and you knocked out my subordinate. Do you know why you intruded into our domain?" Chen Luo approached the group. The speaker was a woman about 23 or 24 years old, with her long hair tied up, wearing black sunglasses, a red long dress, and red high heels. She held a soft whip, truly resembling a female gang leader. Beside her were a middle-aged man and an old woman, both martial artists, one at the peak of the Mingjing stage and the other at the early stage of the Anjing stage. "I apologize, miss. My name is Chen Luo, and I am a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. I heard that there are several wild medicinal herbs on Niumang Mountain, so I came to collect them. However, I was stopped by your subordinates, and in order to heal and save others, I had no choice but to incapacitate them." "Really? Collecting herbs? Did anything happen while you were on the mountain?" "To be honest, I didn't manage to collect any herbs and almost lost my life. There was actually a 9-foot giant python on the mountain. Fortunately, I had learned some martial arts, and after a fierce struggle, the giant python ultimately fell to my fists. I was also severely injured, but after consuming some healing herbs from the mountain and resting for 2 days, I was able to recover a bit before descending." Chen Luo did not completely conceal the encounter, as those from Lingyun Pavilion surely knew about the giant python on the mountain. "What did you say? You killed the giant python?" Xiao Linger and the others widened their eyes in astonishment. "Indeed, its corpse is still on the mountain. If you killed the giant python, did you obtain any treasure?" "Treasure? What treasure? I only extracted and consumed the python's gallbladder, which is a tonic. I didn't see anything else. Look at me, is there anywhere else I could hide something?" Chen Luo held up his phone in one hand and tugged at his torn t-shirt, which still bore bloodstains, and then patted the pockets of his pants. The Fuxi sword, the Fuxi sword manual, and the Qingling fruit had long been stored in Chen Luo's storage room. Everyone stared at Chen Luo, noting his tattered appearance, which indeed resembled someone who had gone through a fierce battle, and there was no place on him to hide anything. Is what you said true? If I find out you're lying to me, our Lingyun Pavilion will not spare you. Everything on Yomang Mountain belongs to Lingyun Pavilion. Miss, if you don't believe me, you can search me. Besides my clothes, I only have this phone and this wedding ring on my hand. There's nothing else, even my wallet is in the car. Chen Luo shook his phone in one hand, while waving his other hand in front of them. He knew that even if they searched him, they wouldn't find anything, as the storage ring was beyond the understanding of ordinary martial artists like them. Xiao Linger observed Chen Luo and felt he wasn't lying. She waved her hand and said, although you incapacitated my subordinates, they didn't sustain any serious injuries. Given that you eliminated the giant python, I won't pursue the matter further. You may leave. Thank you, miss. I still need to recuperate, so I'll take my leave now. With that, Chen Luo walked towards his car. Uncle Ouyang, make sure to investigate this Chen Luo later. He must be more than just a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. His skills are undoubtedly impressive. Otherwise, how could he have killed the giant python on the mountain? Previously, even you and old Xiao together couldn't withstand a single strike from the giant python, and so many brothers were injured. This Chen Luo is definitely not simple. Understood, miss. I will arrange for someone to investigate. After speaking, Xiao Linger led her subordinates back up the mountain, wanting to confirm whether Chen Luo really killed the giant python, as well as to find the rumored treasure. In truth, the so-called treasure was the spiritual energy emitted by the Qingling fruit. When absorbed, it could invigorate a person. The giant python had been lingering there solely to absorb this energy, waiting to devour the Qingling fruit once it fully ripened. Chen Luo paid no attention to the people from Lingyun Pavilion. He only wanted to go home, take a good shower, change clothes, and then buy some medicinal herbs to prepare for refining the returning spirit pill. The Qingling fruit was the primary ingredient, while the other herbs were auxiliary and did not have high requirements for age. Returning to Li Qingjiu's villa, it had already been the afternoon of the third day since he left. When Wu Ma saw Chen Luo come back, she hurriedly asked son-in-law, "Where have you been these past few days? Why do you look like this? Miss has been asking about you every night. Didn't she call you?" "I went to Tianmu Mountain to gather herbs. There was no signal in the mountains and my phone died, so it shut off automatically. I accidentally fell while gathering herbs and scraped my skin a bit, but it's nothing serious. I'll go take a shower first while you're busy. Don't worry about me, later I'll explain to Qingyao." Returning to his room, Chen Luo took a shower, changed into a fresh set of clothes, and threw the used ones into the trash. Looking at the time, it was already close to 5 o'clock. It's getting late. I'll buy the herbs needed for refining the returning spirit pill tomorrow. Then, sitting on the bed, he practiced the 9-yang dominance technique to consolidate his cultivation. After circulating for a full cycle, his realm was thoroughly stabilized at the peak of the golden core stage. At that moment, there was a knock on the door from Wu Ma. "Son-in-law, it's time to eat. The miss is back." Chen Luo remembered he hadn't eaten for 3 days and wasn't particularly hungry. Could it be that swallowing the golden core of the giant python along with the elevation of his realm had extended his fasting period? When he arrived downstairs, Chen Luo saw Li Qingyao already eating at the dining table. She looked somewhat fatigued, but was no longer as cold as before, instead showing a hint of joy, likely due to a smooth collaboration with the Kong family. "President Li, what happened to the company these past few days? Is the cooperation with the Kong family going smoothly?" Li Qingyao glanced up at Chen Luo and replied, "It's going quite smoothly," and continued eating without saying another word. Chen Luo did not press further. He understood Li Qingjiu's temperament. She never talked much with him. Wu Ma shook her head secretly upon seeing the two of them. It seemed that her young lady really wouldn't take a liking to Chen Luo, as she was unwilling to say more than a few words. It was truly a pity for Chen Luo. Just after finishing her meal, Li Qingyao received a phone call. "Really? The samples have been produced. The results meet the expected standards. Good, thank you for your hard work. Let all the research and development personnel and workers leave early tonight to rest. Tomorrow I will go to the factory to take the samples for inspection and trademark registration. After the inspection is completed, it will take about 3 days to issue the production license, and it will take another 3 to 5 days to apply for the trademark. During this short time, I will grant you paid leave. At the end of the month, we will hold a celebration banquet with a bonus of 1,000 for each person. No, 1,005. Cash will be distributed at the banquet." After hanging up, Li Qingjiu's face was filled with joy, revealing a long-lost smile. Chen Luo knew that the product Li Qingyao had developed was a success. This news was even more gratifying than settling into the Kong family shopping plaza. One must understand that for a physical enterprise to grow and flourish, it must have a product that can stand out. This product was developed at a cost of 20 million by Li Qingyao over nearly half a year, consuming her tremendous effort and manpower. How could this news not excite Li Qingyao? Even if her personality was cold, it was hard to conceal her exhilaration. Chen Luo did not disturb Li Qingyao and directly returned to his own bedroom on the second floor to contemplate his future plans. First, refine the returning spirit pill, which can assist in cultivation and prevent unforeseen circumstances. Then teach Xiao Linshan a few acupuncture techniques, though many ailments require qi manipulation, needing support from spiritual energy within. Or perhaps send her an opportunity to embark on the path of cultivation. That would require washing marrow pills and foundation establishment pills along with medicinal baths, and finding an appropriate technique for her. Lastly, he promised to enhance the strength of the Mei Mountain Tiger and Old Wang Yin to better protect Li Qingyao in the future, so he would find a set of boxing techniques for them, and also prepare a medicinal bath to improve their physique. Chen Luo released his divine sense into his storage ring, searching among the books for one suitable for female cultivation, the Su Xn Ju Heart method, and a set of Luo Han Fu Hu Quan martial arts. Chen Luo took paper and pen transcribing a copy of the Su Xn Ju Heart method and a summary of medical techniques, along with several acupuncture methods for Zhao Linshan, providing explanations and annotations on the difficult points. The Su Xin Ju is a cultivation method practiced by most women in the immortal cultivation world. Although it is of average rank, one can cultivate it to the tribulation transcendent stage, allowing for a lifespan of 400 to 500 years. He also transcribed a copy of the Luo Han Fu Hu Quan martial arts, preparing it for Mei Shan Hu and others. The Luo Han Fu Hu Quan is divided into two volumes, namely Luo Han Quan and Fu Hu Quan. If two practitioners combine their Luo Han Fu Hu Quan attacks, effectively their power doubles, enabling them to confront enemies across realms. After completing the transcription, Chen Luo stored the papers in his storage ring and laid down on the bed ready to enjoy a good sleep, having not rested for several days as he had been cultivating. As soon as he closed his eyes, he couldn't help but think of Li Qingyao, recalling her smile from earlier. If only he and Li Qingyao were a true couple, sharing a bed every night and waking up to her smile each day, how wonderful that life would be. Unfortunately, it was impossible for Li Qingyao to love him. She was not someone meant to spend her life with him. Moreover, the safety of his master had always weighed heavily on Chen Luo's heart. "Master, where have you truly gone? Where should I go to find you?" The next morning, as dawn broke, an angry phone call from Li Qingyao echoed from downstairs. Chen Luo focused his mind, quickly washed up, and headed downstairs. "What? 10 minutes of footage missing from the surveillance. When will the police arrive?" "All right, I'll head over immediately." "Li, what's happening?" "The samples and formulas developed by the company were stolen last night. The company is finished." Li Qingyao, who had been furious, suddenly lost her composure, trembling as she spoke, as if she had exhausted all her strength. "Li, don't panic. There's always a solution to every problem. I'll accompany you to the factory." Li Qingyao numbly nodded and drove to the factory with Chen Luo. Li Qinjiao's factory is located in an industrial park on the outskirts near the place where they first met. There's a mountain called Wu Feng Mountain, which is also where Chen Luo and his master had resided for over 20 years. Chen Luo hadn't returned there in 2 years. His master had warned him not to, as it would be dangerous. As they drove past, he couldn't help but glance a few extra times, a wave of thoughts rising within him. Upon arriving at the factory, the person in charge, Lu Changxing, explained the situation to Li Qingyao. Li Qingyao addressed Lu Changxing as Uncle Lu. Lu Changxing was a veteran of the company, having worked with Li Mingshan and being an old friend of his. Thus, Li Qingyao entrusted the management of the factory to Lu Changxing. After their phone call last night, Lu Changxing had locked the samples in his office, and by 7 o'clock, everyone had left the factory. Only the security guard, Old Feng, and his nephew remained, with the nephew monitoring the surveillance room behind the security office. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, both of them grew drowsy and fell asleep. At that moment, the power went out. They thought it was due to aging factory wiring and decided to check and repair it the next day. Just over 10 minutes later, the power was restored, and they didn't notice anything unusual. The next day, when the factory employees arrived for work, Lu Changxing discovered that the office door was ajar and the new product samples were missing, along with the formula locked in the drawer. He then called Li Qingyao. Chen Luo listened to the general course of events and concluded that there was a traitor in the company. He then asked Director Lu, "Is everyone from the factory here?" Lu Changxing glanced around and asked, "Where is Zhang Kaiming? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" He pulled out his phone and made a call. It's still turned off. Chen Luo furrowed his brow and said, "Who knows where he lives? Is it convenient to check on him at home?" "He lives in the same community as me. I'll go find him," one of the workers said before leaving on his motorcycle. At this moment, Li Qingyao walked up to Chen Luo and asked, "Do you suspect Zhang Kaiming stole the samples?" "It's likely. If it was indeed him who stole it, finding him won't make a difference because the samples and the formula have already been taken by the mastermind behind it. You also don't have enough evidence to accuse him. Zhang Kaiming will simply deny it. Even if he admits to giving it to the mastermind, the other party will refuse to acknowledge it, leaving you with no way to act. The key is that there is insufficient evidence." After hearing Chen Luo's words, Li Qingyao lost her last hope, tears streaming down her face. All her hard work was turning to dust, and the company was about to collapse. Seeing Li Qingyao like this, Chen Luo felt inexplicably heartbroken. It was the first time he had seen this usually cold woman in tears. He needed to think of a way to help Li Qingyao. He did not want to see her like this. Cosmetics. Beauty product. Suddenly, he remembered a medicinal book in his storage ring that mentioned a pill called the beauty pill used by female cultivators in the cultivation world. Chen Luo stepped aside into a corner, his spiritual sense entering the storage ring, quickly flipping through a few medical texts until he found it, the beauty pill. After checking the effects, the required materials, and the production process, he noticed that some of the required ingredients were hard to find, such as the century-old snow lotus and the century-old wild ginseng. However, using younger or artificially cultivated alternatives should work as well, but might just take longer to. At least it would be much better than similar products on the market being purely herbal with no additives. Adding a bit more water to convert the pill into a cream for application on the skin would work, yes, just like that. Chen Luo withdrew his spiritual sense and approached Li Qingyao, saying generally, "Come with me. I've found a solution." Li Qingyao wiped her tears and inexplicably followed Chen Luo into a nearby break room, her intuition telling her that he would bring her hope. After bringing Li Qingyao inside, Chen Luo locked the break room door. "Generally, since the incident has already occurred and the police have been notified, let's leave the rest to them. What we need to do now is to relaunch a new product that is even better and surpasses all similar products on the market." "What do you mean by just launching it? Do you know how long it takes us to develop a product? Our company currently lacks funds and formulas. How can we?" Li Qingyou's fleeting hope was extinguished once again. "Generally, don't worry. Just listen to me. Earlier, my master provided me with a recipe and method for beauty and skincare, but at the time, I didn't pay much attention, thinking, what would a big man like me need this for? I just set it aside. With today's incident, I suddenly remembered this beauty recipe." Chen Luo casually fabricated a lie. Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Li Qingyao hurriedly approached him, gripping his hands tightly, as she asked, "Really? Tell me more about what effects it has." Chen Luo trembled slightly. It was the first time Li Qingyao had taken the initiative to hold his hand. Previously, she had only linked arms with him in front of others for show. Noticing Chen Luo's reaction, Li Qingyao released her grip, her expression slightly flustered. Applying it can whiten the skin, prevent aging, and eliminate various spots, acne, wrinkles, and minor scars. Of course, the effects are not as pronounced for older individuals. The original version is called the youthful essence pill, a type of pill that is ingested. After my modification, it has been transformed into a cream for application, which has reduced its effectiveness significantly, but it definitely surpasses similar products available on the market, and it is made from pure herbs without any additives. This imported products that cost thousands or tens of thousands per bottle don't even have effects as good as what you mentioned. What would the cost be? Are you sure you're not joking? Mr. Lee, do you think I am the kind of person who makes jokes? This is still a weaker effect. One day, when I find the materials for the original formula, I will refine a few for you, and you will know once you use them. However, given your perfect figure and beauty with such good skin, the original version's effects may not be very obvious on you either. Li Qingyou's cheeks flushed slightly as she suddenly remembered the incident where Chen Luo had seen her naked, but she felt no anger. So what about the production cost for this? Generally, how much does a bottle of this type of product weigh? I used the European imported Eco Whitening Cream, which is 50 milliliters, meaning 50 grams, and the price is 1,800 per bottle, which is not considered expensive. 50 grams, Chen Luo calculated in his mind about the cost. It shouldn't exceed 20 yuan. Isn't that too cheap? Are you sure you didn't miscalculate? It definitely won't exceed 20. How about this today? I will go buy the herbs. Oh, I just happen to need to buy other herbs too, so I'll buy them all at once. I can prepare it for you by this afternoon. He'll make 2 bottles for you, one you can take for testing, and anyone can use the other for effect testing. He'll write down the formula and production process and give it to you later. Do you want me to accompany you? No need, I can go alone. You arrange the factory and company matters. Let the workers take a break for now. They can come back to work when the products are ready for production. You can come up with a name for the product first, and then advertising and posters can be prepared in advance. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Then the two left the conference room. Li Qingyao began to arrange factory matters. At this time, the police had already arrived. The worker who had just gone out to find Zhang Kaiming returned, saying that Zhang Kaiming's residence was already empty, and it was evident that he had fled. The subsequent matters would be handled by Lu Changsheng in coordination with the police. Then the two returned to the city. Since Chen Luo was going to the herbal market, this time, Li Qingyao drove. Her mood was exceptionally good, and along the way she discussed product names, with Chen Luo ultimately deciding to name at least Youthful Essence Cream. Upon arriving at the herbal market, Chen Luo got out of the car, while Li Qingyao returned to the company for a meeting to discuss matters related to the Youthful Essence Cream. In an office in the Western District, Zhang Kaiming stood in front of a young man. The young man was Qian Jiasen Xiao, Qian Maoxing, sitting on the sofa crossing his legs while smoking. You did well this time. I'll give you 500,000, leave Linen City. Thank you, young Master Qian. It is my honor to work for you, and if there's ever a need for me Jean Simon, just let me know. All right, you can go now. Young Master, should we find someone to take care of him? A middle-aged man beside him said. No need. There's no evidence indicating he did it, and the money wasn't transferred through my account. Besides, I don't want to attract the police's attention. Take the formula and samples to register and send for inspection, and once that's done, well, immediately produce and market it. I want to give Li Qingyao a surprise. All right, young master. Li Qingyao, I wonder how you will handle this. It won't be long before you obediently lie in my bed, Qian Maoxing said with an evil smile. Chen Luo visited a large-scale wholesale vendor in the herbal medicine market and decided to purchase only artificially cultivated herbs. Though their medicinal potency was modest, their supply was stable, unlike wild herbs whose age varied unpredictably and whose availability fluctuated. Chen Luo spent nearly 1,000 yuan on herbs required for refining the youth-preserving ointment, while the herbs he personally needed cost over 4 million yuan, opting for wild specimens wherever possible. Though the quantity he could refine was limited, these pills commanded exorbitant market prices. Consequently, his 5 million yuan card balance dwindled to barely 200,000. Chen Luo initially instructed the shopkeeper to deliver the herbs to Li Qingyao's villa, yet paused, realizing that refining such quantities there would be highly impractical. After brief reflection, he resolved to ask Mei Shanhu to secure a suitable location. Brother Mei, this is Chen Luo. Master Chen, please call me Xiao Mei, or Xiao Hu, replied Mei Shanhu, startled yet elated upon receiving the call. You are the head of a formidable brotherhood. Brotherhood chief, Mei is perfectly appropriate. And do not address me as Master Chun, young Master Chun, or Lord Luo will suffice. Understood, young Master Chun. Brotherhood chief, Mei, do you have a quiet, undisturbed location, preferably within the East District, for alchemical refinement? Young Master Chen, I own a villa in the Grandview Garden, purchased years ago, but never occupied. I'll have it cleaned weekly. I'd be honored to gift it to you. The Grandview Garden. Li Qingyao's villa was also situated in the Grandview Garden. What an unexpected coincidence. That won't be necessary. I anticipate needing it for no more than 2 months. Please send me the address. I've purchased herbs that must be delivered there immediately, and arrange for someone to bring the keys to me. Chen Luo provided the villa's address and his contact number to the shop owner, who had already begun loading the herbs onto a vehicle. Chen Luo bid farewell, instructing the driver to call upon arrival. He then hailed a taxi, and passing a department store, purchased various sized empty bottles for storing pills and the youth-preserving ointment. Upon arriving at Mei Shanhu's villa, a junior disciple stood waiting at the gate, greeted him as Master Chun handed over the keys and departed without delay. Mei Shanhu's villa bore the number 19, 2 rows away from Li Qingyao's 78th. The Grandview Garden comprised over 100 villas priced between several million and 10 million yuan. Villa 19 ranked among the mid to high-end residences, spanning nearly 500 square meters, significantly larger than Li Qingyao's 300 square meter abode. The villa featured an expansive courtyard and an ornamental pond, a 3 stories rose with opulent interior. Chen Luo wandered casually through the premises and found everything fully equipped, except clothing. Water, electricity, and gas were all operational, and the floors gleamed spotless, suggesting regular professional maintenance. Just then his phone rang. The delivery driver had arrived. Chen Luo, together with the driver and an assistant clerk, unloaded and carried all the herbs into the grand hall. After expressing his gratitude, he dismissed them. Chen Luo selected a batch of herbs for the youth-preserving ointment and entered the kitchen, where he located a large iron cauldron and commenced refinement. The preparation process for the youth-preserving ointment demanded strict precision, exact proportions, precise sequence of herb addition, and meticulously timed intervals. Any deviation would severely diminish or entirely nullify its efficacy. After more than an hour of meticulous refinement, Chen Luo filled over 50 50-milliliter vials. Calculating costs, he noted that the herbs had cost less than 1,000 yuan, with 55 vials produced, including bottle expenses. The unit cost amounted to roughly 18 yuan per vial. He packed the ointment into an empty crate and walked toward Li Qingyao's villa, his car still parked there. The 2 residences stood close. The walk took merely minutes. He drove directly to Li Qingyao's corporate headquarters. Arriving at Li Qingyao's company, Chen Luo called her. Director Li, I'm downstairs. I've completed the youth-preserving ointment. Could you dispatch someone to collect it? Please come up, straight to my office. My. Yes, of course. Chen Luo hesitated. Li Qingyao rarely invited him to her office before. This sudden gesture suggested a subtle shift in her perception of him. Perhaps his recent conduct had begun to reshape her judgment. He parked in the lot. The security guards and receptionist recognized him instantly. No registration or obstruction occurred, for they knew him as the husband of President Li Qingyao. Chen Luo offered the guards and receptionist a faint, courteous smile before entering the elevator. At Li Qingyao's office door, he knocked lightly, and upon hearing her acknowledgement, stepped inside. Director Li, here are the samples of the youth-preserving ointment. Chen Luo placed the crate on her desk. Li Qingyao withdrew a vial, uncapped it, and inhaled, receiving a delicate, soothing herbal fragrance utterly free of harshness. She had previously feared it might reek like boiled traditional decoctions, but instead its aroma proved remarkably pleasant. You've prepared so many. How much did this cost? Approximately 1,000 yuan for herbs and vials, 55 vials total. These samples are ample for broad testing. Trust me, the 1,000 yuan whitening cream you currently use is rendered utterly obsolete. There is no comparison. Li Qingyao gave Chen Luo a rare wry glance, then picked up the phone. Ling Yun, come to my office immediately. The samples have arrived, take them for quality inspection. Oh, and I haven't yet written the formula. Hand me a pen, I'll draft it for you. Chen Luo accepted paper and pen from Li Qingyao and inscribed the complete formula for the youth-preserving ointment, followed by a detailed procedural guide, with explicit annotations highlighting every critical parameter. At that moment the office door was knocked, and a woman of similar age to Li Qingyao walked in. She was also dressed in a white shirt, her delicate features framed by wavy hair, cascading over her shoulders. A few buttons on her shirt were undone, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. Standing nearly 1.70 meters, she had long legs that seemed to stretch even further. Chen Luo, long time no see, she said. Miss Zhao, what brings you here? Is it that surprising? Did Qingyao not tell you? I am now the marketing manager at Qingyan Company. My grandfather said it, and I didn't believe it at first. You're not only skilled in medicine, but also in martial arts, surprisingly, even understand cosmetics. I really underestimated you before. No wonder our Yao Yao has been acting a bit strange lately. It seems she's starting to develop feelings for you, her fake husband. With such an outstanding man, it would be unreasonable not to be moved, wouldn't it, Chen Luo? Lin Yun, what nonsense are you talking about? Are the materials ready? Hurry up and get the business done. All right, my dear President Li. After the morning meeting, I've already arranged to meet with the city officials. The materials are ready, you'll go now and not disturb you two any longer, is that okay? Li Qingyao shot a glare at Zhao Linyun, not responding, took a piece of notepaper, wrote "Least Youth Cream" on it, and stuck it on the bottle, handing it to Zhao Linyun along with the formula. After Zhao Linyun left, Chen Luo explained the important details of making the youth cream to Li Qingyao in more detail. Although Chen Luo had already marked them, Li Qingyao still took the time to note them down again. President Li, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Chen Luo had to return to continue refining pills. Li Qingyao nodded. Watching Chen Luo's departing figure, she opened her mouth wanting to say something, but the words remained unspoken. She felt a bit dazed, suddenly recalling Zhao Linyun's earlier words. Could it be that she really had developed feelings for this man? No, that's not it. I'm just grateful to him. After all, he has done so much for me. I definitely don't have any feelings for him in that way. Yes, that's definitely it. Once the company improves, they'll give him some shares, that way I won't feel so indebted to him. Li Qingyao holds 65% of Qingyan Company, and Li Group holds 35%. However, when Li Group handed over the company to Li Mingshan, an agreement was signed stating that if the company faced continuous losses for 2 years, or if its market value fell below 50 million, the group would reclaim management rights and merge it into the parent group. Thus, the recent theft of the formula and samples was detrimental to the company's development. If targeted by others in the group, it could cost her the position of president. Throughout the afternoon, Chen Luo refined a bottle of cleansing essence pill and a bottle of foundation establishment pill, producing more than 10 of each. The Qingling fruit was also refined into recovery pills, yielding 22 pieces. Chen Luo was very satisfied. After consuming one recovery pill, all the spiritual energy consumed during the afternoon's pill refining was fully restored. Noticing that it was already 5 o'clock, Chen Luo stored all the pills in his storage ring and prepared to return to his villa. Suddenly his phone rang, and it was a message from Kong Shanghai. Uncle Kong, do you need something from me? Xiao Chen, do you have plans tonight? I would like to invite you to dinner. I have a few friends I'd like to introduce to you. Where are you? I'll send Xiao Dai to pick you up. No need to trouble, Miss Kong. Just send me the address, and I can drive there myself. Previously, the Kong family had helped Li Qingyao with a major favor, so it would be a bit unreasonable to refuse Kong Shanghai's invitation, even though Chen Luo wasn't very interested in the friends he was being introduced to. As Chen Luo passed by Li Qinjiao's villa, he got out of the car and informed Wu Ma that he wouldn't be having dinner at. Arriving at the address provided by Kong Shanghai, it was a 5-star hotel named Kong Family Grand Hotel, over 20 stories tall, clearly a property under the Kong family. He went straight up the elevator to the VIP floor on the 18th level, entering box No. 1. The interior was luxuriously decorated with a large-screen LCD TV and an enormous sound system next to a karaoke station. At the Redwood round table, 7 or 8 people were already seated, including the Kong father and daughter, along with several middle-aged men, all exuding an extraordinary air. One of them appeared to be under 40, resembling Kong Shanghai. Brother Chen Luo, let me introduce you. This is my third brother Kong Xingjia, currently serving in the Southeast Military District with the rank of Major General. Hello, Uncle Kong. Chen Luo extended his right hand to shake Kong Xingjia's hand. Once again, I thank you on behalf of my father for your life-saving grace. I will definitely toast you a few more times later. Uncle Kong, you are being modest. This is General Manager Wu Shixiang from the Inui Group in Linen City, responsible for managing all the banks in the city. He has had business and financial dealings with the Kong family for many years and is also an old friend of mine. Chen Luo examined Wu Shixiang, who appeared to be around 45 with a hint of righteousness in his demeanor. Hello, General Wu, Wu Shixiang remarked. You are quite impressive. Kong brother says you not only possess superb medical skills, but are also accomplished in martial arts, and that you are humble and unpretentious. A true young talent. General Wu, you flatter me. Uncle Kong may be exaggerating, Chen Luo replied. This is Director Zheng Yongkong from the City Planning Bureau. He manages all the land resources in the city. This is Director Wang Yamin from the Central Hospital, who has been responsible for my father's treatment. Kong Shanghai introduced each of them, while Chen Luo nodded in acknowledgement and greeted everyone. Young friend, your knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine is profound. If our hospital encounters difficult and tricky cases in the future, I hope you can lend a helping hand, Director Wang said. You are being too serious, Director Wang. Just notify Chen Luo if needed. I will definitely do my utmost to assist, as I am also a doctor, and saving lives is the duty of a healer. All right, Xiao Dai, let the waiter serve the dishes. Let's eat and chat. You and Chen Luo can sit together. You are both young and share common topics. After the waiter served the dishes, everyone chatted while eating, discussing casual matters among old friends. Chen Luo mostly listened, occasionally raising a toast. Then he chatted with Kong Kai Dai about Li Qingjiao's company. Li Qingyao also had a decent business mind. The sales from her 20 counters were gradually increasing, but the profits were not high, and there was no standout hot-selling product. Chen Luo glanced at Wu Shixiang and noticed he had a hidden ailment that prevented him from having children. He casually asked, General Wu, do you have any children? No, why? Wu Shixiang replied, somewhat surprised. My wife doesn't like children, so we haven't planned to have any. It's nothing, I was just asking. I was wondering how General Wu would feel if his child knew that his father managed all the money in the city's banks. Ha ha ha, young brother is joking, Wu Shixiang laughed. After about 10 minutes, Wu Shixiang left to use the restroom. Chen Luo also set down his chopsticks and mentioned he would go to the restroom as well. Once Chen Luo entered the restroom, Wu Shixiang was washing his hands. General Wu, do you have a hidden ailment? Can't have children. You? How did you know? Wu Shixiang exclaimed in surprise. This was his secret and a source of sorrow, known only to him and his wife. He had undergone treatment multiple times before even going to hospitals in other provinces. It was impossible for anyone in Linen to know. General Wu, don't be nervous. You know I'm a traditional Chinese doctor. I can see it, Chen Luo said. That's right, but it's a difficult secret to share. Can you treat my hidden ailment, Brother Chen? It's not difficult, you just need to have a few needles inserted into your abdomen and take a medicine and you will be cured. Moreover, this medicine's effect will ensure that the child your wife bears will be healthier than an ordinary child. However, this effect can only last for 2 months. You must ensure that your esteemed wife becomes pregnant within that time. Of course, after 2 months, you will be just like any normal person. Is this true, Brother Chen? Absolutely true. Brother Chen, how much compensation or other conditions do you require? Just ask. This hidden ailment has troubled me for 20 years. I could have no heirs myself, though I have given up on that. If it can truly be cured, you will be my great benefactor. Let's find a quiet place later. I can insert a few needles for you, and as for compensation, it's not necessary, it's not a big deal. You are a friend of Uncle Kong, thus you are my friend too. I should call you Uncle Wu. As for the medicine, it is merely what was left over from treating Elder Kong. I didn't spend any money on it. That won't do. A deal is a deal. You still need to pay for the treatment. Since you are so straightforward, Brother Chen, Uncle Kong previously gave you 10 million. I will also give you 10 million. That's too much. Elder Kong is in a much worse condition than you. How about just 1 million? 1 million is not enough. I have spent over 10 million on medical bills in these years without being cured. Let's do this 5 million. It can't be less. Additionally, I owe you a favor. If you ever need me, just let me know. In the end, Chen Luo didn't refuse any longer. After the banquet concluded, the two found a quiet room, where Chen Luo took out his silver needles to treat Wu Shixiang and handed him a pei-yuan pill. Wu Shixiang transferred 5 million to Chen Luo's bank card. After a few exchanges, they parted ways. The alcohol in Chen Luo's body had already been diluted by his spiritual energy, and he drove back to Li Qingjiao's villa. Li Qingyao and Aunt Wu were not in the hall. They must have returned to their rooms to rest. Chen Luo also went back to his own room, planning not to practice at night. After washing up, he decided to have a good night's sleep. At that moment, there was a knock on the door, but no one spoke. Was it Li Qingyao looking for him? Was there a problem with the facial cream? If it were Aunt Wu knocking, she would definitely call out to Chen Luo. Chen Luo put on a short-sleeved shirt and opened the door only to see Li Qingyao, wearing a very thin light purple nightgown, with the scenery underneath faintly visible, her long white legs slightly together. Chen Luo stared for a while, unconsciously swallowing hard just as he was about to speak. Li Qingyao noticed the way Chen Luo was looking at her and his throat's movement, and hurriedly said, "It's nothing, I just wanted to see if you were back. You should rest early." After saying this, she turned and quickly walked back to her own room next door. Concerned for me. This woman has changed so much compared to before, Chen Luo thought to himself, then shook his head with a smile, closed the door, and returned to bed. At this moment, Li Qingyao was back in her bed, tightly clutching the blanket, her face completely flushed. What was wrong with her? How could she have worn that nightgown to see Chen Luo? She had intended to discuss the facial cream with him, but why couldn't she say anything after seeing Chen Luo's expression just now? This afternoon, most of the female employees at the company tested the facial cream, and the results were excellent. The employees even teased manager Li about whether she intended to go high and create an international brand and enter the international market. Li Qingyao was very excited to hear this and wanted to tell Chen Luo about the testing results as soon as she got home, but Aunt Wu mentioned that Chen Luo had something to do that evening and wouldn't be home for dinner. Sure enough, upon hearing movement from Chen Luo's room, Li Qingyao went to knock on his door. Lying on her bed, she tossed and turned, feeling deeply troubled by something. Right, it was already the end of June, and Jun Shun would be back in less than 2 months. This meant that her agreement with Chen Luo would also end in less than 2 months. August 18th, the same date 2 years ago when they received their marriage certificate. Chen Luo was about to leave her. He had mentioned before that he would leave Honghu City to find his master. Would she never see him again? Thinking of this, tears flowed from the corners of Li Qingyou's eyes, and she felt an inexplicable heartache, not knowing how long it took before she slowly fell asleep. However, Chen Luo had a good night's sleep. After washing up, Aunt Wu had already prepared breakfast, and Li Qingyao had gone to the company. After finishing breakfast, Chen Luo was just pondering what he should do when he received a call from Zhao Durong. "Hello, old Zhao. Xiao Luo, the clinic has been renovated quite a bit. The backyard has also been remodeled. You should come over and take a look to see what still needs to be rectified. By the way, Lin Shan is back from her vacation and is eager to see you. Sure, will come over shortly." After hanging up, Chen Luo drove to the villa where he had met the May mountain tiger, taking 4 kinds of medicinal materials for the medicinal bath to the clinic. At that moment, in an entertainment club named Sihai City in the southern district, a man in a suit was reporting to a 20-year-old woman, "Miss, we have confirmed that this Chen Luo is indeed a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner practicing in a clinic called Huimin in the eastern district, but the clinic is currently under renovation. Moreover, this kid is actually the son-in-law of Li Mingshan from the Li family in the southern district. His wife is named Li Qingyao." "What? He's Li Qingyou's husband. I think I've seen him a few times before, but how come I have no impression of him?" The speaker was Xiao Linger, the head of Lingyun Pavilion, whom Chen Luo had encountered at the foot of Niulong Mountain. "Then let's not worry about him for now. He shouldn't be related to Wang Donglai or the Qian family. How's the investigation into my father's matter going? Has the subordinate we captured said anything?" "I was just about to mention this. At first, that kid was quite tough. No matter how much we tortured him, he wouldn't speak. In the end, he said he would reveal what he knew if we gave him some money to help him escape. According to his confession, 3 years ago, Wang Donglai deliberately invited old Xiao to drink under the pretense of discussing cooperation. On the way back, after old Xiao had finished drinking, they set up an ambush, and a follower from the Qian family severely injured old Xiao and staged a car accident, resulting in the destruction of the car and loss of life. Damn Wang Donglai, the Qian family. I, Xiao Linger, will make sure to settle this with you." Xiao Linger slammed her hand on the table. "Miss, you must not act impulsively. We need to be careful in our planning. Wang Donglai is easy to deal with, but the Qian family's influence behind him is substantial, and they have the Wuzhizong backing them, making it difficult to handle. Wuzhizong is among the top in the ancient martial arts world, much stronger than our Luoyan sect where I and Xiao Lao are." Ouyang Di said, frowning at Xiao Linger. "Uncle Ouyang is right. We must not act in haste. They'll discuss a strategy with the sect leader later. We must either not act or make a decisive strike to eliminate Wang Donglai and the Qian family, avenging your father. We can't let the sect behind the Qian family have a chance to react. All right, I'll listen to Xiao Lao and Uncle Ouyang, plan carefully and wait for the right moment. By the way, have there been any discoveries at Niulong Mountain? My subordinates have searched for a few days, but found nothing," said the man in the suit. "Understood. Then the rumor my father mentioned about treasures at Niulong Mountain is likely false. I shouldn't have paid such a high price to acquire the management rights there." Chen Luo arrived at the Huimin Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic with the entrance and exterior newly renovated, the interior featuring new flooring, as well as a freshly crafted back cabinet counter and tables and chairs. "Xiao Luo, you're here. Luo, go, long time no see, you've become even more handsome," Zhao Linshan teased as soon as she saw Chen Luo. "Hello, Zhao Lao Linshan." Chen Luo greeted Zhao Durong and Zhao Linshan with a smile. Luo Gu, my grandfather says your medical skills are even better than his. Have you been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger all along? Since you have such great abilities, why not pass them on to me? I want to prove to my dad that traditional Chinese medicine is not inferior to Western medicine. Lin Shan, how can you talk to Chen Luo like that so disrespectfully? It's fine, Zhao Lao, I actually like Lin Shan's character like this. Luo Gu, this won't do, you can't fall for me. You're my sister's best friend's husband. If my sister finds out, she'll kill us both. Chen Luo was utterly speechless at this girl. Lin Shan, if you keep talking nonsense like this, Grandpa will get. Come on, Xiao Luo, let's go to the backyard and ignore this girl. Hee, alright, I'm not joking with Luo Gu anymore. Aren't you going to teach me medicine? When will you teach me? We'll discuss that later. I want to check out the backyard first. Your grandfather said there's a room reserved for me to stay in. Come on, I'll take you there. I already checked it out, that's where I lived when I was a child. The three of them arrived at the backyard, which was paved with blue bricks featuring a round stone table and 4 stone stools perfect for drinking tea. Against the wall there was surprisingly a rubber dummy. Zhao Lao was quite thoughtful. The walls of the 2 rooms had also been freshly painted with the fallen tiles replaced, and the windows were newly changed. Chen Luo walked into one of the rooms, which was nicely decorated with complete furniture and a separate bathroom. Zhao Lao, it's quite good. The yard is spacious enough for drying herbs or refining pills. As long as Xiao Luo is satisfied, it's fine by me. My old man doesn't have any requirements regarding the clinic or living space. If it weren't for Lin Shan's parents insisting that I stay in their villa, I would have tidied this yard up long ago. Grandpa, you see, my parents only want the best for you. You're getting older, and living together would make it easier for us to take care of you. Zhao Lao, Lin Shan is right. We can't dismiss the heartfelt intentions of your children. Grandpa, look, even Luo Gu supports my parents' idea. Alright, you're right, Grandpa will listen to you from now on. Xiao Luo, take a look and see if there's anything else that needs fixing. I'm going to visit Aunt Song on the street. Her chronic back pain has flared up again. Alright, Zhao Lao, you go ahead. I just happen to have some things to discuss with Lin Shan. After Zhao Lao left, Chen Luo sat down at the stone table. Lin Shan, come sit over here. Luo Gu, are you going to teach me medicine now? Zhao Lin Shan blinked, her beautiful eyes staring at Chen Luo. Not yet, first listen to me. Oh, seeing Chen Luo's serious expression, Zhao Lin Shan obediently sat down opposite him. Lin Shan, do you really like traditional Chinese medicine? Do you plan to pursue a career in this field for your whole life? I do, otherwise why would I have applied to a TCM university? Furthermore, my grandfather hopes I can inherit his clinic in the future. My sister doesn't like studying medicine, and my dad studied Western medicine. Now I'm my grandfather's last hope, and I don't want to disappoint him. I want to teach you a different kind of medicine than your grandfather's. To be honest, his level barely scratches the surface of traditional Chinese medicine. Did you see that dummy? Chen Luo pointed at the dummy 8 to 9 meters away. Huh, what's wrong with the dummy? Zhao Lin Shan nodded in confusion. Who in TCM hasn't seen one of those? Chen Luo pulled out a silver needle, flicked it toward the dummy, and a dozen silver needles shot out swiftly and accurately, piercing several acupoints on the dummy. This? Zhao Lin Shan gasped, covering her mouth. This is just a common technique, and I only used 10% of my strength. If I used 30%, what do you think would happen? Zhao Lin Shan nodded, then shook her head. Chen Luo smiled and took out another silver needle, channeling a thread of spiritual energy, and with a flick of his fingers the needle pierced toward the dummy, directly entering through its heart and out the back, embedding itself into the wall behind. Zhao Lin Shan jumped up and ran to the wall, glanced at the silver needle, then turned back to Chen Luo with an incredulous expression. In traditional Chinese medicine, healing primarily involves herbal medicine and silver needles. The silver needle can save lives or take them. What I'm teaching you is the art of saving lives. Of course, if you find yourself in danger, it can also be used for self-defense or self-rescue. Luo Gu, I want to learn. Please teach me quickly. I only want to use it to save people. Ooh, I wouldn't dare to kill anyone. So do I have to call you master from now on? Do I need to bow and serve tea to perform the apprentice ceremony? I've always regarded you as my sister, so just call me Luo Gu. I don't really want to take on a disciple. Chen Luo thought for a moment. He wasn't ready to take on a disciple yet, and he truly considered Zhao Lin Shan as a sister. That's good. I really don't want to have to bow to you every time I see you and call you master. Wait a moment, they'll go to the car and get something for you. Chen Luo returned to the courtyard with a sack of medicinal herbs in one hand and 2 notebooks in the other, placing them on the stone table. He then produced a Shisui Dan marrow cleansing pill and handed it to Zhao Lin Shan. This pill is called Shisui Dan. When taken, it can purge impurities from your body and improve your consciousness. This book contains a cultivation method called Sushin Ju Pure Heart Formula. Once you cultivate this method, you become a cultivator. Your body will be able to absorb spiritual energy qi, allowing you to manipulate needles with qi, as I just demonstrated. Spiritual energy can also be channeled into another person to treat ailments that needles and medicines cannot cure, such as repairing heart failure and reversing other age-related declines in bodily function. This is a fairly complete summary of medical techniques I transcribed, along with several acupuncture methods. These you must learn and practice yourself. If you have any questions, you may ask me at any time. When you go home, first memorize the Sushin Ju, then find a quiet room or your own bedroom. Take the Shisue Dan first. The pill's effect generally lasts about half an hour. Then take a bath, put these herbs into the tub, and pour in hot water. When the temperature is comfortable, sit in and soak in the herbal bath while cultivating the Sushin Ju. After you complete one full circulation, you will have taken the first step toward becoming a cultivator. The first time you circulate, the method may take 1 to 2 hours. It depends mainly on one's innate talent. The herb's properties are usually absorbed within about 2 hours. Is there anything else unclear now? What is this spiritual energy you mentioned? Spiritual energy is the very essence of cultivation. Cultivators focus primarily on refining qi with physical techniques as a supplement. The higher a cultivator's realm, the stronger the spiritual energy within, and the more powerful the techniques. Those you see who merely practice martial arts are like the fighters in wuxia dramas. They mainly train techniques and physical strength. When physical strength reaches a certain level, internal force arises, but it cannot compare to a cultivator's spiritual energy. To give an analogy, martial artists are like the masters in wuxia tales, while cultivators are like the immortals in xinxia stories. Can ordinary people compare to immortals? Brother Luo, do you mean I will be an immortal someday? Zhao Linshan looked at Chen Luo with eager eyes. I was merely drawing a comparison. Becoming an immortal is still rather distant. However, if your realm advances to a very high level, then you would be practically akin to an immortal. As your realm rises, your lifespan will lengthen and your appearance will age more slowly. For example, if you live to 100 or 200 years, your looks might be equivalent to an ordinary person after only a year. Really? That would be wonderful. Would I then remain a great beauty, forever never growing old? You are thinking, nowadays industrialization is so advanced and air pollution so severe that spiritual energy is too scarce. Raising one's realm has become very difficult. Is that so? Then tell me about the different realms. What realm are you? The cultivator's realms are divided into the refining qi stage, foundation, establishment, golden core, entry into the Tao, nascent, soul, tribulation, transcendence, and finally ascension. What lies beyond ascension, I cannot say. Each realm is further divided into early, middle, late, and peak stages, and I am currently at the peak of the gold. So many realms. When will I become an immortal? You child, what dreams are you having in broad daylight? Remember that cultivation requires steady progress. Do not rush recklessly. I understand, Brother Luo. I will go home first, though I can hardly wait. Goodbye, Brother Luo. Master. All right, go back. If anything is unclear, be sure to contact me promptly. Seeing Zhao Linshan's eager expression, Chen Luo smiled and shook his head. Then go to see Mei Shanhu and teach them the Jianglong Fuhu Quan. After all, I promised to help them improve. When he arrived at Shiji Nianhua, the security guards recognized Chen Luo and immediately came forward, addressing him as Mr. Chen. Is your Mei gang leader here? They replied that he was in the office and offered to escort him up, but Chen Luo said he would go up himself. He knocked on the office door and found Mei Shanhu and Wang Lian frowning, as if in the midst of a serious discussion. Young Master Chen, why did you come without notifying me, so I could meet you at the door? I happened to be passing by and brought something for you. Here are 3 sets of herbs for medicinal baths to help improve your constitutions. I also give you this Jianglong Fuhu Quan manual. If you perfect the art and combine it with the herbal baths, not only will the Grandmaster realm be within reach, but even higher realms may soon follow. I will write out a formula for the medicinal bath as well. You may bathe once a week. Purchase the herbs yourselves. If funds permit, you may have capable subordinates join the baths, but under no circumstances reveal the formula. Remember to destroy your copy afterward. Thank you, Chen Xiao. On behalf of the Tiger Gang. Alright, no need for pleasantries. I promised you before, and besides, you are helping me out. Just put in some effort for my wife's company. Rest assured, Chen Xiao. Later I will arrange for these people to take medicinal baths and train in this set of martial arts so they can better protect the lady. By the way, I noticed something was off with your expressions earlier. Did you encounter any trouble? Yes, Chen Xiao. Wang Donglai from the Qingzhou gang in the West District sent me an invitation to participate in the underground boxing match on the 1st of next month, where the territories of the Honghu underground world will be redistributed. This person is ambitious and, relying on the financial backing of a wealthy family, surely intends to take the opportunity to swallow the territories of our 3 families and unify the entire underground world of Linen City. Besides you, who are the other 2 families? What is their strength? Chen Luo asked. The Lingyun Pavilion in the South District, led by a girl named Xiao Linger, is about my strength at the mid-Mingjing stage, but she has 2 helpers. One is at the peak Mingjing, and the other is at the early Anjing stage, reportedly from a certain sect. The Lingyun Pavilion has some grudges with Wang Donglai's Qingzhou gang. It seems that Xiao Linger's father's death is related to Wang Donglai. In the North District there is the Tianxia Gate, led by a brute named Xiong Hong, who is very strong, weighing over 200 pounds. It is said that he could crush a tiger with one punch at the peak Mingjing stage. He has an adopted son who also learned skills from a certain sect, though his strength remains unknown. Each family can send 2 representatives, and the winning faction will have the right to redistribute the territories. However, Wang Donglai will definitely let the experts from the Qian family fight. I feel that Yin Lao is not there. After listening to Mai Shen He's words, Chen Luo pondered for a moment. Let me do this, notify me when the time comes, and I will help you fight. They are just a bunch of ants not worth. After I help you win this boxing match, make sure to tidy up the underground world of Linen City and establish a company. We should no longer engage in illegal businesses, they ultimately have no standing. Alright, thank you very much, Qin Xiao. I will definitely follow your instructions. Hearing that Chen Luo, a master of the transformation realm, would fight for him, Maishan, who seemed to envision the scene of the Tiger Gang unifying Linen City, almost jumping with excitement. It's not an order, just a suggestion. From now on you should still make the decisions regarding the gang. I will not get involved, at most helping you resolve some troubles. Understood, Chen Xiao. It's just lunchtime now. Would you like to go eat at our family's restaurant next door? It would be a good time to plan the development strategy together. That works, but I will only provide some advice. The decisions are yours to make. Chen Yi followed Maishan, Huang Lao, Yin Lao, and a few close aides to the nearby Tianxiang building. During the meal, the group ultimately discussed the establishment of a comprehensive service group company that integrates dining, entertainment, media, and more, with Maishan, who as the CEO. Initially, they discussed giving Chen Luo 30% of the shares, but Chen Luo politely declined, showing no interest. The concerns they previously had about the boxing match seemed to have become a thing of the past, as if the entire underground world of Linen was already in their hands. This all stemmed from their complete trust in Chen Luo. In their hearts, Chen Luo was not only a master of martial arts, but also possessed divine abilities capable of anything. Alright, I need to head back. The boxing match is on the evening of July 1st at the Hanyuan Boxing Gym in the West District, right? I will be there on time. Alright, Chen Xiao, I will see you off. Returning to the villa, Chen Luo discovered that Li Qingyao had already finished work and was happily chatting with Wu Ma, her mood appearing quite good. Hello, General Manager Li Wu Ma. Chen Luo greeted the two. You are too stingy, son-in-law. Hasn't Wu Ma treated you well usually? You actually kept such great cosmetics for me. The young lady is so kind and caring, she directly gifted me a bottle saying it would sell for 500 yuan. Chen Luo quickly understood that Li Qingyao must have given a bottle for Wu Ma to try, and the results were excellent. Wu Ma, you don't need cosmetics at all. You and General Manager Li are both stunning beauties, a perfect pair of sisters in appearance, just with an added mature beauty, Chen Luo replied. Haha, son-in-law, I love to hear that. I'll forgive you for now, Wu Ma said, clapping her hands. Chen Luo scratched his head, feeling a bit awkward. Li Qingyao was slightly surprised, wondering when Chen Luo had started to say such things. This was a stark contrast to his previous honest and submissive demeanor. However, considering his recent expressions were indeed stunning, could this be the true him? Chen Luo, the samples have passed testing, and the production license has been issued. The factory will start production tomorrow. The patent number has already been displayed on the municipal patent website, and the patent certificate will be issued in the next few days. Everyone says this anti-aging cream will become an epic-making product, and it will soon gain fame, breaking out of Linen City and reaching the whole country, even the entire world. Li Qingyao said cheerfully, her expression filled with joy. Then I congratulate General Manager Li in advance. I believe soon we will hear that Qingyan Cosmetics Company becomes a top global cosmetics company, and General Manager Li will no longer just be the beautiful president of Linen City, but a world-renowned beautiful president, Chen Luo added. When did you become so eloquent? How about you stop going to the clinic and come work at my company? I can make you a business manager. With your eloquence, it won't be long before our company becomes a top global cosmetics company. Am I wrong? You are right, son-in-law, I also agree, Wu Ma said, clapping her hands. Wu Ma, I'm hungry. Let's serve the dishes, Li Qingyao huffed, walking toward the kitchen, pretending to wash her hands. At the dining table, the three began to eat. Chen Luo, I will definitely set the price of the anti-aging cream at 498 yuan. What do you think? I don't understand business and can't give you any advice. However, since the results are good, it should be positioned in the high-end market, taking a premium route, completely eliminating those expensive imported products with poor performance that have been ripping off our Chinese citizens. Yes, I agree with your thoughts. This price was also determined after several meetings within the company. But now there's a problem, the initial production volume won't be large. I wonder if that will have an impact. Then let's produce more, have the workers work overtime. There's no worry about sales. You also need to hire more people, expand the factory, and purchase new machines. Otherwise, if the orders increase, how will we deliver? Isn't that expensive? Don't you know the company is having financial difficulties? I still owe you 7 million, and now the previous formula has been stolen, all in vain. The current funds can only support limited production. We will have to wait until the finances improve to expand. Chen Luo was about to mention that he still had 10 million, but he quickly realized that 10 million might not be enough. He then said, "You could get a bank loan. Didn't I tell you before that no bank is willing to lend? You even said it was the money family causing trouble." "I forgot about that. Bank loan. Isn't Wu Shixiang the head of some bank? Shouldn't it be a problem to get a formal corporate loan from him?" Chen Luo picked up his phone and dialed Wu Shixiang's number. "Uncle Wu, this is Chen Luo. I have something to trouble you with if it's convenient for you." "Brother Chen, I was just about to call you to thank you. That pill you made is amazing but has helped me regain my youthful appearance. By the way, Brother Chen, what can I do for you?" "I'm so happy that I'm a bit excited. Uncle Wu, the situation is like this. My wife's company is about to launch a new product, but we are having some financial difficulties, so we would like to apply for a loan to increase production and expand the factory. Just follow the normal loan process. As long as the qualifications are sufficient, any bank can handle it. Is there a need for me to help? Is it that the amount of funding is large?" "Ali, I mean, dear, how much funding does the company need?" 50 million will do." Li Qingyao was a bit curious about who Chen Luo was calling. The surname Wu was not from the Kong family, right? At first, Li Qingyao thought Chen Luo was borrowing money from the Kong family, and she was still somewhat resistant to that, not wanting to owe the Kong family too much. "Uncle Wu, we need to loan 50 million. My wife is the president of Qingyan Cosmetics Company, so the qualifications should definitely be fine. Only 50 million. This amount can be applied for at any bank. The thing is, someone is targeting my wife's company from behind, and all the banks are refusing to lend. These people dare to operate in the shadows right under my nose. This is simply lawless behavior, seriously violating the professional conduct code of banking personnel. I will take care of this matter for you. Tomorrow let your wife come to the headquarters of the Union Pay Group to find me, and she can just mention my name. I'll handle it personally. I will also look into which banks are targeting your wife's company, and I will definitely deal with it seriously." "Thank you very much, Uncle Wu. Brother Chen, it's a small matter. If one day my wife becomes pregnant, we will definitely thank Brother Chen again for your great kindness. Then I will wait for Uncle Wu's good news." The two chatted for a few more minutes before hanging up. "Old Mr. Li, please go to the Union Pay Group headquarters tomorrow and meet with General Manager Wu Shixiao. He will personally handle your loan application." Chen Luo lowered his phone and said to Li Qingyao, "Wu Shixiao, how do you even know Wu Shixiao?" "Well, I happened to cure a concealed ailment he'd long suffered from. He claimed he owed me a favor." "I see. Then fine. I'll visit him tomorrow. You've helped me so much lately. I don't even know how to thank you." "What's there to thank for? Don't give it another thought. Oh, by the way, old Master Zhao's TCM clinic has been renovated. Starting tomorrow, I'll be staying there. If your parents come by, please let me know. Does your home withhold food or drink from you? Or are you truly forbidden from staying? Must you insist on living elsewhere? Just leave and never return." Upon hearing Chen Luo's words, Li Qingyao's expression instantly darkened. She flung her chopsticks and bowl aside and stormed upstairs. The heavy slam of her bedroom door plunged the house into sudden silence. Minutes later, Chen Luo withdrew his gaze from the direction of the second-floor bedroom, finally setting down his raised chopsticks. He turned to Wu Ma, who sat frozen-mouth agape, and asked Aunt Wu what just happened with Miss Li. Wu Ma snapped back to awareness as if something had suddenly clicked in her mind. "Xiao Luo, can't you see it yet? You've already taken deep root in Miss Li's heart. She simply cannot bear the thought of you leaving." Chen Luo sighed, offering a wry, helpless smile. "Yet leave I must. Xiao Luo, why not pursue Miss Li? Win her genuine affection. Truly make her yours. I've always hoped the two of you would be together. Aunt Wu, you don't understand. I have far more pressing matters awaiting me. Love is not something I can entertain right now. Staying by Miss Li's side may even place her in grave danger. I refuse to let her suffer harm because of my presence. And truth be told, Miss Li does not love me. What she feels is gratitude alone. She is fiercely proud. She merely refuses to owe anyone anything." Wu Ma fell silent, wordlessly gathering the dishes. Meanwhile, upstairs, Li Qingyao stood pressed hard against her bedroom door, tears streaming down her face. She had overheard every word exchanged between Wu Ma and Chen Luo. Is it truly only gratitude? Then why does my heart ache so fiercely at the thought of Chen Luo's departure? Li Qingyao wrestled, inwardly desperate for an answer, even if the truth shattered her. Chen Luo resolved to move into the clinic. The next morning, he deliberately rose late, packed a few changes of clothes, ate breakfast, and left Li Qingyao's villa. At the entrance of Huimin Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic stood over a dozen floral wreaths, gifts from Zhao Durong's friends celebrating the clinic's renovation and upgrade. Among them, Chen Luo spotted one sent by Elder Kong of the Kong family. Inside the clinic, Zhao Durong was already seeing patients. After greeting him, Chen Luo headed toward the rear courtyard to unpack his belongings. In the courtyard, Zhao Linshan was practicing acupuncture, her movements precise, confident, and remarkably proficient. "Brother Luo, you're here? What do you think of my needle technique?" Zhao Linshan held up a silver needle and immediately called out upon spotting Chen Luo. "Not bad. You do show promise." "Really? Hee hee. Hearing his praise, Zhao Linshan beamed with pride. What's there to boast about? You've barely begun. I expect you to master everything I teach you within 2 months and apply it flawlessly. 2 months. Why so soon? Because in 2 months' time I must depart. So I'll impart all I know before then, so you may stand on your own. Once you reach my current level, your medical mastery will be unparalleled. No national physician or imperial healer could match even a fraction of your skill. Depart. Where are you going? Where, Brother Luo? I'm searching for my master. He vanished 2 years ago, likely in peril. I must find him. I see. Will you ever return? That remains uncertain. Perhaps yes, perhaps no. All right. Zhao Linshan's expression dimmed. She pouted, her disappointment palpable. Now, don't be a silly girl. If fate allows, we'll surely cross paths again. By the way, I'll take you to a special place soon. A site rich in spiritual energy where cultivation advances swiftly. Yet after each absorption, the land requires 10 to 15 days to replenish its chi. After I'm gone, you may train there once every half-month. But take the narrow mountain path. Guards patrol the foothill. There's also a treasure there. My parting gift to you, a rare medicinal herb called Qingling fruit capable of releasing pure spiritual energy. Huh, where is it? When will you take me? Zhao Linshan's curiosity ignited instantly. Don't rush, it'll be in about a week. I've already visited once a week ago. And speaking of Qingling fruit, before I leave I'll also teach you alchemy. Some ailments deplete spiritual energy too rapidly for acupuncture alone. With refined pills, a single dose, or at most a few, can restore health completely. For instance, deep poisoning or severe meridian damage. Yes, Brother Luo, you're truly a genius. How is it you master everything? It's all thanks to my master's guidance, which means you must study diligently too. One day you'll rise as a celestial prodigy. Tell me, do you have confidence? Absolutely. I won't betray your trust. Starting today, I'll eat only twice daily and sleep 8 hours, no 7. Every remaining moment will go toward cultivating and mastering medicine. That's unnecessary. Balance is vital. Structure your time wisely, dedicate portions to practice and study, but eat well, rest fully, and play freely. Don't you girls adore shopping for new clothes? Preserve that joy. It's part of who you are. Otherwise, how will you ever find a worthy husband? Exactly. You're absolutely right, Brother Luo. Come on, let's go shopping for clothes. I haven't bought anything new in ages. She seized his arm and tugged him toward the door. Linshan, stop teasing. I have patience waiting. Grandfather Zhao can't manage alone. Go shopping with your friends, not me. Just kidding, Brother Luo. You go ahead and work. I'll keep practicing acupuncture. And at noon, order me takeout from Rongjud, grilled chicken wings, please. Chen Luo snapped his fingers and strode off to begin his consultations. At 10 o'clock sharp, a notice on Qingyan Cosmetics Company's official website announcing the launch of Lease Rejuvenating Cream sent shockwaves through Linen City. Really? Is it truly that effective? The description claims it far outperforms Equa from the Yingyuli Kingdom, and it only costs $499. No way. Yes, my aunt works at that company. She tried it for 3 days, and the scar on her face disappeared. Her skin turned fairer. My sister is in their HR department. Do you know how miraculous it is? After 3 days of applying it, a small knife scar on her forehead vanished. That scar was from when I accidentally cut her as a child. She cried and beat me for days over it. Look at the test reports and patent certificates on the website. This must be real. The government would not deceive the public. Where can we buy it? When will it be on sale? For a moment, chatter about the cream erupted everywhere online. West District, the Qian Building, General Manager's office. What is going on? Didn't you say you had stolen their formula and samples? Where did this rejuvenating cream come from? Father, I don't know. I did obtain a formula and a sample. Could Li Qingyao have known I would steal her formula and sample and deliberately left this one for me? Impossible. That is absolutely impossible. She must have other formulas as well. The employee I bribed might not even have known. Yes, it must be so. The man speaking was Qian Maosheng. Sitting in the general manager's chair was his father Qian, general manager of the Qian Group. Then tell me what to do. You and your grandfather promised to monopolize Linen City's cosmetics industry. Over the past 2 years, we've spent so much acquiring so many cosmetic companies. What have you accomplished? Weren't you going to acquire Qingyan Cosmetics Company? They have just launched this product. How can you possibly buy them now? With what leverage? Qian slammed his palm down on the desk. Terrified of his father Qian, Maosheng hesitated before saying, Father, rest assured. I will find a way to obtain this rejuvenating cream. I will also take Li Qingyao and her company. I will make them bear the Qian name, both person and enterprise. Use your brain when you act. Stop thinking about women all the time. If you continue like this, you'll sooner or later be undone by them. Get out. If you fail at this again, I'll strip you of every authority and have old men follow you. Father, trust me, I will not disappoint you this time. A cruel plan rose in Qian Maosheng's mind. At 11 o'clock, another notice appeared on Qingyan Cosmetics Company's official website. Lease rejuvenating cream would go on sale at 900 m. on July 1st simultaneously across 20 Qingyan beauty boutiques in Kangshi Shopping Plaza. The initial batch numbered 10,000 bottles, a first-come first-served, a 3-bottle limit per person. The internet erupted once more. What? Only 3 bottles per person? I wanted to buy some for relatives. The first. I have morning class. I'll have to skip. I still have work. Can I call in sick with a stomachache? Haha, my house is next to Kangshi Shopping Plaza. I can have my mother buy it. At that moment, Chen Luo was treating a patient and was unaware of the online news. Suddenly a voice called out, "Brother Luo, isn't Qingyan Cosmetics sister Kinjio's company?" "Yes, what's wrong? Doesn't your sister work there too?" "Right, I must call my sister and have her get me a bottle of Lease rejuvenating cream. This product is already taking the internet by storm. You didn't know?" After seeing off his client, Chen Luo took out his phone and searched for Lease rejuvenating cream. Sure enough, it topped the trending charts. The whole web was abuzz. He hadn't expected Li Qingyao to be such a shrewd business mind. She harnessed online publicity to build momentum, saving a fortune in advertising, not even needing a celebrity endorsement. "Lin Shan, didn't I tell you you're not ordinary? This won't work on you." Yes, I remember now. You'll go back to the courtyard to study then." Zhao Linshan laughed and skipped away. The day passed swiftly. After Zhao Durong and Zhao Linshan left, Chen Luo closed the clinic's door and returned to the backyard. He brewed a pot of tea and sat in the courtyard. It was June 29th. Only a month and a half remained until August 16th. Where should he go next? Where had his master gone? Right. First, he would return to Wufeng Mountain to see if he could uncover any clues. His master had already reached the tribulation transcendence realm. His opponents would therefore be even stronger. Even if he discovered his master's whereabouts, what could he do? His own strength was still too weak. He needed to hasten his cultivation and raise his realm. The cave in Niumang Mountain was decent, but it belonged to someone else. Lingering there long-term would be inconvenient. If any commotion arose, it would spell trouble. Right. I could find a suitable place, set up a spirit-gathering formation, and transplant the Qingling fruit there. Perfect. It would be best to secure a villa by the mountain and water, quiet and sparsely populated. In the coming days, he would go out and look for such a place. He wondered how expensive such a villa would be. He only had a little over 10 million. Would it be enough? He would find it first and worry about the finances later. At that moment, his phone rang. Chen Luo checked. The call was from Mei Shanhu. "Master Mei, is there something urgent?" "Young Master Chen, it's terrible. Madam has been abducted." "What happened?" Chen Luo shot upright, his voice sharp with alarm. "One of my men, just called Madam, was seized in the parking lot after work by several men in black suits. They forced her into a minivan heading westward. It happened so suddenly. My men couldn't react in time to stop them. However, they're tailing the vehicle now." "Good. Keep your men on their heels, but unseen. Have them report continuously. I'm driving straight to the West District now." 15 minutes later, having already entered the West District, Chen Luo received another call from Mei Shanhu. "Young Master Chen, they've taken her to an abandoned factory on the outskirts. I've sent the coordinates to your phone. There are many of them. My men estimate 30 to 40. I've summoned over 100 reinforcements en route. Right. No need to send anyone else. I'll handle this alone. A handful of petty thugs. Hardly worth my notice." Chen Luo hung up and sped toward the coordinates Mei Shanhu had sent. Inside an abandoned factory on the city's western edge. "Well, directorly, have you made up your mind?" "My patience wears thin." "Qian Maoxing, you're dreaming. Even if you kill me, I'll never sell my company or the youth-preserving cream to you. Abandon that fantasy once and for all. So you'd rather drink poison than sip wine. Look, see that large bed and those cameras beside it. They're all prepared for you. Soon I'll have a bearskin duel with you and record every second for the internet. Tell me, what do you imagine netizens will say when they watch? Oh, and this isn't the only video. See those 30 or so people surrounding you. After I'm done, each one will have his turn with Li Qingyao, the famed beauty of linen. And yes, they'll each record their own footage. Qian Maoxing, you vile subhuman beast. You'll be struck down by heaven's thunder. I curse your entire family to die wretched, agonizing deaths." Li Qingyao stood, restrained, her wrists gripped tightly by 2 men in black. Her hair hung disheveled, her eyes bloodshot, her gaze locked fiercely upon Qian Maoxing. "Whore!" Qian Maoxing strode forward and slapped Li Qingyao twice, hard. Crimson handprints bloomed instantly across her cheeks. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth. "One last chance. Will you surrender?" Li Qingyao remained silent. Her piercing glare burned like daggers, unwavering, unbroken, fixed upon Qian Maoxing. "We'll see how long your resolve lasts. Oh, you're one of Linen's 4 beauties, aren't you? After I'm finished, I'll carve a dozen gashes across your face, and your arms, legs, your whole body. Your youth-preserving cream claims to erase scars. Let's test whether it can heal these." "Ha ha ha. Throw her onto the bed. Pin her wrists and ankles. I'll savor her first." Two of you, take photos. Make them clear. Capture Director Li's posture on that bed, every detail. Just as Qian Maosheng reached to unbutton his shirt, shouts erupted outside the factory gate, followed by the deafening roar of an engine. Who's there? Before his guards could react, a car slammed into them, and through the gate itself. The heavy metal doors burst inward as a sleek black Passat surged into the factory. Qian Maosheng watched Chen Luo step out of the vehicle. With a flick of his wrist, his underlings drew weapons, blades, iron rods, and several handguns, all leveled at Chen Luo. You again, the despised son-in-law, ruining my pleasure. Chen Luo said nothing. He strode forward, eyes locking onto Li Qingyao pinned helplessly on the bed. Her clothes were intact. She hadn't been violated. Her eyes blazed crimson, two livid slaps marred her cheeks. Rage ignited within him, white-hot, incandescent. You've sealed your doom. He ground out teeth, clenched voice glacial. With you, a worthless failure. Look around you. Do you think I'd repeat last time's blunder? You may have skill enough to best 2 men, but 30 more. See those guns? Can you dodge bullets? And this venerable master beside me, old Master Nan, is a Dark Realm initiate. You're clearly a martial cultivator yourself, perhaps mirror realm strength. How many moves could you possibly withstand against him? Today every soul here dies, not one escapes. Chen Luo spoke coldly. Ha ha ha, that's rich. Who do you think you are? A transcendent sovereign. No, I won't kill you. I'll shatter your limbs, and force you to watch helpless as I defile your wife. Attack, break his limbs. Chen Luo, run. Don't worry about me. You can't win against the Qian family, just flee. Li Qingyao, finally regaining her senses, struggled and screamed. No escape. Attack now. Qian Maosheng waved his hand, and over a dozen thugs armed with blades and clubs surged forward. Chen Luo stepped forth, vanishing in a blur of the illusory shadow step. In an instant he stood before the 2 men restraining Li Qingyao. 3 thunderous punches, thud thud thud, sent them flying meters backward, ribs shattered, life extinguished before they hit the floor. Gently Chen Luo lifted Li Qingyao into his arms, cradling her hips with his left hand. Leaning close to her ear he murmured, "Hold on tight, say nothing. Leave everything to me. Close your eyes. Don't look." He feared for her safety. She was but an ordinary woman, and refused to let her witness the merciless fury he would unleash. Li Qingyao clutched his neck tightly, her head resting on his shoulder. The terror and dread that had gripped her moments before had dissolved, replaced by quiet trust. She breathed in the scent of his skin, unfamiliar yet profoundly comforting. A daze stole over her, softening her features, until almost imperceptibly a faint tender smile touched her lips. Fire! Kill them both! Qian Maosheng shrieked, losing all composure. Black-clad gunmen opened fire, but Chen Luo activated the 9-yang overlord body art, sparking a shimmering, impenetrable aura of defensive qi around him. Bullets struck the barrier and clattered harmlessly to the ground. Stunned silence fell. Was this even human? Bullets couldn't pierce his flesh. Qian Maosheng staggered backward, breath ragged. This. Beside him, old Master Nan, the Taoist elder in flowing robes, trembled violently, voice cracking with awe. That's a body-protecting qi barrier. A transcendent sovereign. He's a transcendent sovereign. With these insignificant beings, do you really think you can threaten me, Chen Luo, the 3rd young master of the Qian family? Have you decided how you wish to die? Chen Luo slowly spoke as he withdrew his defensive aura. You? Old Nan, hurry up and help me kill him. Qian Maosheng looked at old Nan beside him. I am not his match, old Nan stammered. Little brother, we were wrong this time. Please let us go this once, and I promise we will not trouble you or your wife. As a gesture of apology, I will have the Qian family compensate you a large sum. What do you think? With his current strength in the Dark Realm, how could he possibly contend with a Transformation Realm master? He did not wish to die. I told you, for insulting me and harming my wife, you all deserve to die. Do you know that young Master Qian is the heir of the Qian family? The Qian family is one of the 3 major families in Linen, not someone you can provoke. Moreover, I am an elder of the ancient martial sect Wuzhizong. Our Wuzhizong is far more powerful than you can imagine. We have over 10 masters at the master level, and our sect leader has even stepped into the Earth realm, able to crush you like an ant. So what if it's the Qian family? Or Wuzhizong? If you dare to provoke me and my wife, I will annihilate the Qian family and wipe out your entire Wuzhizong. Now you all go die? Sword come! Chen Luo shouted loudly. The Fushi sword instantly appeared before Chen Luo. He held the sword in his right hand and pointed it around at everyone. Several timid men in black had already discarded their weapons and were preparing to flee. Sword shadow, assault, go. The second sword of the Shirtian 9 swords was unleashed. The Fushi sword vanished in an instant, and a shadow of the sword appeared above each person's head. In less than a minute, all heads rolled, leaving a scene of carnage. Chen Luo retracted the Fushi sword and walked out of the door, holding Li Qingyao. Outside, Mei Shanhu and 100 men had already surrounded the abandoned factory. He was not worried about Chen Luo's safety and hurriedly approached when he saw Chen Luo come out. Young Master Chen, is the lady all right? What happened to the people inside? It's fine now, I killed everyone inside. Set it on fire and find someone to take me back. My car is wrecked. All right, young Master Chen. Qingyao will take you home. You must be tired and sleep well. After saying that, Chen Luo pressed on Li Qingjiao's acupoint, causing her to fall asleep. Chen Luo carried Li Qingyao and got into a car heading towards her villa. Throughout the journey, Li Qingyao slept soundly. Chen Luo gently caressed her delicate face and secretly infused a stream of spiritual energy. Soon the slap mark on her face disappeared. Chen Luo felt something strange. Why was Li Qingyao absorbing the spiritual energy I infused so quickly? It seemed the same as when I helped her eliminate the aphrodisiac last time. Furthermore, Li Qingjiao's body was abnormally cold. It was already summer, so that shouldn't be the case. Did the events that just transpired change her body? Strange. However, listening to Li Qingjiao's even breathing, Chen Luo did not think too much about it. As long as she was alright. In fact, Li Qingyao had a cold body akin to ice, and her personality was likewise. It was just that Chen Luo had not had physical contact with her before. The only time was when he helped her eliminate the aphrodisiac. But at that time, Li Qingyao was affected by the aphrodisiac, and her body was heated, so Chen Luo did not notice anything unusual. After Chen Luo left, Mei Shanhu and the others entered the factory and were horrified to see the decapitated bodies and heads rolling on the ground. Several of them even vomited on the spot. Even Mei Shanhu and Yin Lao, who had seen grand scenes before, were shocked. Young Master Chen was too ruthless. In the end, they set the entire factory ablaze, turning it to ashes. By the time they reached the villa, it was already 10 o'clock at night, and Aunt Wu had gone to rest. Chen Luo carried Li Qingyao into her room and laid her on the bed. Li Qingjiao's clothes were somewhat torn, but Chen Luo did not intend to help her change. After all, aside from her underwear, she was only wearing one outer garment. Chen Luo helped Li Qingyao take off her high heels, prepared 2 basins of hot water, and wiped her face and feet with a towel before covering her with a blanket. Worried that Li Qingyao might wake up in the middle of the night, Chen Luo did not leave. After returning to his own room to wash up, he sat beside Li Qingyao and quietly watched her. Chen Luo stayed awake all night, keeping watch by Li Qingjiao's side. The next day, Li Qingyao opened her eyes, and Chen Luo's figure came into view. Chen Luo, what are you doing in my room? Li Qingyao flung back the blanket and checked herself, still wearing yesterday's clothes, and felt an immediate wash of relief. Her mind then replayed the events of the previous night, a tremor of fear followed by a bashful embarrassment. She remembered holding Chen Luo for a long time. But what happened after they left the factory? She could not recall a thing. What did you do last night? You were probably exhausted and fell asleep. I carried. When we returned, I only wiped your face and did nothing else. I stayed in your room because I feared you might wake from a nightmare. My presence might soothe you. Thank you for last night, otherwise I might have. Don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you. But what if one day you are not here? I believe he will protect you as well. I'll go out now and take a good shower, and try to forget what happened. Chen Luo closed the door and walked to his room. Li Qingyao fell silent for a moment, took out her phone, and sent a message. Junqing, are you there? It was 7 in the morning in Huaxiao, which meant it should be 8 in the evening in Meili. I'm here, Yao Yao, do you miss me? I'm working on my thesis, in at most a month and a half I'll return home, and then we can meet. I have a question to ask you. What is it? Say it. If a powerful family threatened me, forced me to do things I refused to do, and held a gun to you, if you were by my side, what would you do? A minute passed, then 2, then 5, no reply. Li Qingyao let 2 lines of tears fall, blocked Lin Junqing's number, and slowly moved toward the bathroom, where the sound of the shower mingled with soft sobbing. Indeed, what could he do? He was only an ordinary overseas student, with no family backing and none of Chen Luo's skills. In such circumstances, what could he possibly do? After showering, Li Qingyao changed, and went down to the dining room. Breakfast had been prepared. Chen Luo and Wu Ma were chatting by the side. Miss, you're awake. Come eat. I've made your favorite Xilongbao. Li Qingyao nodded and took her seat. She glanced at Chen Luo and asked, how did you know about what happened last night? Who were those men outside the factory? Chen Luo paused, then chose to speak plainly. They are a gang from the East District underworld called the Menghu Gang. I once did their boss a favor, so he owes me one. I used that favor to have a few men stationed at your company entrance. When the man they were watching saw you in trouble, they phoned me. Miss, were you hurt? Shall I inform the master and madam? No need, Wuma, everything is fine now. After they finished breakfast, Chen Luo prepared to leave for the clinic, but Li Qingyao called him into her bedroom. Did you kill Qian Maosheng and that old man yesterday? Yes. After what they did to you, how could I let them go? But what if the Qian family retaliates? Their clan is vast and powerful. How could we possibly stand against them? I have said it before, if the Qian family persists in their wrongdoing, I will destroy them. Do not doubt my words, I have the capability. You. And that old Nan and that ancient martial sect. What was it called? Wuji sect. What are they? Are they very powerful? Stronger than the Qian family? You needn't worry. At worst they are only a slightly larger gang. If the Wuji sect also refuses to exist, I will eradicate them as well. You sound so certain. Perhaps you have some skill, but remember there is always someone stronger. Many surpass you. Qingyao Ms. Li, believe me, my strength is greater than you imagine. Before I leave, I will remove every trouble and danger for you. Are you truly going to leave here? What? Ms. Li, are you reluctant to see me go? Have you fallen in love with me? Just kidding. And if I said yes? Shen Luo felt a momentary fluster. Why ask such a foolish question? He had plainly sensed Li Qingyao's fondness, yet he did not wish to be bound by emotion now. Ms. Li, you are truly a good woman, fair of face and keen in business. To say I feel nothing for you would be impossible. Especially when we first met. After we obtained the marriage certificate, I spent several nights unable to sleep for joy. Later, when I learned your heart belonged to your senior, I was unhappy for several days, and then let go of that fantasy. Not long ago my body recovered and my abilities returned. During the remaining time of our marriage, I wanted to do something for you to repay the life you once saved. After the divorce, I will seek news of my master. He raised me for more than 20 years and taught me many skills. Now that he is in danger, how could I stand aside? There is another more urgent reason. Those who took my master are immensely powerful, stronger than my master himself, far beyond the likes of the Qian family or the Wuji sect. I do not wish to bring danger upon you. I want you to be joyful and to live a happy life. We are not of the same world. My world is fraught with peril. A single misstep could leave no trace of our bodies. You are different. You have better choices. Friends love a career. That is the life you should pursue. Li Qingyao stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Chen Luo. He felt her tears slowly slide down against his chest. Please don't leave me, please. I don't want you to go. Or take me with you to find your master. Teach me martial arts as well. I will study diligently. Even if death awaits, I will die by your side. Promise me, will you? Chen Luo felt at a loss. His hand moved of its own accord to stroke Li Qingyao's long hair, while his other hand settled on her shoulder and lightly patted it. Ms. Li, let me think about it, all right? From now on, do not call me Ms. Li, call me Qingyao. And you must not live outside anymore. Come home to live. Very well, I will agree. It made no difference to him where he lived, or what he was called, so long as Li Qingyao did not feel embarrassed. When will you teach me to practice martial arts? Li Qingyao's eyes regarded Chen Luo with a sly smile. What martial arts? I meant that I promised to call you Qingyao and to live here. Are you even a man? How can you deny what you just— Wait. Let go of me for a moment, I need to think this over. No, I won't let go. You'll loosen your hold only when you promise. Saying that, she hugged him even tighter. I must first find a cultivation method suitable for you. Speaking of which, why is your body so cold? Sit down, extend your hand, let me examine you. I've always been like this. My parents often took me to the hospital when I was little. There was nothing seriously wrong. The doctors only said my constitution was a little weaker than most. But I did not fall ill often. Even as an adult, I have regular checkups. I am very healthy. Li Qingyao released her arms and obediently sat on the bed. Chen Luo pretended to feel Li Qingyao's pulse while sending his spiritual sense through her body. Is this a Xianin constitution? Could Li Qingyao truly be the legendary Xianin constitution? His master had once said that the Xianin constitution is also an exemplary disposition for cultivation in the cultivation world, no worse than a Longyang constitution, and that if one were to encounter a Xianin constitution, to cultivate with their advancement would accelerate dramatically. The Longyang constitution and the Xianin constitution can harmonize with one another, complementary in yin and yang. Could Li Qingyao be the one destined to accompany him for life? Chen Luo withdrew his spiritual sense and watched Li Qingyao in silence. His heart stirred. Any lingering thoughts of leaving were completely overturned. He resolved to bring her onto the path of cultivation, to train together and to protect her for the rest of their lives. Why are you staring at me like that? Is there something wrong with my body? Li Qingyao noticed the oddness in Chen Luo's gaze. No, nothing is wrong. Your body is very healthy, Chen Luo said as he withdrew his hand. Then what is that expression? I was merely thinking about something. Qingyao, are you truly certain you want to follow the path of cultivation that I have chosen? Chen Luo, I have decided. I want to stay by your side forever. Whatever dangers the future brings, let us face them together, okay? Very well then, I will take you to cultivate with me. I will first find a cultivation method suitable for you. Really? You promise? What is a xinfa? How does one cultivate it? Isn't that just practicing martial arts? Chen Luo repeated to Li Qingyao with some slight adjustments what he had previously explained to Zhao Linshan. He also roughly explained the differences between genuine cultivators and mundane martial artists. So that means your current cultivation is equivalent to the pinnacle of the Earth realm. No wonder you do not take that person from the Wuji sect seriously. But you say Earth's spiritual energy is scarce. To what realm might we possibly ascend here? I have already found a method to enhance spiritual energy, though I will tell you about it after some time, and you will understand. Besides, your constitution is unlike that of ordinary people. Chen Luo also told her about his Longyang constitution and Li Qingjiu's Xianin constitution. Then if we cultivate together in dual cultivation, wouldn't that? Li Qingjiu's face flushed crimson in an instant, as she had not expected to take that step with Chen Luo so soon. Not yet. You must wait until you reach the Golden Core Jindan realm. If you lose your purity before Golden Core, you will be halted at Foundation Establishment and will no longer be able to advance. How long will it take me to reach the Golden Core? Li Qingyao felt a small measure of disappointment welling. As I told you before, the path of cultivation requires steady step-by-step progress. But do not worry. With me assisting you at your side, you will advance swiftly. Very well then. I will leave the cultivation matters to you. I'm going to work now. You still have to go to work. Won't you rest for a few days? Aren't you afraid after what happened last night? What is there to fear? Was it not all resolved for you? Besides, with you here, what else is there to worry about? What is this? From today onward, you will escort me to and from work every day. At the company, I will no longer face danger. Besides, your car has been wrecked. You can use mine from now on. No need to buy a new one. Starting tonight, you will take me to cultivate. Chen Luo scratched his head. Had Li Qingjiu's change come too swiftly? What, you do not want to? No, I do. Then what are you waiting for? Let us go and drive. Chen Luo drove Li Qingyao to her company, then returned to the clinic and began a day of consultations, occasionally stepping into the backyard to instruct Zhao Linshan. Seeing her rapid progress, Chen Luo was greatly pleased. Inside the general manager's office of the Qin Group, Mao Sheng still hasn't returned. What about Elder Nan? Why hasn't he come back either? Go find them at once. If you cannot find them, do not bother returning. Right, didn't he say he was going to deal with that Qingyan Cosmetics company? Investigate that as well. With Elder Nan present in Linen City, there are very few who can truly threaten him. Whoever dares to harm my son, I will make his whole family pay with their lives. Qian Yi snarled, eyes blazing with fury. At noon, the clinic was quiet. After lunch, Chen Luo lounged back with a cup of tea, one leg crossed over the other, in complete leisure. He needed to find Li Qingyao a cultivation manual, so he sent out his spiritual sense into his storage ring to sift through its contents. Jiu Yin Xianbing Ju, the Jiu Yin Profound Eyes formula. Was this not the cultivation method tailor-made for the Xian Yin physique? Master's storage ring actually contained this, so wonderful. As for martial techniques, there was no suitable weapon at the moment, so he decided to pick a spell. Wan Wu Jia, an ice type art. The practitioner interlaces the fingers of both hands, intones the incantation, and according to the height of their realm controls a given radius in which the temperature plummets rapidly to 0 degrees Celsius or below. Creatures and plants within the area are assailed by biting cold. Their bodies and even the blood within begin to freeze, eventually solidifying into blocks of ice. Those of higher realms can instantaneously freeze a person into an ice sculpture. With each ascent in realm, the technique lowers the temperature by an additional 10 degrees. At the Qi refinement stage, it reaches 0 degrees. At Foundation Establishment, it drops to -10 degrees, and so on. This art seems somewhat akin to his own spatial confinement technique, yet whereas his spatial binding primarily suppresses a target's cultivation, Wan Wu Jiaoling carries a direct offensive potency. He then selected a life-preserving skill for her. After reading through them all, he ultimately decided Li Qingyao should cultivate Huaning Bu, the phantasmal step. Fortunately, he had already perfected that technique himself. Instructing her would therefore be swift. It was precisely what she needed right now. Reaching only a minor attainment would prevent incidents like yesterday. He still had marrow washing pills in reserve. Tonight he would return to Mei Shanhe's villa and fetch a set of herbs for a medicinal bath. That evening they could begin formal practice. At that very moment, Li Qingyao was busier than ever. It was June 30th. Tomorrow marked the launch of Zhu. The factory had been working overtime to produce 10,000 bottles of Zhuyan Shuang and had already arranged delivery to each counter. Store posters, advertising campaigns, and the lucky draw segment were all being discussed and coordinated with Kong Kaidai. The sales manager and staff were answering calls without respite. Inquiries kept coming from other cities and provinces, and prospective distributors arrived one after another. For the recruitment of Zhuyan Shuang agents, Li Qingyao had devised a plan: recruit one provincial general agent for each province, with the provincial agent responsible for selecting city-level agents. The nationwide retail price for Zhuyan Shuang was set uniformly at 499. No terminal outlet was permitted to sell below this price. Any violation would result in supply suspension and cancellation of that distributor's agency qualifications. Li Qingyao decided to offer the provincial general agent a price of 300 per bottle and to collect 5 million as a brand use and guarantee deposit. She announced that on the morning of July 10th at 9 o'clock a dealers conference would be held at the Hangqing Hotel in the East District of Linen, where the provincial general agents for Zhuyan Shuang would be revealed and contracts signed. Interested parties were instructed to first email Qingyan Company's official website. The company would conduct an initial screening followed by further communication and assessment before final agency qualifications were awarded. For sales within Jia province where Linen City is located, Li Qingyao decided the company would handle it directly, selecting several people from the sales department to form a dedicated team responsible for all business in Jia province. At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Luo called Li Qingyao and learned she would be working late as she asked him to come pick her up. Chen Luo drove to Mei Shan his place. Mei had done him a great favor the night before and he wished to thank him. Leader Mei, thank you for last night. Young Master Chen, you need not be so polite. Well, I was only doing my duty. My wife was abducted, and my men failed to stop it, or I feel ashamed that you do not blame me, young Master Chen. This matter had nothing to do with him. I only asked you to have your men keep watch. The other side was simply too formidable. Your people could not have prevailed. Thank you for your understanding, young master. I have already arranged for my men to prepare the medicinal bath and to practice the boxing technique. Speaking of which, Elder Yin has just broken through to the early dark realm. Elder Wang and I have reached the peak and latter stages of Mingjing. This set of boxing is indeed exquisite. Now I can even trade a few moves with Elder Yin. Chen Luo glanced at the men and saw their genuine improvement. Not bad at all. In only 2 or 3 days you have advanced a realm. Keep this up and you might break through to the Zhongshe realm in less than half a year. Really? Then we would be at the same realm as young Master Chen. Mei Shanhu exclaimed. Me? I am not at the Zhongshe realm. A Zhongshe could not withstand a single blow from me. Huh. Then what realm is young Master Chen at now? By your reckoning, I should be at the pinnacle of the D realm. Above the Zhongshe stands the D realm, Chen Luo said calmly. Young Master Chen truly is a prodigy, a favored child of fate. The others marveled. By the way, young Master Chen, I have arranged for Elder Yin to fight in tomorrow's boxing match. If he proves unable, we will have to trouble you to step in. I will be there on time. Since Wang Donglai is backed by the Qian family, we will deal with him first. Chen Luo then offered further guidance on their cultivation before taking his leave. Arriving at the foot of Li Qingjiao's company building at 7:30, Chen Luo parked the car and headed straight upstairs towards Li Qingjiao's office. Most of the employees were working overtime, each showing signs of fatigue. Seeing Li Qingyao also looking exhausted, Chen Luo felt a twinge of sympathy. Qingyao, is work really that exhausting? Chen Luo, you're here. Sit for a bit, it's almost done. Tomorrow is the launch day for the rejuvenating cream. Everything must be prepared today. I'll refine some Qingxin pills for your employees later, otherwise how can they endure such work? Qingxin pills. What are they for? They can quickly alleviate fatigue and refresh the spirit. Li Qingyao put down the documents in her hand, looking at Chen Luo with confusion. Can this be produced in bulk? That should be fine, and the medicinal materials aren't expensive. However, this isn't classified as a cosmetic. Are you planning to sell this too? Chen Luo thought to himself how adept Li Qingyao was at seizing business opportunities. Is that not allowed? Who says I can only sell cosmetics? What else can you refine? Oh, forget it, just managing one rejuvenating cream has worn you out so much. How can you handle more? I'll prepare a weight loss formula for you later. The Shisui Dan has powerful properties to eliminate impurities from the body. Modifying the formula to make it effective for fat reduction is all it takes. Great. When you have time, get me a sample so I can send it for inspection in advance. Let's finish work then. Oh, on the way back, I need to stop by the department store to buy a wooden tub. Why buy a wooden tub? For soaking. Isn't there a bathtub at home? That's for you, you'll understand later. The wooden tub works better than the bathtub. Li Qingyao notified the employees to leave after finishing work and left the company with Chen Luo. On the way, she bought a wooden tub, but it wouldn't fit in Li Qingjiao's BMW, so she spent an extra 200 yuan to call a delivery truck. Aunt Wu had already prepared dinner, and after the two hastily finished eating, the wooden tub was delivered. Upon entering Li Qingjiao's bedroom, Chen Luo took out the heart method of the Jiuyin Xining Ju for Li Qingyao to memorize while he went to the bathroom to clean the wooden tub, scrubbing it several times. Li Qingyao was indeed gifted. She quickly memorized the Jiuyin Xining Ju. Chen Luo laid a towel on the floor for her to sit on and took out a Shisui Dan for her to take. After Li Qingyao took the Shisui Dan, Chen Luo went to the villa of the Meishan tiger to fetch some medicinal bath materials and toss them into the wooden tub. Pouring in hot water to fully activate the medicinal properties, he slowly infused his own spiritual energy into the tub to enhance Li Qingjiao's absorption. Oh, what's happening? Li Qingyao exclaimed. Chen Luo stepped out of the bathroom to check on her. It's nothing. This is the effect of the Shisui Dan. The impurities in your body have been cleaned out. This is the first step for cultivators to begin their training. Now go rinse off in the bathroom, then sit in the wooden tub I prepared without any clothes on. Call me when you're done. I will be waiting outside. Li Qingyao rinsed herself, touched the water in the wooden tub, found it at a suitable temperature, and without caring about the medicinal materials, sat right in. The water reached her neck, and after glancing back at the bathtub, she finally understood why Chen Luo wanted to buy a wooden tub, her face slightly reddening. Chen Luo, you can come in now, Li Qingyao called out. Chen Luo entered the bathroom and saw Li Qingyao with her head above the water, her face flushed, and he smiled faintly. Now close your eyes and circulate the Juyin Xianying Ju in your mind. He'll explain things to you from the side. As the heart method circulated, the medicinal properties and spiritual energy within the tub were continuously absorbed by Li Qingyao. An hour later, a small amount of pure spiritual energy formed within her, entering the initial stage of the qi refining realm. It wasn't over yet. Li Qingyao continued to absorb the medicinal properties and spiritual energy. Another half hour passed, and the medicinal properties were completely absorbed with her realm, finally reaching the mid-stage of the qi refining realm. The Xianying body was indeed extraordinary. Just like his own experience, she stepped into the mid-stage of the qi refining realm during her first medicinal bath, and he remembered how his master had praised him back then. Is it over? I feel a flow of energy within me. It feels so good. Yes, that's spiritual energy. You're truly a genius at cultivation. You reached the mid-stage of the qi refining realm during your first training, much better than most people. Really? What do we do next? He'll step out first. After you get dressed, he'll tell you what's next. After rinsing again, Li Qingyao emerged from the bathroom in a light purple nightgown. After the Shisui Dan and medicinal bath, Li Qingyou's demeanor underwent a tremendous change. Her skin was as smooth as fine jade, and she appeared ethereal, a natural beauty. Originally a stunning beauty, she now resembled a fairy from the celestial realm. What's wrong? It's not like you haven't seen me in a nightgown before. Look at that silly expression on your face. Qingyao, didn't you check yourself in the mirror? Take a look at how you look now. Huh? Is there any change? Let me go see. With a gasp, Chen Luo knew Li Qingyao had discovered the changes in her body. Li Qingyao rushed out of the bathroom and jumped directly onto Chen Luo. Feeling a soft pressure on his chest, Chen Luo was a bit at a loss. You? Li Qingyao also sensed Chen Luo's unusual reaction and quickly pushed him away, stepping aside, her expression shy and face flushed. Chen Luo awkwardly scratched his head. What's wrong with me? If I don't react to you like this, am I still a man? So what should we do next? Li Qingyao quickly changed the subject. Are you tired? Should we sleep first and talk about it tomorrow? Not at all tired or sleepy. I feel particularly energetic right now. Oh, could it be because of my cultivation? Yes, for cultivators, practicing is equivalent to ordinary people resting and sleeping. Since you're not sleepy, it'll take you to Villa 19. That's where Maishan Tiger has prepared for my alchemy. We'll go over there. It'll teach you a spell and a footwork technique. It's not convenient here, and it would disturb Wu Ma. You go down first, I'll change my clothes. The two arrived at Maishan Tiger's Villa 19A, and Chen Luo began to teach Li Qingyao how to practice the phantom steps. After 2 hours of practice, Li Qingyao had already grasped the basics of the phantom steps. She is now in the mid-stage of qi refinement, equivalent to the mid-stage of a martial artist's dark realm. She should be able to escape against peak dark realm experts or even early-stage masters. Li Qingyao was very enthusiastic and asked Chen Luo to teach her more spells. Chen Luo initially wanted Li Qingyao to go home to sleep, but he had no choice but to teach her the spell, withering of all things. After Li Qingyao had condensed frost on the pine tree in the yard more than 10 times, she reluctantly ended her training, and it was almost dawn. Qingyao, how do you feel? Chen Luo looked at Li Qingyao, who seemed to be lingering on. I feel that the cold energy within me greatly enhances the effect of the withering of all things. Yes, you are naturally a Xianying body, and with the Xian Bing Ju, the power will be greatly amplified when using the withering of all things. That's why I chose this spell for you. As for martial skills, I'll wait until I find a suitable weapon before discussing it. First, I need to improve my cultivation. Didn't you say that the spiritual energy is thin now and cultivation is very slow? Yes, I've found a method. I plan to set up a gathering formation around this villa to actively absorb the surrounding spiritual energy and concentrate it here. I discovered a herb called the Qingling fruit that releases spiritual energy on Niomang Mountain in the southern district. They'll transplant it here when I have time in the next few days. That's a good idea, but isn't this villa owned by Maishan Tiger? He wanted to give it to me before, but I didn't take it at that time because I wasn't thinking about staying for long. Now that I've promised to stay for you, he'll accept it as our future cultivation place. By the way, I've also taught Zhao Linshan, the granddaughter of Dr. Zhao, some medical skills and acupuncture techniques. She might come by in the future. You've taken in a disciple. Why did you think of teaching her? I promised Dr. Zhao before, and this girl also has a talent for medicine. Of course, I only taught her some medical skills and acupuncture techniques, hoping she can promote traditional Chinese medicine in the future. I can't always be at the clinic. As for what happens later, it's up to her own fortune. I've met Linshan a few times. Her personality is quite similar to her sister's. Did she really agree to be your disciple? She's not my disciple. I have no intention of taking in disciples. I just taught her a bit of medical knowledge. I see her as a younger sister. Alright, enough about that. It's Donna, let's go back. Upon returning to the villa, they found Wu Ma already up preparing breakfast. Miss Young Master, how come you're back from outside? You didn't stay at home last night, and went out again. There was a sudden matter at the company, so I asked Chen Luo to accompany me. It got too late, so we stayed at a hotel. I see, then you both rest a bit. He'll call you when breakfast is ready. The two returned to their respective rooms, took a shower, changed clothes, and then went downstairs for breakfast. Today is the day the youth cream goes on sale. Although Li Qingyao is very confident in it, she cannot help but feel a bit nervous. As soon as she finished breakfast, she urged Chen Luo to take her to the company. Sure enough, shocking news quickly reached Li Qingyou's ears. In just 10 minutes of sales, all 10,000 bottles of youth cream at 20 stores of the Kong Group shopping plaza were sold out. The mall was not crowded as it was a weekday, but all the security personnel had gathered around the Qingyan Cosmetics counter. Customers who did not manage to get the youth cream were still reluctant to leave, inquiring about the next sale time. Inside Qingyan Company, there was a lively atmosphere. Li Qingyao immediately announced that except for a few senior executives who would stay behind, the entire company would have a day off with a bonus of 1,000 yuan for each person to be distributed at the end of the month. She also needed to discuss with a few senior executives about acquiring or renting factories and expanding production lines. At the same time, she called Lu Changxing, the head of the factory, and informed him that each worker would also receive an extra bonus of 1,000 yuan at the end of the month, urging them to overcome difficulties, pay attention to safety, and ensure quality production. She also informed him about expanding the factory and production lines, asking Lu Changxing to be responsible for recruiting a suitable number of workers to ensure future production capacity. Chen Luo was unaware of the youth cream situation, still sitting in the Chinese medicine clinic drinking tea, occasionally receiving patients, or chatting with Dr. Zhao, guiding Zhao Linshan, and living a very leisurely life. In the general manager's office of the Qian Group, a young man was reporting to Qian, "Dad, we have found out that the place where the third brother's phone disappeared is an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the West District. By the time our people arrived, the factory had already turned to ruins. We found a total of 37 skeletons along with 37 heads, exactly matching the number of missing persons. Are you implying that Mao Sheng is dead? Is Nan Lao also dead? And was his head chopped off?" Qian staggered, stepping back a few paces, and suddenly smashed the computer screen on the table with a fist. "Dad, please take care of your health," said the young man, named Qian Rongxing, Qian Yi's second son. "Have you found out who did this?" Qian Yi gritted his teeth as he spoke each word. "Through investigation and reviewing surveillance, we learned that the third brother kidnapped the president of Qingyan Cosmetics, Li Qingyao. Her man Chen Luo later arrived at the factory, followed by over 10 vehicles from the Tiger Gang, estimating over 100 people. Mao Sheng, I told you to think more when doing things. Oh, why did you not listen? You acted without even understanding their background. It's all my fault. I have been too indulgent with you. I never expected you would end up on a dead-end path this time. It's all the father's fault." Qian Yi wept bitterly, shaking his head repeatedly. "Have your brother's remains been brought back?" "Yes, they were brought back to the third brother's villa. Keep the news under wraps for now. Let's find the best burial site for him. Mao Sheng, I will bring Li Qingyao and that Chen Luo to kneel before your tombstone for 7 days, then I will have them tortured to avenge you. And the Tiger Gang, you're going to the boxing match tonight. After the match, let Wang Donglai lead Zhou Lao to eliminate the Tiger Gang completely. Nan Lao is at the early stage of the Dark Realm. To defeat him, the opponent must at least be at the mid or late stage of the Dark Realm. With Zhou Lao, who is at the peak of the Dark Realm, it should not be a problem. However, inform them to retreat immediately if anything seems off. Zhou Lao should take action directly at tonight's boxing match. Rongxing understands and will arrange it right away. If only Mao Sheng had half of your composure, he wouldn't have ended up like this." Qian Yi waved his hand, signaling Qian Rongxing to leave. Meanwhile, in a room at the Sihai City Club in the South District, Xiao Linger, Ouyang Di, and Xiao Yun were dismissed. The sect master said, "We cannot afford to provoke the Wuji sect behind the Qian family. The sect master Luo Wanchuan has already reached the level of Earth Realm. If we make a move against the Qian family, it's uncertain whether we can avenge your father, and it might provoke the wrath of Wuji sect, bringing potential destruction to the entire Luoyun sect. Qiu Lao, Uncle Ouyang, what should we do? Do we really let my father's revenge go unpunished?" Tears flowed from the corners of Xiao Linger's eyes. Just then a knock on the door was heard. "Come in." Xiao Linger composed herself. "Miss, something big has happened in the Qian family," a man in a suit said as he stepped aside. "Xiaoli, what is it?" The third young master of the Qian family, Qian Mao Sheng, and a worshipper named Nin Lao, along with over 30 bodyguards, were killed in an abandoned factory on the outskirts of the West District. All their heads were chopped off, and the scene was extremely brutal. "My, do you know who did it?" According to a fellow from the Tiger Gang, it was a man named Chen Luo who did it. That Qian Mao Sheng kidnapped his wife, and the Tiger Gang dispatched about 100 people. By the time they arrived, the Qian family members had already been killed by this Chen Luo. It is said that the leader of the tiger gang, Mei Shan, who has a close relationship with this Chen Luo. Chen Luo? That name sounds somewhat familiar. Miss, the person who killed the giant python at Niumang Mountain a few days ago, is also named Chen Luo. Ouyang Di reminded from the side. I know about Nan Lao. He has the cultivation of the early stage of the dark realm. I can at most match him evenly, so it seems that Chen Luo's skills are indeed remarkable. Miss, I have an idea. How about we collaborate with this Chen Luo? He killed the son of the Qian family, and a worshipper. The Qian family will definitely not let him go, which means the Qian family is a common enemy for us. Let him act in the open while we operate in the shadows, and he is only in his 20s. With such cultivation, there must be a powerful sect behind him. Are you suggesting we use him to deal with the Qian family? We provide assistance from the dark. Exactly, this is currently the only opportunity we have to deal with the Qian family. After tonight's boxing match, I will talk to him. By the way, has the expert arranged by the Grandmaster arrived? He will be here soon. The one coming is your father's Shirshu, named Tang Linha. You should call him Shizuzu. His cultivation has already reached the peak of the dark realm, and he is 1 foot into the Grandmaster realm. The winner of this boxing match will definitely be our Lingyun Pavilion. Shaoli, will that Chen Luo participate tonight? Yes, representing the Tiger Gang will be Chen Luo and Yan Jinshan. Regardless of the outcome, as long as the territorial distribution rights do not fall into the hands of Wang Donglai and the Qian family, it will be fine. After tonight, let's first break the legs of Wang Donglai, the dog of the Qian family. At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Luo left the clinic and drove to Li Qinjiao's company. Qingyao, do you have to work overtime today? No, I don't need to. Li Qingyao briefly explained the launch of the rejuvenating cream. That's great, let's go out for dinner tonight instead of eating at home. It's a celebration for you. I've already called Aunt Wu. My. You treat me. What are we eating? Li Qingyao was a bit surprised. They had never dined alone outside before. Let's go have steak. How does that sound? Tonight, I also want to take you to see the world of martial artists. I can eat anything. The world of martial... What is that? A boxing match. There's an underground boxing match at 8 tonight, fighting for territory. I will participate as well to repay the favor from the May Mountain Tiger the night before last, along with that villa. Is it dangerous? If it were dangerous, would I take you with me? Don't worry, it's just a little scuffle, nothing serious. It will give you a preliminary understanding of the world of martial artists or cultivators. Alright then, I have nothing to do tonight anyway. The two of them arrived at a Western restaurant, ordered 2 steaks and a bottle of red wine. Aren't you afraid of being stopped for drunk driving after having red wine? It's fine. Our bodies are different from ordinary people. The alcohol gets diluted once it enters our system. In fact, I could go days without eating and be fine. I just enjoy the atmosphere here. I feel that too. After breakfast, I didn't feel hungry at all until now when I saw food, and I was slightly hungry. Yes, that's the difference between cultivators and ordinary people. Sometimes due to the need for training, one might go into seclusion for days or nights. If they couldn't fast, they would have starved long ago. The two chatted and ate with a harmonious atmosphere resembling a loving couple. Isn't that my cousin? She actually brought this Livian son-in-law to eat Western food. An unharmonious voice broke in. Li Qingyao frowned, recognizing the person was her cousin Li Qingtai and her husband Yu Shiming. What's the matter? Is it only you who can come here? Li Qingyao said, somewhat displeased. Chen Luo also turned to glance at Li Qingtai, but said nothing and did not greet her. He knew the two cousins had never gotten along since childhood. Li Qingtai was also considered attractive, but her looks were significantly inferior to Li Qinjiao's. Upon learning that Linen City had rated Li Qingyao as one of its 4 beauties, she became even more envious and would often pick on her. Later, when Li Qingyao found Chen Luo this sickly son-in-law, Li Qingtai's sense of balance was somewhat restored. Finally, in terms of finding a man, she was far superior to Li Qingyao. Her husband Yu Shiming was the heir of a second-rate family in Linen City and was responsible for the family's jewelry business. Li Qingtai was assigned to a jewelry company by the Li Group, and after marrying Yu Shiming, the company's scale and profits had also been increasing. My husband and I just returned from Europe, having signed an exclusive sales agreement for their latest product, the Heart of the Ocean, with the jewelry magnate Reist Group. We just came back to eat here and ran into you. Then congratulations. We will be leaving after we finish eating. Please carry on, Li Qingyao said, expressionlessly picking up a tissue to wipe her mouth. Don't. It's been a long time since we last met. Let's chat. I heard your cosmetics company has encountered some trouble. Although my dad is the manager of the group recently received a large order and funds are tight. Why not ask your brother-in-law? Perhaps he would lend you $1 million or $2 because you're my cousin. Li Qingyao had just returned and was unaware of the situation regarding the launch of the rejuvenating cream by Qingyan Company. No need, the funding has already been resolved and the company is developing well, so there's no need for my cousin to worry. Chen Luo, let's go, she said, taking her bag and pulling Chen Luo's hand towards the exit. Let's see how stubborn you can be. At the upcoming mid-year meeting, I want to see how you account for your performance. This time I will definitely get Dad to pull back your company. Li Qingtai said through gritted teeth. Enough. Why are you getting worked up over them? Don't let it affect our dining mood. Let's go to the private room. Eating in the hall doesn't affect our status. No, those kinds of people have no status to begin with, Yu Shiming said, rubbing Li Qingtai's slim waist with a disdainful expression. Chen Luo and Li Qingyao drove towards the Hongyuan Martial Arts Hall in the Western District. Qingyao, there's no need to get angry over such people. I'm not angry, I just don't want to see her high and mighty attitude always targeting me because of my uncle. After about 40 minutes, the car stopped in the parking lot in front of Hongyuan Martial Arts Hall. Hongyuan Martial Arts Hall is a property of the Municipal Martial Arts Association, usually used for martial artists to spar and practice. At this moment, May Mountain Tiger along with Elder Yin Old Wang and several subordinates were already waiting at the gate. Upon seeing Chen Luo, they immediately came forward to greet him. Young Master Chen, Madam Chen. Chen Luo nodded in response, while Li Qingyao felt a bit uncomfortable hearing the title Madam Chen. However, realizing she was indeed Chen Luo's wife, she thought it was not inappropriate, and nodded politely, saying, "Thank you, Leader Mei, for your help last time. I will treat you to a meal with Chen Luo another day. Madam Chen is too polite, this is what I should do. Compared to the help young Master Chen has given me, this is nothing." Let's go in, the boxing match is about to start, May Mountain Tiger said as the group followed him into the martial arts hall, arriving at a dedicated competition area. In the center of the arena was a large competition platform surrounded by spectator seating divided into 4 sections: east, west, south, and north. The spectator seats were already filled with numerous people, including some young masters from prominent families, business tycoons, and martial arts enthusiasts. The leaders and their subordinates from each district were arranged in the front row of their respective areas, with a referee's table in front of the competition stage occupied by 3 elderly men, all from the Martial Arts Association. The one in the middle, named Sun Biao, was the president of the Martial Arts Association and also the chief referee, possessing peak cultivation in the Dark Realm. The elderly men on either side also had mid to latest stage cultivation in the Dark Realm, indicating that their strength in Linen City was quite formidable, certainly surpassing that of the Tiger Gang by several levels. At this moment, Chen Luo spotted a familiar figure, the master of the Lingyun Pavilion, Xiao Linger, whom he had encountered at the foot of Niumang Mountain, dressed in an eye-catching red long dress. Xiao Linger also noticed Chen Luo. Their eyes met, and Chen Luo felt a bit awkward, offering a slight smile before shifting his gaze. It really is him. A strange curve appeared at the corner of Xiao Linger's mouth. Li Qingyao noticed Chen Luo's expression and glanced in the direction of Xiao Linger, whispering in Chen Luo's ear, "Do you know her?" "Oh, I met her once before. She's the leader of the Lingyun Pavilion in the southern district, named Xiao Linger, just like Master Mei." "How do you know her?" "Didn't I go to Niumang Mountain before? At that time her subordinates stopped me from going up the mountain, and I ended up knocking them out. Afterward, when I descended, they blocked me again, thinking I had taken their treasure from the mountain." "Is there really It's the Qingling fruit I mentioned before, but it's a bit hidden, so they couldn't find it." Li Qingyao nodded in silence, her gaze returning to the arena at the center. As the audience increased in number, Sun Biao picked up the microphone on the referee's table. "I will announce the competition rules first. According to the pre-competition agreement, the ultimate victor will gain the distribution rights to the underground world's industries. There shall be no regrets or revenge. Second, no weapons or hidden weapons may be used. Any violation will result in disqualification. Third, no lethal harm is allowed. Participants may surrender. Anyone causing lethal harm will be disqualified. Fourth, any contestant who steps outside the arena or remains down for more than a minute along with those who surrender shall be deemed the losing party." Now the 4 leaders will draw lots to determine the order of appearance. Mei Shanhu, Xiao Linger, Wang Donglai, and Xiong Hong, the 4 gang leaders, began to draw lots. The final result was in the first match the Tiger Gang would face the Tianxia sect, and in the second match the Lingyun Pavilion would face the Qingzhou Gang. "Tianxing, you go up. You just broke through to the early stage of the Dark Realm, so it's a good opportunity for you to practice. Winning or losing doesn't matter, and Master Ma is here too." "All right," adoptive father Xiong Hong said to his adoptive son Xiong Tianxing. On the Tiger Gang's side, Yan Jinshan also stepped onto the stage. "Chen Luo, who do you think will win between Old Yan? The opponent won't last 10 rounds. As expected, Chen Luo's prediction came true. After taking the medicinal bath and practicing the dragon suppression and tiger subduing fist, Yan Jinshan was no ordinary early-stage practitioner of the Dark Realm. In just 5 rounds, Xiong Tianxing was blasted out of the competition stage. In the first match, the Tiger Gang wins, announced Sun Biao. In the second match, the Lingyun Pavilion will face the Qingzhou Gang. "Please take the stage." The Lingyun Pavilion sent out Xiao Yun, who was at the early stage of the Dark Realm, while the Qingzhou Gang sent out Fang Yindong, who was at the mid-stage. "Qingyao, concentrate your mental energy in your mind, then control it to look at these 2 on the stage. Li Qingyao followed Chen Luo's instructions, releasing her divine sense to observe Qiu Yun and Fang Yindong on the stage. I see a type of qi at their lower abdomen. Fang Yindong's qi seems a bit larger than Qiu Yun's. Is that also spiritual energy? That's the internal strength of a martial artist. When one reaches the dark realm, internal strength will develop within the body, which is different from the spiritual energy we have, so they are incomparable. What is the mental energy you mentioned? Only cultivators have it. Indeed, it's called divine sense. I generally use it to examine patients' ailments and the cultivation level of martial artists. Of course, it has other uses too. So does that mean Fang Yindong has a higher cultivation level than Qiu Yun, so he will win this match? Yes, but some highly talented individuals can fight across realms. However, Qiu Yun is not Fang Yindong's match. She can at most hold out for 30 or 40 rounds, Chen Luo said to Li Qingyao, as both sides engaged in combat. Qiu Yun employed the unique skill of the falling cloud sect, the falling cloud palm, which emphasized flexibility and variation, while Fang Yindong, a steward of the Wuji sect, unleashed powerful 8 extremes fist. Due to Qiu Yun being one small realm behind after 20 exchanges, she clearly demonstrated insufficient strength. Her breathing became unstable and her steps began to grow heavy. Fang Yindong found an opening and landed a punch on Qiu Yun's right shoulder, causing her to stagger back 7 or 8 steps. She leaned on her left hand to support her right shoulder, panting heavily, already devoid of combat capability. Elder Qiu, are you alright? Is it serious? Upon seeing Qiu Yun injured, Xiao Linger abruptly stood up and shouted, "What now? Are we still fighting? I haven't used my full strength yet. That was just a warm-up." Fang Yindong said with a sinister grin. "I'm not your opponent. I concede this match." Qiu Yun reluctantly gave up, sighing at her lack of strength. "I declare that the Qingzhou gang wins this match. The next match will start in 10 minutes, continuing with the Tiger gang facing the Tianxia sect. Everyone can take a break," Sun Biao announced once again. 10 minutes quickly passed, and Xiong Hong arranged for Ma Songhua to take the stage. Ma Songhua was invited with a hefty sum from a neighboring province possessing latest dark realm cultivation. Chen Luo immediately saw through Ma Songhua's cultivation level, and noticing Yin Jinshan about to take the stage, quickly intervened. "Elder Yin, let me handle this. At your current level, you are not his match." "Alright then, I'll trouble you, young Master Chen." Chen Luo turned to Li Qingyao and said, "Qingyao, I'm going up to have some fun. Watch how I use the phantom step to toy with him." "Okay," Li Qingyao replied, eager to see the escape capabilities of the phantom step. Since Chen Luo previously mentioned that the phantom step could save one's life and was suitable for escape, Li Qingyao assumed that cultivating the phantom step was solely for fleeing. As Chen Luo announced his name after stepping onto the duel stage, the audience erupted in various confused murmurs. Where did this Chen Luo come from? So young, is he not afraid of losing his life? Yeah, so young. How many years has he trained? Can he withstand a punch from Ma Songhua? I think the Tiger gang has given up, otherwise they would have sent Yin Jinshan to fight. Xiong foster son was knocked off the stage by him in 5 rounds. Everyone looked down upon Chen Luo, as he was too young and inexperienced, not to mention lacking in martial arts cultivation. "Kid, you haven't even grown hair yet. I advise you to admit defeat directly, or let Yin Jinshan take the stage. Who knows, he might be able to exchange a few blows with me." Seeing the 23 or 24-year-old Chen Luo step onto the stage, Ma Songhua said mockingly. The audience erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Chen Luo, unfazed, replied calmly, "Is the outcome of a duel determined by age or by who can speak more eloquently? I had planned to let you admit defeat voluntarily to avoid some minor injuries, but I didn't expect you to be so arrogant at such a young age. I suppose I should educate you on behalf of your parents." Chen Luo, already annoyed by Ma Songhua's incessant chatter, felt anger surge when his parents were mentioned, abandoning the idea of toying with him. At the sound signaling the start of the match, Chen Luo executed the phantom step, leaving behind a phantom, and instantly appeared in front of Ma Songhua, delivering a punch directly to his waist without any technique. To avoid causing fatal injury, Chen Luo used less than 2/3 of his strength. With the sound of bones breaking, Ma Songhua spat out a mouthful of blood and flew straight off the duel stage. The once noisy venue fell into a dead silence. What just happened? Who saw clearly? Did that Chen Luo make a move? It seems like Ma Songhua flew out on his own. I just blinked and it was over. Xiong Hong, recovering from his incredulous expression, hurried to check Ma Songhua's injuries. Fortunately, he had only broken a couple of bones, but recovery would take at least half a year. "Kid, you launched a sneak attack. This match doesn't count. President Sun, please disqualify him and declare my Tianxia sect the winner." Chen Luo let out a cold laugh and turned to Sun Biao. "President Sun, since the duel has already been announced, what's wrong with me taking action? Is it stipulated that both sides must strike simultaneously, or that one side must strike first?" It fully complies with the rules of the duel, and there is no fault in it. Since the duel has begun, there is no such thing as a sneak attack. Then can we announce the result of the duel? Yes, I declare the Tiger Gang the winner once again. Tianxia sect is eliminated. Although Xiong Hong was furious, he understood that the outcome was already determined and could only accept it with resignation. Regardless of who ultimately wins, I will prepare the relevant transfer procedures. After speaking, Xiong Hong lifted Ma Songhua and returned to his viewing seat. The fourth match is Lingyun Pavilion against Qingzhou Gang. Both sides should arrange their participants to take the stage. Sun Biao's voice echoed again. Fang Yindong took the stage once more, while Lingyun Pavilion sent out Tang Linhe, a peak Dark Realm cultivator. As Tang Linhe, dressed in training attire, stepped onto the duel stage, he immediately exuded the aura of a peak Dark Realm cultivator. Fang Yindong was taken aback, beads of cold sweat forming, and upon glancing back at the Qingzhou Gang's viewing area, he saw an old man in a Taoist robe shaking his head next to Wang Donglai. Fang Yindong understood the implication and directly told Tang Linhe that he admitted defeat for this match. Qingzhou Gang concedes. This round goes to Lingyun Pavilion. The fifth match continues with Lingyun Pavilion against Qingzhou Gang. Old Zhou, I'll have to trouble you for this one, Wang Donglai said respectfully to an old man in a Taoist robe. Zhou Tingfeng, the old man in the Taoist robe, looked disdainfully at Tang Linhe on the stage. With Zhou Tingfeng taking the stage, the battle between two peak Dark Realm cultivators was about to begin. Chen Luo, I find their strengths quite similar. Who do you think will win? Li Qingyao used her divine sense to assess the two. Normally, if both sides have similar cultivation levels, it comes down to who can last longer. But did you notice the jade pendant hanging around Zhou Tingfeng's neck? I saw it. What about the jade pendant? Li Qingyao asked, somewhat puzzled. The jade pendant is not an ordinary one. It contains spiritual energy and is likely forged from a type of spirit stone. However, Zhou Tingfeng probably hasn't completely refined it, or else he would have already broken through to the master realm. Even if he cannot absorb it all, being able to absorb a small portion to convert into inner strength means that the ultimate beneficiary will certainly be Zhou Tingfeng. So that's how it is no wonder Zhou Tingfeng appears so confident and fearless. The two on stage transitioned from mutual probing to a fierce exchange of blows, each taking turns to attack and defend. Tang Lin's falling cloud palm has reached a peak level, with every strike accompanied by a gust of palm wind. Zhou Tingfeng, on the other hand, has an even more profound mastery of the 8 extremes, fist pressing forward with each punch and technique. After about 50 exchanges, both fighters began to show signs of fatigue, drenched in sweat and panting heavily. The heat of early July in Linen City was already palpable, and the venue's air conditioning was insufficient to cool their rising inner heat. Tang Linhe gathered the remaining inner strength, preparing for a full power strike, while Zhou Tingfeng recognized his intention, which perfectly aligned with his own plans. Zhou Tingfeng placed one hand in front of his chest and began to absorb the jade pendant's spiritual energy with the other hand. Inner strength. Zhou Tingfeng viewed the absorption of spiritual energy as a conversion to inner strength. In less than a minute, Zhou Tingfeng had recovered half of his inner strength, while Tang Linhe was left with only a tenth. Zhou Tingfeng took the initiative, leaping forward and unleashing all his inner strength in a single punch. Tang Linhe, meanwhile, combined both palms to meet Zhou Tingfeng's fist. The 8 extremes fist, infused with powerful inner strength, broke through the power of the falling cloud palm and struck heavily against Tang Lin's chest. With a sound of cracking ribs, Tang Linhe spat out a mouthful of blood, his body forming a parabolic arc before crashing violently to the ground. How can your inner strength be so profound? This is impossible. Tang Linhe, half-turned, spoke in intermittent bursts, unable to believe that Zhou Tingfeng possessed such deep inner strength. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. Some things are beyond the reach of small sects like yours. Zhou Tingfeng replied disdainfully. All right, the Qingzhou Gang wins this match, and the Lingyun Pavilion is eliminated, Sun Biao announced, promptly bringing the contest to a close. Everyone from Lingyun Pavilion slumped in their seats like deflated balloons. Xiaolinger thought, this is it, and not only have we lost our territory, but Elder Tang is also seriously injured. The original plan has completely fallen apart. Now all hope rests on Chen Luo, but could he possibly be a match for Zhou Tingfeng? The final match will be between the Bengal Tigers Gang and the Qingzhou Gang. A 10-minute break and the contest will officially begin in 10 minutes, stated Sun Biao. As the sound of the match beginning rang out, Chen Luo strode confidently onto the stage. Zhou Tingfeng's gaze was fixed on him, trying to discern something from Chen Luo, but he found it completely impossible to gauge Chen Luo's strength. This shouldn't be. He had previously defeated the latest stage contestant Ma Songhua in a single punch. Although there was an element of surprise, one couldn't achieve such a victory without sufficient strength. Could it be that he has reached the peak of the hidden realm? Or even higher, the master realm? Impossible. Chen Luo looked no older than 23 or 24. It is absolutely impossible for him to reach the master level. Kid, which ancient martial arts sect are you from? Zhou Tingfeng asked, glancing at the calm Chen Luo. I am not affiliated with any sect, but you as a disciple of the Wujizong should focus on your training instead of running around in the secular world as someone else's henchman. You must still be a servant of the Qian family, right? You've done plenty to help the Qian family oppress the good and seize their wealth over the years, haven't you? Aren't you ashamed of the Wujizong's reputation? Kid, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Tingfeng exploded in anger upon hearing Chen Luo insult their Wujizong, his neck veins bulging, his face flushed. He immediately channeled all his inner strength, the 8 extremes fist instantly reaching its peak state, surpassing the momentum of his final strike against Tang Linhe by more than twice, his fist crashing toward Chen Luo's chest like an enraged bear paw. Why isn't that Chen Luo moving? Has he been scared, silly? Won't he be killed if that punch lands? Doesn't Zhou Tingfeng fear breaking the rules? The audience murmured with concern, and Li Qingyao clenched her fists tightly. Although she knew Zhou Tingfeng was not a match for Chen Luo, she couldn't help but feel anxious at Zhou Tingfeng's overwhelming momentum. However, to everyone's astonishment, Chen Luo slowly extended his right hand and directly seized Zhou Tingfeng's descending fist, stopping it from advancing even a fraction. The stage shook violently, indicating the tremendous power behind Zhou Tingfeng's punch. Yet Chen Luo effortlessly caught it without even a slight change in his body, let alone taking a step back. You are a master. Impossible. Without the training of a sect, how could someone your age possibly reach the master realm? Zhou Tingfeng panicked, fear gripping his heart at the realization that he had struck against a master. Before Zhou Tingfeng could regain his composure, Chen Luo loosened his grip and immediately swung his fist, unleashing the 4 symbols and 8 wastelands, fist crashing against Zhou Tingfeng's fist. Zhou Tingfeng's body was sent flying as if struck by lightning, soaring over 10 meters before crashing into the audience seats of the Qingzhou gang, nearly knocking Wang Donglai unconscious. Zhou Tingfeng's face turned pale, his fist was a bloody mess revealing exposed bones, and one hand was utterly ruined. The audience fell silent once more. The entire venue remained quiet for 2 or 3 minutes. Everyone was astonished to think that such a formidable martial artist as Zhou Tingfeng could be struck down to the audience by Chen Luo with a single punch, and even had an arm crippled. Sun Biao from the Martial Arts Association wore a shocked expression. He knew that Zhou Tingfeng was at the peak of the Dark Realm, yet did not expect that the young Chen Luo had already reached the realm of a martial arts master. If this kid were to have another 10 or 20 years, to what heights might he reach? Sun Biao dared not imagine. Chen Luo retracted his hand, gave a faint smile to Li Qingyao, then turned to glance at the dazed Sun Biao. President Sun, may I announce the results now? I announce that the Tiger Gang wins this match. The Qingzhou Gang may send out the next contestant. Who else from the Qingzhou Gang could possibly compete? With Zhou Tingfeng incapacitated and Fang Niandong merely at the late stage of the Dark Realm, how could he possibly be a match for Chen Luo? Wang Donglai, does the Qingzhou Gang have anyone left to compete? If not, then the Tiger Gang will ultimately claim the championship of this competition and gain the distribution rights in the underground world. Sun Biao's voice echoed once more. No, we concede. Wang Donglai said, clutching his chest, unwilling to accept the outcome. Originally, the Qian family had arranged for him to have 2 powerful fighters to unify the underground world of Linen, but now it was all ruined. How was he to explain this to the Qian family? Good, then I officially announce that the Eastern District Tiger Gang has obtained the distribution rights in the underground world. The other 3 families must bring the relevant transfer documents to Mei Shanho within 3 days to complete the transfer procedures. This is also a decision from the municipal government. Please cooperate and comply. The competition has ended. Everyone may now leave. As the cleaning staff entered the venue, everyone began to leave in succession, many congratulating Mei Shanho on their way out. Mei Shanho was elated, responding to each one with a bright smile. Young Master Chen, we owe you a great debt this time, otherwise my Mei Shanho would have been driven out of Linen. No need to be polite, Master. May I handle the subsequent matters yourself? I will not interfere. By the way, arrange for a few people to keep an eye on the Qian family. I estimate they will make significant moves soon. Just contact me if anything arises. I will head back first. Understood, young Master Chen. Safe travels, Madam Chen. Li Qingyao linked arms with Chen Luo as they walked outside. Today was her first encounter with the world of martial artists, and she had witnessed Chen Luo's skills firsthand. Li Qingyao did not witness the night Chen Luo killed Qian Maosheng with her own eyes. She only felt a powerful sense of security enveloping her, a feeling that was quite comforting. After leaving the Hanyuan Martial Arts Hall, Chen Luo drove back to Li Qinjiao's villa. Chen Luo, do you think if I used the technique of Wanwu Jiaoling, could I defeat Zhou Tingfeng? Li Qingyao suddenly thought about whether she would have had a chance to win had she acted at that moment. You are not his opponent now. You are only at the midstage of the Qi refinement realm, equivalent to the midstage of the Dark Realm, while he is already at the peak of the Dark Realm. Moreover, he has more experience than you, and the level of cold energy you possess would be ineffective against him. Furthermore, this type of technique should be avoided in front of ordinary people. It could bring you unforeseen dangers. I see, I understand. Then what spells do you know? Can you show me one? Sure, I'll let you see something interesting. Chen Luo snapped his fingers and smiled at Li Qingyao. 40 minutes later, the car stopped at the entrance of Villa No. 19, and they did not go straight home. The two entered the villa and walked into the yard. Watch closely. Chen Luo pointed one hand toward the sky, murmured an incantation, and drew a circle. The surroundings transformed dramatically, as if they had entered a cosmic star river, with shooting stars occasionally flashing by. Li Qingyao instantly felt a wave of weakness enveloping her. What is this? Why do I feel so weak all over? I can't even lift my hand. Where are we? Li Qingyao tried to reach out to grab Chen Luo's arm. This is my spell called space binding. It is a virtual space, one might call it an illusion. Anyone with a cultivation level higher than mine who enters here will have their excess cultivation bound to my level, making it equal to mine. Those with a lower cultivation will have their powers completely erased, becoming equivalent to ordinary people. Although it lacks offensive capabilities, it is an extremely powerful technique. That sounds unbelievable. Oh, does that mean you are invincible? Not exactly, and my current cultivation can only sustain it for a minute or two. If I encounter someone stronger than me and cannot defeat them within that time, I will have to flee. Indeed, even if drawn to the same level, Chen Luo would have no chance against someone above the Dao realm unless he had mastered the Shirtian 9 swords, but currently his spiritual energy was insufficient to practice more advanced sword techniques. I understand this is similar to my technique, Wanwu Jiaoling. I can only use it for about a minute before my spiritual energy runs out. Yes, so you need to improve your cultivation. The more spiritual energy you have, the purer it becomes. Alright, let's go back and rest. The two did not stay to practice and returned to their villa. The next morning, Chen Luo still accompanied Li Qingyao to the company while he headed to the clinic. Due to the hot sales of the anti-aging cream causing quite a stir, Li Qingyao had to undergo media interviews and the initial assessment for agency qualifications today, and she would likely be busy for the next few days. At Lu Changsheng's factory, the night shift was arranged, and after a night of production, 5,000 bottles of anti-aging cream were shipped non-stop to various stores of Qingyan Cosmetics. Upon arriving at the clinic, Chen Luo found someone sitting inside. Sun Biao, the president of the Martial Arts Association, was chatting with Sun Durong. Chen Xiao, you're here. Chen Luo nodded, greeted Sun Durong, and then asked Sun Biao, President Sun, did you need to see me for something? Shall we talk privately? Sure, let's go to the backyard. The two went to Chen Luo's room in the backyard. Please tell me what you need, President Sun. Chen Luo brewed a pot of tea and poured a cup for Sun Biao. I didn't expect someone as young as you to possess the realm of a grandmaster. This is truly unexpected and has opened my eyes. I wonder if you would be interested in joining our martial arts association. I can offer you a position as vice president. I'm sorry, President Sun, but I'm not interested. Chen Luo waved his hand. Don't be too hasty in your refusal. Have you heard of the Longing Pavilion? Our martial arts association is a direct department under the Longing Pavilion. If you join us, we can recommend you to the Longing Pavilion. Longing Pavilion. What is that? You haven't heard of the Longing Pavilion. It's a special department of the state responsible for managing the martial arts world across all of China. Even the hidden ancient martial sects must comply with its management. Joining the Longing Pavilion will grant you privileges and training resources that ordinary people cannot possess. The training resources of our Martial Arts Association are also provided by the Longing Pavilion. Thank you for your kindness, President Sun, but I prefer to be a traditional Chinese medicine doctor. I am used to being carefree and do not wish to be bound by rules and regulations. That's truly a pity. Since you are unwilling, I cannot force you. If you change your mind in the future, please come to the Martial Arts Association to find me, Sun. Seeing that Chen Luo was indeed uninterested in joining, Sun Biao stood up to leave. All right, Chen Luo saw Sun Biao off as he left the clinic. In the Qian group in the West District, Wang Donglai was kneeling before Qian, his body trembling. Donglai has let down President Qian's training. You please punish me, President Qian. What good is it to talk about punishment now? Even old Zhou is not a match. I didn't expect this Chen Luo to actually be a grandmaster. It seems I need to request an elder from the sect to intervene. For now, you should temporarily follow Rongxing to work. Now go. Qian dismissed Wang Donglai, continually tapping his fingers on the desk as he contemplated a strategy, then took out paper and pen to quickly write something. Qian called in his subordinate, instructing him to arrange for someone to send old Zhou back to Wuzhizong to recuperate and to pass the note to the sect master. At the same time, he needed to keep an eye on Chen Luo's every move, reporting any disturbances immediately. At this moment, Chen Luo was giving acupuncture to an elderly man. Elder, your waist isn't good. You need to rest more and not overexert yourself. Thank you, Xiao Chen. After your acupuncture, I feel much better already. After the elderly man left, Chen Luo noticed a striking figure appearing at the door of the clinic. What was she here for? The visitor was indeed Xiao Linger, dressed in a red spaghetti strap dress that just covered her knees, her slender legs adorned with high-heeled sandals, and her delicate toenails painted with red polish. Are you here for a consultation, beautiful? Can heart problems be treated? Xiao Linger revealed a captivating smile. Chen Luo furrowed his brows. Did this girl come because of what happened at Niumang Mountain last time? That shouldn't be the case. Was it for Lingyun Pavilion? That couldn't be right either, as he only acted on behalf of the Tiger Gang. If she sought someone, it should be Mei Shan who. That depends on the situation. Why don't you sit down? I'll check your pulse. Can heart problems be diagnosed by pulse? Shouldn't it be checked around the heart area? It doesn't seem convenient here. How about we find a quiet room for a proper examination? Xiao Linger said while pressing on her chest. Chen Luo nearly spat out his tea, swallowing hard as he realized he had never noticed how alluring this woman was. However, he guessed that this woman must have come to him for a reason, and it was likely not a simple matter. Today Zhao Linshan didn't come. According to Zhao Durong, she was called by her father to the central hospital to help with patients. The two still went to Chen Luo's room in the backyard. So what brings you to me? Can't I come just to chat if there's nothing else? Xiao Linger walked directly to Chen Luo's side, leaning close to his ear. Chen Luo caught a faint scent of her perfume and momentarily forgot to keep his distance. Miss Xiao, we don't seem that familiar, and besides I'm a doctor and still on duty, so if you have something to say, please just speak it directly. Feeling a bit awkward, Chen Luo took a few steps back, thinking that this woman wouldn't do anything out of line, would she? But the next development left Chen Luo utterly astonished. The enchanting Xiao Linger suddenly transformed, her eyes reddening, tears flooding her cheeks, as she knelt straight in front of Chen Luo. Miss Xiao, please wake up quickly. What are you doing? Chen Luo approached to help Xiao Linger up, but she pushed his hand. Chen Xiao, please help me avenge my father's death. As long as you agree to help me, I will do anything you ask, she said, reaching for the zipper on the back of her dress, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white chest before Chen Luo's eyes. Wait, if you continue, I'm leaving, Chen Luo hurriedly interrupted. Xiao Linger stopped her actions, gazing at Chen Luo with teary eyes, her expression very sincere. Get up first and tell me what happened. I need to know the specifics. I can't just agree without knowing anything. Xiao Linger felt joy wiped away her tears and stood up, revealing 2 red marks on her knees. I want to ask Chen Xiao to help me deal with the Qian family. The Qian family killed my father, and I want to avenge him. The Qian family killed your father. Chen Luo seemed to have heard Mei Shan, who mentioned this before. Yes, I know the Qian family has also targeted Chen Xiao's wife Li Qingyao. Qian Maoxing must have died at Chen Xiao's hands, right? Chen Xiao, I am not intentionally investigating you. I have just been keeping an eye on the movements of the Qian family. Unfortunately, my abilities are limited. Although I sought help from my father's previous sect, the Fallen Cloud sect, the Qian family's backing, the Wuji sect, is too powerful. The old Tang was severely injured because of me. So I have no choice but to plead with Chen Xiao for help against the Qian family. I can agree to any conditions you propose. How do you think I can handle the Wuji sect? As far as I know, their sect leader has already attained Earth Realm cultivation. Chen Luo poured himself a cup of tea, took a sip, and said slowly, I believe Chen Xiao is definitely not afraid of the Wuji sect, otherwise you wouldn't have killed Qian Maoxing and the Wuji sect's elder Nan. Chen Luo looked at Xiao Linger, his gaze resolute, as if he understood everything. He thought this woman is quite perceptive, and at such a young age, she can control an underground world in a district. She has some ability herself. The Qian family and the Wuji sect behind them will definitely target either me or Li Qingyao. I can't always stay by Li Qingyou's side. This danger must be eliminated. Taking the initiative might cause unnecessary trouble, such as from the Martial Arts Association or that Longing Pavilion. How about this'll call Mei Shan Hu. You first assist him in managing the underground world's businesses, and help me monitor the movements of the Qian family. Also have your sect investigate the Wuji sect, find out their exact address, strength distribution, etc. Let me know once you find out. You don't need to worry about anything else for now. Okay, thank you, Chen Xiao. From now on, I Xiao Linger will be under your command. Just let me know if there's anything you need. They'll send you the information about the Wuji sect later. Xiao Linger looked delighted. Chen Luo's words already signified his agreement to help her deal with the Qian family. By the way, here are 2 pills for you to take back to Tang Linhe, who was injured last night. 1 a day, and he will recover in 2 days. Chen Luo took out 2 Peiyuan pills from his storage ring and handed them to Xiao Linger. Seeing the 2 pills suddenly appearing in Chen Luo's hand, Xiao Linger was greatly surprised. How did you conjure these? Just take them and go back. If there's nothing else, remember to find Mei Shan Hu when you're done with your business on your side. Okay, then I'll head back first. Thank you again, Chen Xiao. After receiving the Peiyuan pills, Xiao Linger deliberately twisted her body a few times as she turned to leave, glancing back to lick her lips and throw a flirtatious glance at Chen Luo, making him instantly feel goosebumps. After sending Xiao Linger off, Chen Luo returned to the clinic's lobby. By afternoon, there were no patients, and Chen Luo enjoyed the peace, sipping tea and occasionally playing with his phone. While browsing the news about the youth-preserving cream, he saw the overwhelming positive reviews online and suddenly remembered the promise he made to Li Qingyao to refine the Qingxin pill and the weight loss pill. I need to go to the herbal market to buy some herbs. Although there are quite a few herbs in the clinic, they are mostly for treating illnesses and do not meet the requirements for refining the Qingxin pill and the weight loss pill. Didn't I save the phone number of the wholesale herbal supplier? I could just have him deliver the herbs to the clinic. I can refine them directly in the backyard and teach Xiao Lingshan how to refine pills at the same time. Chen Luo made a call, ordered a batch of herbs, and even added some herbs for detox pills. He decided to teach Xiao Lingshan how to refine detox pills first. These detox pills can clear most toxins from the human body, and they are much more convenient than using silver needles to detoxify, which consumes a lot of time and spiritual energy. An hour later, the herbs were delivered. Chen Luo transferred the payment through his phone. After moving all the herbs to the yard, he suddenly realized a problem. How can I refine without a kitchen? My storage ring has an alchemy furnace, but what will Xiao Lingshan use to refine after I teach her? I need to set up a shed in the yard and get a stove using charcoal or wood. This was the only solution Chen Luo could think of. Chen Luo mentioned his intentions to old Zhao, who immediately contacted someone to come and set it up. It should be ready by tomorrow. We'll deal with it then. After all, Xiao Lingshan isn't here today, so there's no rush. At 5 in the afternoon, Chen Luo drove away from the clinic to pick up Li Qingyao. Upon arriving at the entrance of Qingyan Cosmetics Company, he parked the car and prepared to go upstairs to find Li Qingyao. At that moment, he spotted a familiar figure, Wang Xiaoxiao, Li Qingyao's assistant. She was standing in the corner of the building talking on the phone, her expression somewhat unusual. Chen Luo quietly leaned closer, stopping a few meters away from Wang Xiaoxiao, and used his keen hearing to eavesdrop on her conversation. It's impossible, I won't agree to you. Just give up on that thought. Don't think I don't know where the formula is. Even if I did, I wouldn't steal it. Our family has already been expelled from the Wang family. I have no intention of returning to that heartless Wang family. Do you big families only resort to such despicable means? Although I heard the voice on the other end of the line, Chen Luo roughly understood the situation. The Wang family from Yanjing had set their sights on the youth preservation pill and wanted to use Wang Xiaoxiao to steal the formula. When Wang Xiaoxiao hung up and turned around to see Chen Luo staring at her, she immediately trembled and opened her mouth in surprise. Chen Luo, what are you doing here? What happened? Can you tell me? It's nothing, but just a call from a relative. I heard everything you said just now. It's nothing, it doesn't concern you. Let's go to Qinjiao's office and discuss it together to find a solution. The two of them went to Li Qinjiao's office, where Wang Xiaoxiao recounted the events in front of Chen Luo and Li Qingyao. It turned out that Wang Xiaoxiao's family was a branch of the Wang family from Yanjing, and a few years ago, after the old patriarch of the Wang family passed away, they were expelled from the Wang family and left Yanjing for linen. The Yanjing Wang family primarily operated in the cosmetics business, holding 50 to 60% of the domestic cosmetics market, making them the leading company in the industry. When news of the youth preservation cream reached the Yanjing Wang family, some members immediately started eyeing the formula. After their investigation, they discovered that someone from the branch family was working as an assistant at Qingyan Cosmetics, which led them to contact Wang Xiaoxiao in hopes of obtaining the formula in exchange for allowing her branch to return to the Wang family. However, Wang Xiaoxiao firmly rejected their proposition. The Wang family informed her that if she did not agree, they would resort to intimidation and threats against Qingyan Company, including commercial suppression. I didn't expect such despicable behavior from these aristocratic families, Li Qingyao said with a grim expression filled with resentment. That's normal. The Jin family is no different, Chen Luo replied dismissively. President Li, Chen Luo, what should we do next? The Wang family is very powerful. They are one of the 8 great families of Yanjing, Wang Xiaoxiao said anxiously, fully aware of the Wang family's strength. Don't worry, just treat it as it comes. Whatever their tactics, we will meet them heed-in. Chen Luo waved his hand nonchalantly. If the Wang family dared to provoke Li Qingyao or Qingyan Company, he wouldn't hesitate to head to Yanjing and deal with the Wang family regardless of their status as one of the 8 great families. That's right, Xiaoxiao, Chen Luo is right. If the Wang family comes to you again, just say the formula has always been in my hands. At that moment, Li Qingyao had complete faith in Chen Luo, though as long as he was by her side, she didn't have to worry about anything. By the way, Chen Luo, come to dinner at my parents' house tonight. My dad seems to have something to tell me that he insists on discussing in person. It must be something important. No, let's go. They arrived at Li Mingshan's villa at 6 in the evening. Seeing Li Qingyao and Chen Luo, Wang Huixian immediately invited them to the dining table. Dad, what is it that you wanted to talk about? Can't you say it over the phone? Li Qingyao asked Li Mingshan. He appeared somewhat hesitant to speak, while Wang Huixian wore an expression of anger. Can't you say it? Then I'll say it. Qingyao, your uncle's company is facing difficulties. Yesterday, several batches of health products were found to contain carcinogenic substances, and the factory has been shut down. The city government is also imposing a fine of 50 million and ordering a restructuring. And your Qingyan Cosmetics has just launched the Youth Preservation Cream, which has great development prospects. Therefore, your uncle called your dad hoping to merge your company into the group to resolve this crisis for the group. It's impossible. Oh, how could my uncle do this? Qingyan Cosmetics is something I developed with great effort. I absolutely will not agree to this, Li Qingyao said with a pale face and deep resentment after hearing Wang Huixin's words. I think the same way. Why should they? Your dad is still hesitating. So what if they are brothers? Brothers should still settle accounts clearly. When the old man passed away, he left the group to Li Mingtian while your dad only got a small company, Qingyan Cosmetics, and has to give 30% of the annual profits to the group. It's inherently unjust. Why didn't your uncle look for anyone else? Didn't my cousin and aunts also get shares in the company? Li Qingyao said, somewhat puzzled. Don't mention it. Your cousin went to Europe and was scammed. They said they signed as an agent, but the other party was a fraud resulting in a loss of 10 million, and it was even a loan against the company. Her man, you should see how miserable Yu Shiming is. He lost 80 million in goods. And your aunts, let's not even talk about them. You know they can't do business just like your dad, leaving only a shell of a company. Chen Luo listened for a while and roughly understood what had happened. He couldn't intervene in the Li family's matters, especially since it was a business issue he didn't understand, so he could only observe how Li Qingyao would handle it. Does Grandma know? What does she say? Grandma doesn't know yet, but she'll find out soon. Isn't the mid-year meeting scheduled for the 10th? I don't know if Grandma can handle the health reports when she sees them, Li Mingshan sighed. No, I need to clarify this with her. Why should my uncle's company problems be solved at the expense of mine? They'll go to Grandma after dinner. Let's leave it for today. Your grandma sleeps early every day, so don't disturb her. All right, then I'll stay here tonight. He'll go find Grandma first thing in the morning since tomorrow is the weekend, and I don't have to work. After finishing dinner, Wang Huixian casually chatted with Li Qingyao about recent company matters, and Li Qingyao brought a bottle of anti-aging cream for her. Chen Luo was taken to the study by Li Mingshan, where he sipped tea, while Li Mingshan introduced some antiques he recently acquired. Although Chen Luo found it boring, he could only listen attentively to his father-in-law's stories, nodding in agreement. When Chen Luo arrived at Li Qinjiao's bedroom, she had already taken a shower and changed into her pajamas, leaning against the bed while browsing the news on her phone. Chen Luo took a change of clothes from the wardrobe and walked into the bathroom, where a few sets of his clothes were all. After finishing his personal care, Chen Luo prepared to find a cooling mat to lay on the ground, only to discover that there was only one mat already spread out on the big bed. Qingyao, there are no cooling mats left. I'll go ask Mom for one. What are you saying? If you ask for a mat, won't Mom know that we are sleeping separately? Tonight you can sleep on the bed. Li Qingyao glanced at Chen Luo. Sleep on the bed? What? You don't want to sleep on the bed? I do. Chen Luo scratched his head, still somewhat in disbelief. Then stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep. Chen Luo turned off the light and lay on the other side of Li Qingyao, inhaling the fragrant scent of shampoo in her hair and the unique fragrance of her body, tossing and turning, finding it hard to fall asleep. At this moment, Li Qingyao was also feeling a bit nervous, as it was the first time she had a man on her bed. In fact, Li Qingyao had fully accepted Chen Luo in her heart and had even become somewhat dependent on him. She had imagined the scene of them embracing each other while sleeping. Having previously been in a relationship that only involved holding hands without any intimate actions, she felt slightly uncomfortable sleeping together for the first time. Similarly, she could also smell the scent emanating from Chen Luo, which was pleasant and gave a sense of security, quickly immersing her in this aroma, and she fell into a deep sleep. Chen Luo looked at Li Qinjiao's sleeping profile, sensing her even breathing. With a beauty in his arms, he wished for a lifetime together. Isn't this the love and life that ordinary people pursue? Yet how could he not desire such a life? But would heaven allow him to fulfill his wish and be together for a lifetime? The next morning, Li Qingyao woke up to find herself lying in Chen Luo's arms, her pajamas disheveled, revealing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Upon seeing Chen Luo grinning at her, her face instantly flushed, and she pushed him away. What are you staring at? Hurry up and wash up. We need to go see Grandma soon. Saying this, she jumped out of bed, without even tidying her pajamas, rushing into the bathroom. The two quickly finished breakfast and greeted Li Mingshan and his wife before leaving. Since the villas were quite close, they arrived at Grandma Li's villa entrance after just a few minutes. Grandma Li was sitting in a lounge chair in the villa's hall with a radio playing opera beside her, squinting her eyes, as if thoroughly enjoying herself. Grandma, Chen Luo and I are here to see you. Li Qingyao knocked on the door and entered the hall. Grandma. Chen Luo also respectfully greeted her. Oh, it's Qingyao and Xiao Luo. It's been a long time since you visited this old woman. Grandma Li opened her eyes and slowly sat up straight, looking somewhat weak. Grandma, the company has been very busy lately, so I haven't had time to come see you. Li Qingyao spoke first. How is your cosmetics company doing? Grandma, it's been developing very well lately, and it's thanks to Chen Luo's help. You know, Uncle. Grandma, I have a pill here that would be good for your health. It's made from pure herbs. Chen Luo interrupted Li Qingyao in time, shaking his head at her. He sensed that Grandma Li was unwell and might not handle any bad news well. Oh, what is this pill? Grandma Li took the pill that Chen Luo handed her. This is called Pei Yuan Dan. Taking it can strengthen your body and replenish your blood energy. I refined it using herbs. Aren't you an apprentice at the medical clinic? How did you learn to refine pills? Grandma Li was a bit surprised as she knew Chen Luo was just doing odd jobs at a traditional Chinese medicine clinic. After Chen Luo explained the situation briefly, Grandma Li felt reassured and took the pill. Pei Yuan Dan can not only heal internal injuries, but also strengthen the body and replenish blood energy, making it particularly effective for the elderly. Sure enough, within 5 minutes of taking it, Grandma Li's aura noticeably changed. Her breathing became stronger, her complexion rosy, as if she had rejuvenated several years. Xiao Luo, this is a great thing. I feel much better than before. The effect is simply worlds apart from those health supplements Uncle sent before. You're so thoughtful, Xiao Luo. Grandma, I still have 2 more left. Take one each month. They'll refine some more for you another day, and as long as you take them regularly, I guarantee you'll live to 100. Chen Luo took out the last 2 Pei Yuan Dan and handed them to Grandma Li. Good. Your filial piety has been received by Grandma. She is very happy. Grandma Li smiled widely, almost unable to close her mouth. Chen Luo nodded at Li Qingyao, signaling that she could continue discussing the matter of her uncle's company with her. After listening to Li Qingyao recount the events happening within the group along with matters concerning her cousin and a few aunts, Grandma Li's expression immediately darkened. After a good 5 or 6 minutes, Grandma Li finally spoke. Qingyao, I understand. I am getting old, and some matters are beyond my capability. I will take charge of your affairs so you can focus on managing your own company without worry. And Xiao Luo, I think you should resign from your work at the clinic to help Qingyao. She is too burdened and under too much pressure alone. As her man, you should take on this responsibility. All right, Grandma, I promise you. Chen Luo felt a twinge of reluctance to refuse Grandma Li in her current state, especially since he indeed should help Li Qingyao share some of the pressure. Good, then I can rest easy. Qingyao, do you know? Your grandfather's only wish while he was alive was to make the Li family the 4th prominent family in Linen City. This hope can only be fulfilled by you. I won't be able to see it myself. Don't worry, Grandma. It won't be long before Qingyao and I fulfill this wish, and you will definitely see it. Chen Luo interrupted Li Qingyao, once more speaking first. All right, I believe you can do it. You both should go now. I'm a bit tired and need to rest for a while. In a few days at the family meeting, I will give you both a surprise. Grandma Li waved her hand, signaling for them to leave. After wishing Grandma good health, the two walked towards Li Mingshan's villa. Chen Luo, why did you promise Grandma that we would become the 4th prominent family? Do you really think it's possible? Also, what Grandma said today was strange. She mentioned giving us a surprise. If I'm not mistaken, at the upcoming family meeting, Grandma will hand over the entire Li group to you. What? Hand the Li group over to me? How is that even possible? Li Qingyao shook her head repeatedly, unable to believe it. That must be what Grandma means. Only you can lead the Li family to glory. Your father can't, your uncle can't, and don't even get me started on your cousin and aunts. Chen Luo placed his hand on Li Qingyou's shoulder, smoothing her hair that had been tousled by the wind. But I feel like I can't do it either. What 4th prominent family? I can't even dare to think about it. Don't worry, I'm here for you, right? I promised Grandma I would help you, didn't I? Grandma may be old, but her mind is still quite sharp. What do you mean? Li Qingyao looked puzzled, her brows slightly furrowed. Tell me, what is the primary business of the Li group? Health products. What was the Qingxin pill I mentioned to you before? And what about the Peiyuan pill I just gave to Grandma? Are you saying Grandma discovered the business opportunity with the Peiyuan pill, and she knows you can refine it so? Exactly. That's why I believe Grandma will hand the Li group over to you. Li Qingyao fell into deep thought, processing the significant amount of information she had just received. All right, don't think too much about it for now. Just focus on handling the current matters. We can discuss everything after the family meeting. What if I'm wrong? Today I will take you somewhere to the Nyogong mountain I mentioned last time. Since you haven't cultivated for a few days, I'm afraid you might get rusty. Let's see if you can break through to foundation establishment this time. Oh, all right. Li Qingyao returned to her thoughts, went back to briefly speak with Li Mingshan and Wang Hui about Grandma supporting her without mentioning anything else. Chen Luo recalled that he had promised Zhao Linshan to take her to Nyogong mountain for cultivation, so he told Li Qingyao that he would bring Zhao Linshan along, to which Li Qingyao naturally had no objections. Chen Luo, do you think Grandpa Zhao will be reluctant for you to leave the clinic? After all, your medical skills are so high. It's fine. Linshan can manage on her own now. I originally thought she would take a few months to learn, but her talent in medicine is surprisingly high. Anyway, I won't be leaving anytime soon, so I can guide her often. That's true. If Grandpa Zhao needs help, you should agree. He's been quite good to you, and Lin Yun is also my close friend. She's still working in my company. Don't worry. By the way, why haven't I seen Zhao Linyun at your company these days? Isn't she going out to inspect the agents soon? Soon the two arrived at the entrance of Huimin Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic, and since Chen Luo had called in advance, Zhao Linshan was already waiting at the door. Luo gu qing yao jia, Zhao Linshan waved at the two. Linshan, it's been a while. You're getting more beautiful, Li Qingyao responded with a smile. How could I compare to Qingyao Jia? She is one of the 4 beauties of Linen City. Luo gu is truly lucky to have found such a beautiful wife, like Qingyao Jia. You really know how to flatter. Get in the car, let's go. Chen Luo patted Zhao Linshan's head. This girl was getting better at talking. On the way, Chen Luo drove while Li Qingyao and Zhao Linshan sat in the back seat listening to Zhao Linshan chatter nonstop about the funny incidents that happened at the clinic before Chen Luo's recovery. Li Qingyao laughed continuously, completely shedding her previous cold demeanor as the ice queen of the corporation. Due to it being the weekend, there were more vehicles on the road than usual, and it took nearly an hour to arrive at the foot of Niumang Mountain. Today there were no signs of the people from Lingyun Pavilion that they had encountered before. Did Xiao Linger fail to find the so-called treasure and withdraw them? Chen Luo didn't think much of it, and began to walk up the mountain with Li Qingyao and Zhao Linshan. There's someone on the mountain. Chen Luo sensed the presence of martial artists above. Could someone have discovered the cave and the Qingling fruit? Sure enough, the three arrived at the place where they had fought the giant python last time, and saw an old man in a Taoist robe sitting on a large rock in meditation. The old man opened his eyes upon hearing the noise, and looked at the three, saying, "Who are you three, and what brings you here?" "Old man, shouldn't I be the one asking you this? The ownership of Niumang Mountain isn't in your hands, is it?" Chen Luo replied leisurely, while Li Qingyao and Zhao Linshan watched in silence. "So what if it isn't? I am an elder of the ancient martial sect Baichao Valley, and any wild herbs discovered in the secular world can be harvested by Baichao Valley." The old man's name was Duan Yuzhou, and he possessed early-stage master-level cultivation. He had long observed that the three lacked any martial artist aura, thinking they were merely ordinary people, hence his disdainful tone. Upon hearing Duan Yuzhou's words, Chen Luo understood that this old man must have discovered the existence of the Qingling fruit and wanted to claim it for himself. "Are you implying that you want to seize the herbs belonging to our Fierce Tiger Gang? Did you discover the fruits at the cave entrance below?" "Fierce Tiger Gang? Just a small secular gang. What's the big deal if I take them?" "Old man, considering your age, reaching the master level isn't easy. Leave now and I'll pretend nothing happened." You can discern my cultivation level. Who exactly are you?" "Someone who can control your life and death," Chen Luo replied calmly. "Kid, let's see if you have the capability to back that up." Duan Yuzhou released his master-level aura to pressure. Chen Luo simply flicked his right hand, dispersing the aura, and with a shadowy step, he instantly appeared before Duan Yuzhou, grabbing his neck with one hand and lifting him up. You are at the late stage of master level." Duan Yuzhou gasped for air, feeling the approach of death. "Chen Luo, let him go," Li Qingyao said from the side, not wanting Chen Luo to harm anyone and cause trouble. Upon hearing her voice, Chen Luo tossed Duan Yuzhou aside. "Get lost. They'll let you go this time for my wife's sake. Remember, don't provoke me. You won't be able to handle it, including your sect behind you." Duan Yuzhou gasped heavily, stumbling down the mountain. He knew Chen Luo was far stronger than him, and if he didn't leave, he would really lose his life here, so he couldn't care less about the Qingling fruit. Chen Luo called the two girls to the rocks above the cave, grabbed each by the arm, and jumped down. With his peak golden core cultivation, a height of over 10 meters was a piece of cake for him. Landing steadily at the cave entrance, Chen Luo found that the 4 Qingling fruits were still there and seemed to have grown up. "Chen Luo, is this blue fruit the Qingling fruit you mentioned before?" Li Qingyao asked, pointing at the rather ordinary-looking Qingling fruit. "Indeed, this is a treasure. If we take it back this time, we won't have to come here to cultivate anymore. Come, let's go inside," Chen Luo said while pointing at the cave. Last time before leaving, Chen Luo had buried the bones inside the cave, so he didn't worry about the girls being scared. He simply turned on his phone's flashlight and entered the cave. "Wow, the spiritual energy here is so abundant," Zhao Linshan suddenly exclaimed loudly. Li Qingyao felt it too. This place has been arranged with a gathering spirit formation, and coupled with the Qingling fruits continuously emitting spiritual energy, that's why there's so much here. "You two quickly sit down and operate your techniques to absorb the spiritual energy here." Chen Luo decided not to cultivate himself this time. With all three cultivating at once, there wouldn't be enough spiritual energy. Even by himself, he might not be able to break through to the Dao entry realm. Instead, he would first elevate Li Qingyao and Zhao Linshan's cultivation levels, allowing Li Qingyao to enhance her self-defense capabilities, while also boosting Zhao Linshan's strength so that she could perform her techniques more adeptly. Once the two girls sat down and began their cultivation, the surrounding spiritual energy was gradually absorbed. After an hour, the spiritual energy was completely depleted. Li Qingyao successfully broke through to the late stage of qi refinement, while Zhao Linshan also reached the mid-stage of qi refinement. Chen Luo was quite satisfied it wouldn't be long, at most a month, before both of them could step into the foundation establishment stage. Alright, that's it for today. Everyone has broken through a realm. Very good. Wow, I feel like there's so much more spiritual energy in my body now. Zhao Linshan exclaimed, shaking her arms a bit excited. Me too. Li Qingyao also felt the same. Wait for me a moment, I need to get something, and then we'll go up. Chen Luo circled the cave, retrieved several pieces of jade, and then came to the entrance to uproot the qingling fruits, tossing them all into his storage ring. The three arrived at the cave entrance, and Chen Luo pointed to the storage ring on his hand and introduced, "This is no ordinary ring. It can store items, and you can control what to put in or take out with your thoughts. My ring has a space of 200 to 300 square meters, which is quite large. It was left to me by my master." Look, Chen Luo took out a qingling fruit and put it back in again. Wow, this is amazing. With this ring, I won't have to carry bags when shopping for clothes. I can just put them in the ring. Plus, I won't even need to carry a bag. What does this girl think the storage ring is for? For buying clothes. Chen Luo was nearly speechless. It's best not to showcase this in front of ordinary people, as it can lead to unnecessary trouble. Li Qingyao was also taken aback, wondering how Zhao Linshan thought along the same lines. She indeed had considered using it to store clothes, cosmetics, and even company documents. Luo go, I want one too. When will you get one for me? No, I need two. You'll definitely give the first one to Sister Qingyao, and he'll be second in line, right? It's fine, I don't mind either way. If there's one available, I'll let Chen Luo keep it for you first. Upon hearing Li Qingyou's words, Zhao Linshan immediately hugged her and planted a hard kiss on her cheek. Sister Qingyao, I love you. You're like my real sister. Alright, look at you. Hurry up and get going, there's no signal here. If your grandfather tries to contact you and can't reach you, won't he suspect that I've kidnapped you? After saying this, Chen Luo grabbed both of their arms and leaped back onto the rocky summit. Once the three reached the foot of the mountain, they got into the car. Along the way, Chen Luo pondered how to set up the gathering array in the villa. The few jade stones taken from the cave were insufficient, as the villa's area was much larger than the cave. He would need to buy a few more and take Li Qingyao to the jade market soon. Meanwhile, Li Qingyao and Zhao Linshan were discussing what items they would like to store in the storage ring, as if indeed Chen Luo still had another storage ring he obtained from the cave earlier. Should he give it to Li Qingyao? Forget it, he shouldn't, as she likely wouldn't need it for now. It would be better to wait until she reached the Golden Core realm or found a suitable weapon for her before giving it to her. What kind of weapon would be suitable for self-defense, a knife or a sword? Chen Luo felt a bit troubled. Zhao Linshan could wear it, as she could store some herbs, or once she learned alchemy. However, this girl had a rather straightforward and somewhat innocent personality. If she showcased it in front of others, he feared she might attract trouble or danger, which was something Chen Luo did not want to see. Soon the car stopped in front of the clinic. Chen Luo had things to do today, so he didn't stay at the clinic. After Zhao Linshan got out of the car, she and Li Qingyao prepared to leave. Chen Luo, where are we going next? We need to set up the gathering array and need some jade stones. Do you know where there's a larger jade store? The largest one should be in the northern district, where there's a street dedicated to jade. I remember my cousin's store is also over there. I've been there once before. Alright, let's go there. The two arrived at the jade street in the northern district and visited several jade shops, but found no suitable stones. Although the quality of jade stones needed for setting up the gathering array isn't high, they must contain spiritual energy, even if just a little. However, the jade stones sold in these shops, while expensive, were all processed and crafted, and even if they previously contained spiritual energy, it had long since vanished. The two entered a larger jade shop, named Yan's Jade Boutique. This is the Yin family's business. Li Qingyao glanced at the store sign. Which Yin family? What's wrong with the Yin family? They are one of the three prominent families in linen, alongside the Kong family and the Qin family. The Yin family has a substantial jade and jewelry business, and reportedly has their own mine. Chen Luo didn't take it to heart. What did the Yin family, or the three powerful families, have to do with him? However, Li Qingyao thought of Yin Kai Ming, the young master of the Yin family, who had pursued her before. Li Mingshan had also wanted to arrange a marriage with the Yin family, and the two families had dined together. However, at that time, Li Qingyao only had eyes for Lin Junchen, so she had unhesitatingly rejected Yin Kai Ming. Chen Luo scanned all the counters with his divine sense, and found that they were still just ordinary jade stones devoid of any spiritual energy. The prices of these jade stones were quite high, ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands, even exceeding $1 million. Chen Luo's standard for determining whether the jade stone was ordinary was whether it contained spiritual energy unrelated to anything else. Wearing these $1 million jade stones would have no effect on the body. They were merely decorative and exuded a sense of high-end elegance. At this moment, a store attendant approached to assist them. Which item are you interested in? I can show it to you, the attendant. Do you have any semi-finished products for sale, preferably unprocessed? Semi-finished products. We don't have those, but we do have raw stones. If you go out, turn left, and walk about 100 meters, there's a raw stone wholesale market, which also belongs to our yin family. However, buying raw stones and getting jade from them is purely a matter of luck. Some people spend millions without getting a single piece of jade. It's better to buy finished products. Chun Luo smiled and replied. The two followed the attendant's directions to the raw stone wholesale market, which was quite large, divided into 4 sections, A, B, C, and D, each displaying different raw stones. In Section D, where Chun Luo and Li Qingyao first arrived, they showcased mainly scraps and raw stones deemed unlikely to yield jade by so-called experts. Each raw stone had a price tag ranging from tens to hundreds of yuan, none exceeding 1,000. The number of people looking was minimal, making it nearly impossible to find a good deal among them. Since it was Chun Luo and Li Qingjiao's first time in such a place, they casually began to browse. Chun Luo, do you think the jade stones sold in the shop are mined from these rocks? It should be. A jade forms within these raw stones due to some special reasons. Ordinary people find it difficult to discern whether a raw stone contains jade or how much jade it holds just by looking at its exterior. It can only be revealed through machine cutting, whereas we can see it more easily. How do you see it? There are 2 methods. The first is to place your hand on the raw stone to sense it. Ordinary jade stones contain spiritual energy, which can be absorbed after operating the mind technique. The second is to use divine sense to inspect it. Divine sense can see through the surface of the raw stone clearly to determine if there is jade inside its size and the concentration of spiritual energy. If the raw stone is ancient and contains jade, the spiritual energy inside will definitely be very rich. You can release your divine sense to take a look. I just checked, and aside from a few pieces with a trace of spiritual energy, most are just waste stones. Jiangchun, I see a few stones with a bit of green and also red. That must be jade, right? Yes, jade comes in several colors, but most of it is green. The ones you see in the market are mostly green, like imperial green. The red ones are usually referred to as jadeite. However, I'm not particularly knowledgeable about this either. Just what I've seen on television. Let's go, these are no good. Let's check out Area C. Just as they were about to take a look, a voice came from behind. Qingyao, what are you doing here? You didn't notify me. Young master, Yin, we're not familiar. You can call me by my full name. Qingyao turned around to see Yin Kaming dressed casually, smiling at her. Qingyao, you say that, but our families have had meals together. Your father even wanted to marry you off to me back then. Although you rejected it, aren't we still friends? It's not that distant. I'm sorry, young master, Yin, I've already married. This is my husband, Jiangchun. I don't want him to misunderstand, so please call me Director Li or my full name from now on, Qingyao said, linking her arm with Jiang Chen's. So this is the husband you chose. Hello, brother Jiang. Seeing Qinjiao's affectionate gesture, Yin Kaming's expression changed slightly, but he still extended his hand to shake Jiang Chen's. Sorry, I don't know you. Jiang Chun declined with a blank expression, not extending his hand. Qingyao, oh no, Director Li, you rejected me and chose brother Jiang. He must be exceptionally talented and knowledgeable, well, otherwise he wouldn't have caught Director Li's eye. I wonder if brother Jiang is interested in a little stone gambling. Stone gambling? How do you gamble? Jiang Chun naturally knew about stone gambling from what he had seen on television. It's simple. We can randomly choose a few raw stones from these 4 areas, and whoever selects the stones with the highest value wins. Young Master Yin, how can you be so shameless? This is the first time Jiang Chun and I are in a place like this. We don't understand it. As the young master of the Yin family, you've been playing this since childhood. Are you really going to gamble stones with us? Qingyao hastily spoke for Jiang Chun, forgetting that they both had divine sense. It's fine. Since young master Yin wants to play, let's entertain him. After all, we have nothing else to do. Since it's stone gambling, there must be some stakes involved. How about this? If you win, you take the raw stones without paying a dime, and he'll give you 10 million. If I win, you buy the raw stones and give me 10 million. How about it? Only 10 million. The young master of the Yin family is only betting this much. So how much do you want to bet? 50 million, Jiang Chun said with a dismissive expression. Can you come up with that much money? If Jiang Chun can, I can. I can mortgage the company. Qingyao suddenly thought of something and quickly said, all right, let's bet 50 million. There are so many people around to witness, and both sides must keep their word. The people around nodded, willing to witness, eager to see this spectacle. Yin Kaming revealed a cunning smile, thinking that this kept man was truly foolish for agreeing to gamble stones just to help Qingyao save face and raise the stakes to 50 million. The two agreed to each pick 10 raw stones, and both Jiang Chun and Yin Kaming headed towards Area A. In just 10 minutes, Jiang Chun had selected 10 raw stones of varying sizes and shapes. Yin Kaming, however, took nearly an hour to choose, each piece of raw stone being enormous. The people around praised Yin Kaming's selections. He was indeed the young master of a jade family, and each raw stone he picked was plump, clearly having a much higher chance of revealing green compared to Jiang Chen's selections. Let's go, brother Jiang, to the cutting area. I also want to see how brother Jiang's judgment fares, Yin Kaming said smugly. The The staff in the hall moved the raw stones to the stone cutting area, where two stone cutters began to work simultaneously. Yan Kaming marked a few lines on each raw stone with a black pen and instructed the cutters to cut along the lines. Jiang Shen also took the pen and marked a few lines on several raw stones, leaving a few small ones unmarked for the cutters to directly polish. The cutter was stunned at first, but since it was the customer's request, he had no choice but to comply. Soon Yan Kaming's first raw stone was cut open, revealing a palm-sized piece of jade appraised on-site at a value of 500,000. Jiang Shun had given a small raw stone for the cutter to directly polish first, so it took a bit longer. It's exploded. It's exploded. This is blood jade. Ooh, I've never seen such a large piece of blood jade before. Indeed, it is blood jade. The first piece turned out to be blood jade. This young man is really lucky. Appraised at 5 million yen, Kaming gasped, thinking it was impossible. This guy must have just gotten lucky. It's exploded again. It looks like imperial green. 1,200,000. As Jiang Shen's second raw stone was unveiled, the scene erupted into madness. Emerald. Another emerald. This young man's luck is unbelievable. Oh, does he have X-ray vision? 10 million. Hearing the valuation of Jiang Shen's jade, Yan Kaming was already drenched in sweat, urging the stone cutter continuously. In the end, all of their raw stones were cut. Yan Kaming's total valuation was 10 million, while Jiang Shen's was 43 million, exceeding by over 30 million. Young Master Yan, so how about it? Will you accept your loss? Jiang Shun looked calmly at the sweating Yan Kaming. I admit defeat. Yan Kaming took out a check, wrote a check for 50 million, and handed it to Chen Luo, his face slightly darkened. Wife, I've collected the check, let's go home. Chen Luo placed the check into Li Qingjiu's hands, and she immediately stuffed it into her bag. Chen Luo packed the raw stones into a burlap sack and directly slung it over his shoulder, holding Li Qingjiu's hand with the other as they left. Seeing Chen Luo leave, Yan Kaming instructed the attendant beside him, find someone to bring back the check and the raw stones. Understood, young master, I'll arrange it right away. Also break both of Chen Luo's hands, my money is not so easy to take. Chen Luo and Li Qingyao arrived at the parking area, and seeing that no one was around, Chen Luo directly tossed the whole burlap sack into the storage ring. Fortunately, Li Qingyao had seen the wonders of the storage ring before and was not surprised. Chen Luo, this 50 million is for you, it's what you won. I still owe you 700,000. Li Qingyao took out a check from her bag, wanting to hand it to Chen Luo. At this time, why are we still talking about yours and mine? Your company needs money, so it can be used for circulation. I don't need the money. Ooh, I still have 10 million in my card. Where did you get 10 million from? It was from treating Wu Shirda last time. Hey, you casually spend 1 million for medical treatment, and now you want to buy a jade stone and 150 million. When will I be able to catch up with your speed of making money? Chen Luo smiled without saying anything and started the car to leave. By the way, Chen Luo, since you took 50 million from Yan Kaming, will he cause you trouble? Trouble has already come. Chen Luo glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed 2 business cars following closely behind. Such a young heir from a powerful family really can't be underestimated. Chen Luo, don't kill him, it will cause trouble, Li Qingyao sighed. Right now she was not worried about Chen Luo's safety at all, but rather concerned that Chen Luo might kill the other party. Chen Luo turned the car onto a deserted path and stopped getting out while leaning against the car. Li Qingyao stayed in the car as she didn't want to witness a bloody scene. Soon 2 business cars stopped in front of Chen Luo and more than 10 people got out. The leader was a tall and burly man wearing sunglasses named Duan Long, a retired special forces soldier, surprisingly possessing mid-level cultivation in the dark realm. Kid, hand over the check and the jade stone, and I'll let you leave. Duan Long took off his sunglasses, looking at Chen Luo's calm demeanor, secretly astonished. However, he couldn't detect any martial artist aura from him. Did he think he couldn't escape and was feigning calmness? Boss Duan Yin Lao said to break this kid's hands. One of the subordinates said to Duan Long, do you need me to teach you how to do your job? I wouldn't dare. Kid, considering you're an ordinary person, I'll spare you the pain of broken hands. I also disdain to attack ordinary people. Just hand it over yourself, Duan Long continued. Chen Luo looked at this person, curiously, finding that although his character as a thug was not bad, he was simply with the wrong crowd and in the wrong profession. What if I don't hand it over? Chen Luo continued, leaning against the car. Simple, if you can take my punch or defeat me, then I'll let you go. Boss Duan, we can't let him go. How do we explain to young Master Yin? If I'm not even a match for him, do you think you guys can take him down? These subordinates were not martial artists and naturally did not understand the strength of martial artists. They thought that Duan Long was just an ordinary retired soldier, only a bit stronger than them. Chen Luo smiled and took a few steps towards Duan Long. Alright, I'll just stand here and not move. You can punch me, as long as you can hit me, I'll give you the check and the jade stone. This kid is young but quite arrogant. Since you want to experience the pain of broken bones, I'll fulfill your wish. Rest assured, I'll only use 30% of my strength, so I won't take your life. I suggest you use all your strength, otherwise you won't have the chance to strike again. Seeing Chen Luo so dismissive of him, Duanlong became somewhat angry, directly raising his right hand and using almost 70 to 80% of his strength to smash towards Chen Luo's shoulder. Duanlong was confident that this punch could knock not just a person, but even a bear several meters away. Chen Luo simply stretched out a finger as Duanlong's punch came towards him. What's this kid doing? Does he think he can block Boss Duan's full power strike with just one finger? Boss Duan is a king among soldiers. That kid must have read too many martial arts novels thinking he's Lu Xiaofeng, able to use a single finger to fend off an attack. Seeing Chen Luo's action, the subordinates burst into laughter as if they were watching a clown. However, what shocked everyone was that Duanlong's fist stopped less than 20 centimeters from Chen Luo's finger. Duanlong instantly felt an immense pressure against his fist, preventing it from advancing even a fraction. This is protective chi. Are you a transformation realm master? Duanlong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat, his clothes soaked with perspiration. He had just recklessly attacked a master. Now he was surely doomed. The subordinates were equally stunned at Duanlong's overwhelmingly powerful punch was actually blocked by this kid with just a finger. Is this kid even human? What is this transformation realm master that Boss Duan mentioned? So what now? Is it my turn to punch? No, Duanlong, you've underestimated the martial artist's power. Please show mercy and spare my life. I will definitely relay this message back and will not cause trouble again in the future. Duanlong trembled and directly knelt before Chen Luo. Seeing Duanlong kneel, the group of subordinates also knelt down, begging for mercy. Since even Duanlong was no match, how could they deal with Chen Luo? This time I will spare you, but go back and tell Yan Kaming that if there's a next time, I will take his life. I keep my word. Thank you, master, for showing mercy. I will definitely relay this, and there won't be a next time, Duanlong said, drenched in cold sweat, getting up and turning to leave. You're not a bad person. It's a pity to follow Yan Kaming. Chen Luo thought for a moment and added. My name is Chen Luo, currently consulting at the Huimin Traditional Chinese Medicine Clinic. If you're not satisfied, you can come find me, but I won't hold back then. Duanlong was somewhat puzzled. What did Chen Luo mean by that? Could it be? He then said, Master Chen, I surrender. I absolutely won't dare to challenge you again. After everyone left, Chen Luo returned to his car. Is it resolved? No fatalities, right? Li Qingyao was scrolling through her phone, having not glanced at the commotion outside. Yes, I scared them off with a few tactics. The one leading, named Duanlong, is quite decent. He should be a retired soldier. I hinted at him just now, preparing to recruit him to be a security guard in your company, or rather a bodyguard. Moi. Just leave it to your discretion. By the way, do you need to set up that gathering spirit array with all these spirit stones? Not that many are needed. Oh, let's keep a few aside. By the way, you can take that imperial green jade to gift to your grandmother. Although the spiritual energy inside isn't much, having it nearby is still beneficial. You can also pick a piece for your parents. Your dad should like this thing. What do you mean, my parents? Aren't they your parents? They treat you better than me now, and instead you seem like their son, while I've become the daughter-in-law. If you want to give a gift, you can do it yourself, though I won't go. Ha ha, are you jealous of your own parents? Then give the blood jade to mom and the emerald to dad, and use the rest to set up the gathering spirit array. The two arrived at the villa number 19 in the Grand View Garden, and according to the layout of the gathering spirit array, Chen Luo took out the spirit stones from his storage ring and buried them one by one around the villa, then pried open the bluestone brick at the main entrance of the villa, burying the last piece of spirit stone. This was the eye of the gathering spirit array. With the eye of the array set up, the entire gathering spirit array was formed. The surrounding spiritual energy began to slowly converge towards the villa, and Chen Luo took out the Qingling fruit and planted it in the yard. This way, the Qingling fruit can receive sunlight for a long time, while also absorbing the spiritual energy within the gathering spirit array, allowing it to grow rapidly and release stronger spiritual energy. The gathering spirit array that Chen Luo set up was much stronger than the one in the cave. In the cave, the Qingling fruit was not within the gathering spirit array, and it received very little sunlight, resulting in slow growth, and thus the produced spiritual energy was significantly less. Chen Luo, you really can be generous. Over 10 million worth of spirit stones just buried in the ground like that. How much facial cream do I need to sell to earn that back? Li Qingyao said with a smile as she looked at Chen Luo. Compared to the future profits, what does this amount matter? Once our realms are elevated, our capabilities will also enhance, a wealth and resources will become easily attainable, and then you won't care about such worldly possessions. Then what will you care about? Chen Luo walked in front of Li Qingyao, grasping her hands tenderly, saying, to become the strongest person to care for you for a lifetime, and to possess eternal love. Indeed, this was Chen Luo's goal. To become the strongest person so he could better protect Li Qingyao, to boldly face all things in the world, find his master, and then live with Li Qingyao as a divine couple for all eternity. Hearing Chen Luo's words, Li Qingyou's eyes turned slightly red and her nose felt a bit sour. This was the promise from the man before her, The strongest person is her greatest support and eternal love. I feel the same for you. Li Qingyao broke free from his hands and tightly embraced Chen Luo, resting her face against his chest. Chen Luo, I love you. I love you too, Chen Luo said, one hand caressing Li Qingyou's slender waist while the other gently stroked her dark hair. This feeling was truly wonderful, so happy. Time seemed to stand still as they held each other for a long while before gradually loosening their embrace. Ordinary people would definitely be sweating profusely in such a hot July day, not to mention having held each other for so long. However, for cultivators it was as if they felt nothing. They were unafraid of heat and cold. Moreover, Li Qingyao herself was a Xianyin body, and even before her cultivation, she felt cool even in the heat of summer. With the operation of the gathering spirit array, even ordinary people here would feel a slight coolness. Let's go. It's getting late. We should head back. Given the situation, we can probably come back to cultivate once every 3 days, and after 2 or 3 more sessions you should be able to break through to foundation establishment. I will practice diligently. When the time comes we will go find your master together to fulfill your wish. No need to rush, although I am also very eager to find my master. I understand that my current cultivation level is still far from enough. Rapidly improving one's cultivation isn't easy unless one can seize an opportunity. It might take years or even decades. Indeed, Chen Luo's current realm was too low and he sighed deeply. No matter how long it takes, I will stay by your side. I believe that day won't be too far off. Li Qingyao comforted. I was thinking that when our child is born, I would have my master teach him cultivation. Having a disciple by his side would surely make him very happy. Your master teach him cultivation. What about you? Me? We continue to have kids. Go to hell. Li Qingyao fiercely pinched Chen Luo's waist, pushing him towards the door. The two returned to their villa hand in hand as they entered through the main door. Miss Young Master, you too. Aunt Wu was astonished to see Chen Luo and Li Qingyao walking in hand in hand. Li Qingyao immediately released her hand, feeling a bit shy as she said, Aunt Wu, Chen Luo and I are in a very good relationship now. Oh, that's wonderful. Aunt Wu hopes you two can live happily together. Seeing you like this truly makes me happy. It seems the master and madam will soon have a grandchild. Aunt Wu, what are you saying? We don't want children for now. We can talk about that later. The mention of having children reminded Li Qingyao of what Chen Luo had said before, that he couldn't consummate until he reached the golden core stage. Miss, did you forget that you promised madam to have a child next year? Indeed, Li Qingyao had promised Wang Huixian before, but when would she be able to break through to the golden core stage? She was only at the late stage of qi refining. Aunt Wu, don't worry, Qingyao, and I will work hard, Chen Luo said in an effort to ease Li Qingyou's embarrassment. What the young master said is right. Young people should strive a bit more. Let's eat. I've already prepared dinner. Aunt Wu was immensely pleased. Li Qingyao pinched Chen Luo's waist hard, then reverted back to her previous icy demeanor, pretending to be angry as she went to wash her hands in the kitchen. The three of them enjoyed dinner together, chatting and laughing. This was the first time such a warm scene appeared since Chen Luo arrived at Li Qingyou's home. After dinner, Aunt Wu began to clean up. Chen Luo kept Li Qingyao company in the living room watching television. Before long, Aunt Wu came in carrying a bowl of fruit and placed it on the coffee table in front of them. Miss, in a couple of days I would like to take a leave to go back home. Is that all right? What happened, Aunt Wu? Is something? Li Qingyao picked up a grape, just about to pop it into her mouth. My father accidentally fell today and is now in the hospital in the county. The others in the family are busy with work and my mother is getting older, making it inconvenient for her to take care of him. So I want to go back to help out. That's fine, you should hurry back tomorrow. Chen Luo and I can handle the household chores. He'll also transfer 5,000 yuan to your card, just consider it for your grandfather's supplements. Miss, no need to give me more money. You already pay me a lot every month, though I've saved quite a bit and can't accept more. You must accept this. Yes, Aunt Wu, this is also a small token from Qingyao. You can't refuse, Chen Luo added from the side. Then thank you, Miss and young master. Tomorrow I will prepare breakfast for you before I leave. I estimate I will be gone for about a month, and during this time you two will have to manage breakfast and dinner on your own. Aunt Wu, just go back with peace of mind. We can manage it. It won't be too late to come back once Grandpa has fully recovered. With that, Li Qingyao took out her phone and transferred 5,000 yuan to Aunt Wu's card. After watching television for a while, the two went upstairs to their bedroom. Just as Chen Luo was about to enter his room, he heard Li Qingyao say, "Are you going to sleep in my room?" Huh? This? Are you unwilling? Am I not your wife? Didn't we sleep together last night? No, it's not that. I'm just afraid I might lose control. After all, I'm a normal man. If you say something, then wouldn't that be harming you? Aren't you a cultivator? Don't you have at least this level of self-control? Come to my room. Oh, I want to sleep with my head on your arm from now on. After turning off the light and lying on Chen Luo's arm, Li Qingyao, who had originally turned her back to him, suddenly turned around, lightly kissed him on the lips like a dragonfly, touching the water, and said good night before turning back. Chen Luo couldn't help but lick his lips. It was so fragrant. Can you do it again? I didn't feel it just now. No more, but depends on your performance next time. I'm tired now, so no more talking. Li Qingyao twisted her body a couple of times. Chun Luo smiled awkwardly, turned to his side, and leaned his head against Li Qingjiao's silky hair, slowly falling asleep, while inhaling the faint fragrance from her hair. The next morning Aunt Wu had already prepared breakfast early, and her luggage was packed. Aunt Wu, after breakfast, Qingyao and I will take you to the bus station. No need, young master, I can just take a bus myself. It's alright, it's inconvenient for you to carry the bag. Chun Luo and I will take you. I need to stop by the factory on the way, Li Qingyao said from the side. Then thank you, miss and young master. Qingyao, do you have business at the factory? Yes, I want to check on the production situation at the factory and discuss the expansion plan with Director Liu. Alright, I need to go to the medical clinic today. Call me when you finish and I'll come pick you up. After sending Aunt Wu off and dropping Li Qingyao at the factory, Chun Luo headed to the medical clinic. Zhao Durong and Zhao Linshan were already there. Zhao Durong said that the stove in the backyard had been built, and Chun Luo called Zhao Linshan to go to the backyard. Chun Luo saw a large iron pot placed on the stove made of bricks with a shed built over it. Luo, good, how is this stove my grandfather built? It's good. Today I'll teach you how to refine detoxification pills. Chun Luo entered his own room, wrote down the formula and refining method for detoxification pills, gathered several medicinal ingredients, and carried them to the stove, then mailed the formula to Zhao Linshan. Linshan, remember, pill refinement hinges upon 4 critical elements. First, the formula. Second, the precise ratio of ingredients. Third, the exact sequence of ingredient addition. Fourth, the precise interval between each addition. Are there any special requirements for the ingredients? For instance, must they be wild harvested? Must they meet a minimum age? Ordinary pills impose no strict requirements. Take the detoxification pill, for example. With high-grade herbs, a single pill suffices to neutralize toxins. With lower-grade herbs, multiple doses are needed. I shall begin refining now. Observe closely. Chun Luo lit the charcoal brazier, added an appropriate amount of water, and waited for it to boil. Then, picking up the herbs one by one, he carefully introduced them into the pot in strict accordance with the prescribed sequence, finally covering the pot once the last ingredient had been added. At that moment, the courtyard filled with the rich, aromatic scent of medicine, so potent that even Zhao Durong, who was in the front house, caught its fragrance and walked over. Yet he did not disturb Chun Luo, merely watching silently from a distance. 30 minutes later, pressure built within the pot until the lid burst open with a sharp clang, signaling the successful completion of the pills. As the steam dissipated, Zhao Linshan and Zhao Durong stepped forward. Brother Luo, why is this just medicinal paste? Shouldn't detoxification pills be formed into discrete pills? Zhao Linshan asked, puzzled. Simply roll the paste into pill-shaped forms with your hands. If refined in a proper alchemical furnace, pills naturally coalesce, but an iron pot cannot achieve that effect. Together they shaped the paste into pills and sealed them in a bottle. Zhao Linshan affixed a label reading detoxification pill to the bottle and handed it to Zhao. Linshan, try refining a batch yourself. Don't rush, pay meticulous attention to sequence and timing. After one failed attempt, Zhao Linshan successfully produced a batch of detoxification pills. The girl's innate talent truly was remarkable. Chun Luo was deeply satisfied. Chun Luo then withdrew an alchemical furnace from his spatial ring and instructed Zhao Linshan in refining foundation-nourishing pills, while simultaneously refining several vials of mind-cleansing pills and body-refining pills himself. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Chun Luo received a call from Li Qingyao. She was preparing to return home. Chun Luo drove to the factory to pick up Li Qingyao. As they debated where and what to eat for dinner, Li Mingshan, Qingyao Dad has secured 3 admission tickets to the Sega auction, tonight's charity gala at the Diyuan Grand Hotel. Invite Chun Luo. I'll take you both to broaden your horizons. Rumor has it a genuine calligraphic scroll by Tang Bohu will go under the hammer tonight. I suspect you really want Chun Luo to authenticate it. Why didn't you ever summon us before? Besides, I've heard of Tang Bohu's paintings. Authentic ones fetch astronomical prices. Do you actually have the funds to bid? Who said I intend to buy it? Can't one simply appreciate masterpieces without purchasing them? Enough chatter. Bring Chun Luo along. I'll wait for you both at the Diyuan Grand Hotel at 6 tonight. With that, Li Mingshan hung up. What do we do now? Dad insists we attend some auction at the Diyuan Grand Hotel, and drags us along purely for his own curiosity. Li Qingyao frowned slightly. Such affairs held little appeal for her. Since father has summoned us, let's go. We haven't decided on dinner anyway, and a brief diversion won't hurt. One can't live solely for work. They returned home, changed clothes, and, judging the time right, headed toward the Diyuan Grand Hotel. Upon parking at the hotel entrance, they found Li Mingshan already waiting. The 3 entered the grand lobby, where tables laden with an array of delicacies and beverages stood ready for guests, arranged in buffet style. Chun Luo spotted several acquaintances. Kong Shanghai and his daughter Kong Katie Wu Shid, and even Mei Shanhu and Xiao Linger had arrived. He exchanged warm greetings with them all, and settled in for casual conversation. Young Chen Kai-dai tells me your wife President Li has achieved phenomenal sales success, and even boosted sales of other products in our mall. Our overall revenue has surged several-fold these past few days. That's thanks entirely to Patriarch Kong and Miss Kong for granting Qingyao such prime retail space. Without it, even exceptional products would struggle to find buyers. Brother Chen, my wife underwent a medical examination today. Guess what the result was? She's pregnant. I meant to call and thank you, but got delayed by urgent work and forgot entirely. How fortunate to run into you here. Manager Wu, please don't be so formal. You were destined for familial blessings. Had you never met me, another would surely have fulfilled that wish. Young Master Chun, I've consolidated the assets of the other 3 enterprises, with invaluable assistance from Miss Xiao. Without her, I'd still be mired in negotiations. I plan to merge them all into a single holding corporation of the Shanshui Group. What are your thoughts? You needn't consult me. I leave such decisions entirely to you. Young Master Chin, intelligence on the Wuzhizong sect is nearly complete. I'll deliver the dossier to you within the next 2 days. At that moment, Xiao Linger leaned forward and whispered softly into Chen Luo's ear. Chen Luo gave a slight nod and replied with a single word, good. Li Qingyao glanced curiously at him, but remained silent. Beside her, Li Mingshan stared in stunned disbelief. Was this truly his son-in-law? When had Chen Luo earned such deference from Linen City's most prominent figures? After a brief exchange among the group, staff announced that attendees should proceed to the 8th floor hall. The auction was about to commence. What did Xiao Linger whisper in your ear just now? It can't be let others hear it, can it? Li Qingyao leaned closer to Chen Luo and asked in a low voice. I asked her to help me gather information about the Wuzhizong. She has her own sect behind her, making it easier to collect. Are you worried that the Wuzhizong will take action against us? If they have taken action against their people and interests, we must be prepared. Can those who collude with the Qian family be virtuous individuals? That's true, Li Qingyao nodded. The 3 of them arrived on the 8th floor, sitting in their assigned seats in the second. Soon the host took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, a customary opening speech. Today, 10% of all auction proceeds will be donated to the Linen Charity Organization, and all exhibits today will be personally showcased by Miss Gu Siren from our Shijiao auction house. Now please welcome Miss Gu to present today's auction item, a noble necklace from Europe, the heart of the ocean. A woman in a white spaghetti-strap dress wearing exquisitely diamond-studded high heels with a blue necklace around her neck walked up the stage lightly, made up, smiling down at the audience. Elegant and refined, she is truly the embodiment of beauty. Miss Gu is so beautiful, she truly deserves to be one of the 4 beauties of linen. I wonder what kind of person is worthy of Miss Gu. The people in the hall were buzzing with discussion, all marveling at Gu Siren's beauty. Is she beautiful? Do you want that necklace? I can bid for you. I mean, do you think Gu Siren is beautiful? Li Qingyao shot Chen Luo a glance. What does it have to do with me? In my heart, you are the most beautiful, unmatched by anyone else. Chen Luo took Li Qingyou's small hand. You smooth talker, when did you become so charming? I speak the truth. Just because I see a beautiful woman, must I like her? Aren't you enough for me? On the stage, Gu Siren took off the heart of the ocean from her neck, holding it with both hands, and walked towards the front row of the audience, showcasing it all around. Indeed, this is the heart of the ocean that Miss Gu is showcasing. There is only one in the entire Zhejiang province. The auction starts now with a reserve price of 3 million, and the minimum increment is 100,000, the host announced. I bid 3,500,000. I bid 4 million. 5 million. In the end, the heart of the ocean was sold to a wealthy lady for 8 million. After several items were auctioned off, the painting Evening View of Lingyan Mountain by Tang Bohu was displayed in front of everyone. Li Mingshan immediately sat up straight, staring intently at the painting despite the distance. The following painting by Tang Bohu is not provided by Shijiao Auction House, but is sold on behalf of a client. Therefore, we do not guarantee the authenticity of the painting. It is up to the on-site experts and audience to judge. Those interested may come forward to observe, but touching is not allowed. As soon as the words were spoken, those seated nearby rushed to the painting to take a closer look, with some experts even pulling out magnifying glasses. Li Mingshan grabbed Chen Luo's arm and headed toward the stage. Little Luo, come take a look too, observe it closely. Chen Luo felt helpless. He had already examined the painting with his divine sense when it was first displayed, and it was merely a replica from the Qing dynasty, not more than 100 years old. Li Mingshan squeezed into the crowd on stage while Chen Luo shook his head and pretended to look at it for a few glances. Minutes later, Li Mingshan emerged from the crowd and whispered, Little Luo, did you get a good look? Do you think it's an authentic piece? It's not, it's just a replica from the Qing dynasty. However, the skill of the person who copied it is very high. If it weren't for Tang Bohu's earlier fame, this piece could also be considered a fine work. How did you tell? I have my own methods of discernment, Dad. You can trust me. I absolutely won't be wrong. All right, then, what a pity. Li Mingshan felt a bit disappointed. He originally came for this Tang Bohu piece, but now that Chen Luo told him it was a counterfeit, how could he not be disappointed? The two returned to their seats, but Li Mingshan did not sit down. He directly spoke up, "I'm heading back first. If you want to stay and watch, feel free, or you can go back and look at it yourself. Dad, in a couple of days I'll get you and Mom each a good item that will definitely satisfy you." Chen Luo noticed the hint of disappointment in Li Mingshan's eyes and comforted him, thinking of the jade in his storage ring. "Really? Did you discover someone's authentic work again?" Li Mingshan perked up, instantly feeling intrigued. "It's not a painting, you'll find out later." "All right, then I'm leaving now," Li Mingshan said as he walked away. He was only interested in that painting. "Due to doubts raised by experts on site, we are canceling the auction for this painting. Next we present you with the Peiyuan pill from the Baichao Valley, an ancient martial arts sect in Huaxia. If there are any martial artists present, they must have heard of the Peiyuan pill. It not only heals internal injuries, but also strengthens the body, replenishes qi and blood, and prolongs life, making it a true elixir. Today there is only one available for auction, which our Shijia Auction House's chairman obtained after much effort from the master of Baichao Valley. The starting price is 5 million. Chen Luo, is this Peiyuan pill the same as the one I gave Grandma?" Li Qingyao glanced at the pill in the crystal bottle on stage. Chen Luo was somewhat puzzled, and upon releasing his divine sense to scan the Peiyuan pill, he discovered it was merely a useless pill. "It's different. The one I gave to my grandmother was a high-grade Peiyuan pill, while the one on stage is just a useless pill with hardly any effect." Chen Luo took out a bottle of Peiyuan pills from his storage ring containing over 20 pills and handed it to Li Qingyao. "Look at this bottle, it was refined by me for Zhao Linshan. The herbs may not be the best, but they are of mid-tier quality." While the two were chatting, the price of the Peiyuan pill had already reached 10 million. "I bid 12 million for this Peiyuan pill, my Shaoyao sect will take it," said an elderly man in a Taoist robe. "I from the Luofu sect bid 13 million. "I bid 15 million, who dares to compete with my Taishan sect?" Everyone stopped shouting. The Taishan sect is one of the top 3 ancient martial sects, and with him making the bid, who would dare to raise the price? Ultimately, the Peiyuan pill was secured by the Taishan sect for 15 million. "Chen Luo, this pill is so expensive, isn't your bottle worth 300 million? Li Qinjiao's hand trembled as she held the bottle containing the Peiyuan pills. "The effects of mine are many times better than that one. Even if that one is worth 15 million, as a finished product, mine is worth at least 20 million. Then what's the cost of this? If it's high-grade quality, it's about 4 to 5,000 per pill. This mid-tier one is over 1,000, mainly because good herbs are hard to come by." Li Qingyao nodded, her eyes darting back and forth deep in thought. Chen Luo noticed the unusual glint in Li Qinjiao's eyes and thought to himself that she was once again considering the Peiyuan pill. "Qingyao, this Peiyuan pill cannot be sold to the public for now. The timing isn't right. Once it hits the market, it will surely cause a stir in the entire martial world, and our current strength cannot ensure that no accidents will occur." "Okay, I will listen to you." As the auction neared its end, the two prepared to leave. When they returned to the villa, it was already 11 at night. Chen Luo placed a few bottles of Qingxin pills and Shoshin pills on the coffee table, wrote down the formulas and production processes, and handed them to Li Qingyao. "How much does this Shoshin pill cost?" "Each bottle contains 20 pills, and the cost is around 30. The effect is not very noticeable with one pill. I estimate that about 7 to 8 pills are needed to achieve the slimming effect, taking one pill a week for about 2 months. Is it gender-specific for consumption? And what about body types?" "It's irrelevant. Anyone with excess fat can take it. It's purely made from traditional Chinese herbs, just like the beauty cream, and has no side effects." "That's best. A bottle should contain 8 pills. Once the inspection passes, we will launch the new product immediately. Can you manage the production? The beauty cream is already in short supply. Do you have enough factories, workers, and machines to produce the Shoshin pills?" "I've already rented 2 factory buildings next to the factory. The scale will be more than 3 times that of the current factory. The workers are being hired at high salaries by factory director Liu, and I've placed orders for the machinery. I estimate we can start mass production within half a month." Li Qinjiao's decisive style made Chen Luo admire her inwardly. "What about this Qingxin pill? It shouldn't be expensive, right?" Li Qingyao picked up the bottle containing the Qingxin pill. "Yes, the price is similar. This can be used by the company's employees and factory workers that can refresh the mind and eliminate fatigue." "All right, let's rest. We have work tomorrow." After speaking, Li Qingyao headed to the second-floor bedroom to freshen up. Chen Luo did not return to his own room, but directly followed Li Qingyao into her bedroom, washed up, and then fell asleep, holding Li Qingyao. In the following days, Chen Luo continued to pick up and drop off Li Qingyao at work, while Li Qingyao was busy every day. Fortunately, Chen Luo taught her how to cultivate, otherwise her body would surely not be able to handle it. The employees of Qingyan Cosmetics took the Qingxin pills refined by Chen Luo and were full of energy, able to devote themselves entirely to their work. The daily production of the beauty cream factory increased from 5,000 bottles to 10,000 bottles, just enough to meet the demand of the entire Zhejiang province. Chen Luo spent his days seeing elderly patients with colds and fevers or chatting over tea, with Zhao Durong occasionally guiding Zhao Linshan, leading a relaxed life. When Chen Luo mentioned that he would be leaving the clinic soon, Zhao Durong did not try to keep him. He knew that his small clinic couldn't hold on to a true dragon like Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo promised to frequently guide Zhao Linshan, and that she could always find him if she encountered any problems. Luo Gu, are you leaving Linen? Are you going to find your master? Not for now. Your sister Qingyao might be very busy soon, and I need to help her. However, I will still come by the clinic often, or if you slack off while I'm not here, wouldn't that waste my efforts? That's good. Luo Gu, are you and sister Qingyao really in a relationship? Girl, can you not speak carelessly? What relationship? Sister Qingyao and I are legally married, don't misunderstand. Really? Then congratulations Luo Gu for finally winning sister Qingyou's heart. A man must have abilities. Oh, I must find a man like Luo Gu in the future. That might be very difficult. There's only one of him in the world right in front of you. Ha ha ha, I didn't notice Luo Gu, you are quite narcissistic. Alright, I won't talk to you anymore. It's almost time. I need to go pick up your sister Qingyao.